Good morning, all your viewership. Welcome to the English commentary for this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Beautiful setting right there in front of you, the Halmstad Cathedral Church, the backdrop for this beautiful setup in this venue in the Halmstad Town Square. Halmstad, of course, a picturesque town on the southwestern coast of Sweden. And the A1 Padel Tour coming to town for the very first time ever. Halmstad hosting an international A-grade paddle tournament for the very first time. On your screens, the customary welcome photo for the teams on stage. And to the left of your screen there, Hugo Enslin and Matias Gonzalez, two young men hoping to conquer this mammoth task ahead of them. The two players on the right, the number 2 seeded pairing in this tournament, Lionel Tolito Aguirre and Adrian Tito Alemandi. And as the umpire, as the customary chat with the players, tightening up last-minute reminders of rules and regulations, as well as the format, I welcome to the commentator's chair my co-commentator, Gonzalo.
Hello, Paulo. Nice to be here again with you. And it's showtime in Stora Tork, this center court here in Halmstad, Sweden. We've got Tolito finally, after the rain delays and the weather conditions, we have the number 2 seated couple here in the main court. So we expect nothing less but talent as we speak about Tolito and Tito Alemandi.
First the last game of the round of 32, as Gonzalo alluded to there. Lots of rain delays interrupting play every single day since we started this journey on Monday. And we're finally getting the last match of round 32 underway. Straight after this, we'll begin with the first matches of round 16. On your screen there, you can see just behind the playing arena center court, a festival type setup here in Halmstad. Beautiful, picturesque city, and great hosts to this A1 Betsson Swedish Masters. Of course, the river just behind us is literally a 3-minute walk from the venue, and 10 minutes away, the most beautiful beach in Scandinavia.
For sure, it's a very beautiful city. Despite the weather during these days, we've heard that it's a very popular place to the Swedish guys to come here, especially during the summer. Beautiful beaches, great atmosphere. As we see now the results of this round of 32. Simon and Peralta beat in 3 sets. The Portugueses Nunes and Oliveira. Pascual and Perry did the same by 6-3 and 6-1 to Arcieri and Gamondi. Then the local heroes, Abel Green and Stern, moved on to the next round, 7-5, 7-6 against Suazu and Martinez. And finally, Del and Castañeira got out of the tournament despite winning the first set.
Yes, interesting there, those results. Really big win there for the local heroes, Appelgren and Stern, and taking out Zuazua and his partner, very experienced partnership, and they set the crowd alight. Big crowd at that time for that match, and they got really excited, got behind the players, and they move on to the next round, and we'll play the winners of this next match.
Exactly,
so,
we've got 2 Swedish couples in the right round.
2 Swedish couples, excellent for Swedish paddle. Of course, Swedish paddle has progressed and grown immensely in the last few years, and proof of that is this high level achieved by these 2 teams in the first round of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters.
As we see the players finishing the warm-up, we're going to talk about Mati Gonzalez, player from Argentina, now playing in the right side, sorry, in the left side. Born in 1997, 1-meter-74, from Buenos Aires, Argentina.
3 Argentinians on court, Gonzalo. Matias Gonzalez and Tolito and Tito Alemandi, also Argentinian. And slightly different tone of South American on the other side, Hugo Enslin from Uruguay.
Exactly. We are talking about Enslin. Another great player, now getting some experience in the main draw. Here he is, born in 2001 from Rio Branco, Uruguay. A very tall player, Paulo, 188.
188, and on the left side of the court, so he'll be looking to use that height as an advantage and try and go cross-court, put Tolito under a bit of pressure with his power. You can see players there just wrapping up their warm-up, some lobs to each other, and soon umpire will call time, and player will get off court and do final preparations. Interesting, both teams on the court have a coach, courtside coach, both teams. We spoke various times about this yesterday, during the course of yesterday, and the importance of courtside coaches, and these two teams both with a coach next to them.
Which is very good.
Business.
Which is very good, yes. Now more and more players understanding the importance of having a coach in the bench. Here we have two of them, two more eyes to see and analyze what's happening on the court. And Paulo, we're just about to enjoy Tolito's show. I love this player. He's just so talented, so magical.
Yeah,
it's a joy.
He is a joy to watch.
Yeah.
You know, even if you don't like Padel, when you never watched it, you can take a seat back and watch Tolito, as you say, magical, a really unique touch with the racket and that ball, and it just does it so effortless, so easy. It makes it look easy.
He has fun on the court.
Yeah.
He's playing like he's training. Sometimes it's looking like he's not realizing he's in a competition, he's in a tournament. He's just having fun, doing crazy shots. It's a highlights machine, for sure.
Almost like an artist.
Completely. And on the other side, he has a very experienced player, Tito Alemandi, an old school guy playing the old-time Padel, more classic, let's say.
Very solid player, Tito. I suppose he brings the discipline to Tolito's game, and together they complement each other, and hence the success they've experienced in the last year.
They haven't won a tournament in this season so far. They want to become kings in the north here in Sweden. They played a couple finals, not the best season, still number 2 in the rankings, but they need desperately a title this season.
They need a big win this year. A couple of wins last season, but this season, as you say, a few finals, but no big ticks in the #1 box yet. But they are the #2 rated team on the A1 Padel Global Rankings, and also the second seed at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And players off court now, busy doing final preparations, listening to final words from their coaches, and they will come back on court to get this match, the last match of round 32 underway. Just a quick reminder, if you've just joined us, you are probably listening to us on the A1 Padel YouTube channel, or alternatively on the a1padelglobal.com website on the streaming tab. The format of the matches: best of 3 sets with tiebreakers at 6-all, and very importantly, golden points at deuce. Looks like Tolito's going to kick off the match.
And for people watching, remember to leave a like, subscribe, turn on notifications, and here we go.
Indeed, and the live chat enabled on the YouTube stream, so engage. Tolito, strike one.
First one.
First one. Fakes the hard paced bandeja to the right, to his right-hand side, drops the pace and completely dazzles Ensslin and Gonzalez. This time he does exactly the reverse. Puts the power back on, straight down the middle, no answers.
Knock, knock, who's there? No one.
Ensslin and Gonzalez already on the drawing board there. exchanging notes.
Good ball down the line.
And there, straight into the back glass. 40 love. You know, Gonzalo, off air we were talking about, you know, is this going to be a quick match? Is it going to, are the youngsters, Ensslin and Gonzalo, going to put up a fight? You know, huge gap in ranking between these two teams. And rightfully so. You mentioned just yesterday we saw a major upset, and we saw the number one's been pushed to a 3-setter. So, you know, the gap in the ranking means nothing here.
Especially in such a slow court and slow conditions as we're having here in Sweden, everything can happen.
40-30, yeah?
Was a 30 love, now 40-30.
Tolito with the big kick smash from the back of the court. Very hard to do. Difficult shot to execute, but of course,
Hard
Tolito,
for us.
hard for us. Tolito makes it look like he's drawing stick men on a piece of paper and sends it out the court. Matias Gonzalez well positioned, but just a little short on the return.
First game for Aguirre and Alemandi.
Quick turnaround. The players don't really need a rest or a refreshment. They've just got on the court first game. And I think at some stage they're going to change this rule of changing sides after game one.
Really?
Yeah, I think so, because even in tennis, players are saying that it disrupts their rhythm. It's too quick, it's too early in the game. So for some time in tennis, they've been discussing it. So I'm sure as sports innovates, it's going to get a little bit better. It's going to change. Matias Gonzalez with a beautiful shot down the line there. Power and direction and forcing the error out of Tolito. 15 love.
They're on the net now. Working from the backcourt to the net.
And this is where they're most dangerous. And as Ensslin tries to send Alemandi back in the court, Alemandi comes back at him, and Ensslin unable to deal with it.
It's the second time in only 2 games that they are able to go through the middle. So maybe they're going to need to readjust. Talking about Ensslin and Gonzalez.
What goes through the mind of young players like Gonzalez and Ensslin? I mean, they're 22 and 24, so not the youngest on the tour, but relatively inexperienced. When the draw for a tournament like this comes out, and boom, they drawn with a team like Tolito and Alemandi. What goes through their mind?
You have to do 2 things in these situations. Learn and enjoy. Learn and take some knowledge for the future, and then enjoy. Not every day you're in the main court playing such an important tournament against 2 talented players as Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemandi. So go there, smile, play your game, and try to do your best.
Indeed, your best it is. And Matias Gonzalez did do his best right there, sending that ball for the winner down the line. Tolito Aguirre acknowledging the good play there by young Gonzalez.
So, Paulo, you've been here commentating almost every match during this round of 32. Which teams, which couples do you think are well placed or in a good form, let's say, to win this tournament?
That's an excellent question, because not just about the form. Here we go, Tolito out the court, back in.
Tolito.
And that is incredible. Puntaco, you call it. Banga for me. Banga. And yeah, that's excellent. That is Tolito at his best. He anticipates that kick smash. Literally just strolls out the court, walks back out. And look at that. He sends it straight through the door, back into the tin on the other side. back to predictions. You know, it's also about the draw, right? So on the left side of the draw, you would have thought that's you know, Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, the number ones, would have progressed a little easier than what they did, and they lacked a lot of rhythm in their game. So that sort of forced a rethink about their favoritism in my mind. And then, of course, we've got these guys who are talented, no doubt, but seem to be going through the motions in this game and taking it quite easily. So a little bit difficult to commit right now as to who's going to win or not. But what I did enjoy in the first round matches was the giant killing. You know, we had the number 3 pairing, Chiostri, and his partner losing to 2 youngsters in a mammoth epic game, 3-setter. Then we saw Miguel Oliveira also going out the back door through a giant effort by, you know, Diego Simon and his partner. They put in a real...
Coming from the quali.
Yeah, very much so. And then earlier on today, we saw Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos just strolling through their first round match. Really easy. I don't think they raised a sweat. And, you know, with Agustin Torre, El Loco, anything is possible.
I want to bring these two names to the table. I think they played a solid match. They've been in 2 finals during this season, and I think they could do something good here in this tournament.
Yeah, you know, Agustin Torre, when he's on song, he's as good as anybody. You know, he's creative, he has a good range of shots, a lot of power when he needs it, yet he can play delicate shots over the net and really taunt his opposition. And Diego Ramos is just solid, really solid, reliable, consistent player. And
3-0 for Tito and Tolito. Really good start. We're going to have a break and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Players back on court, and as they come back, we have Hugo Enslen serving love 3 down in this first set, and already looking up to the top of the hill. And there we go again, Tolito faking the big powerful smash and just slightly dropping it to the side of the fence. And no answer there from young Gonzalez. You can see there, like, just stuttering from Gonzalez on that shot.
And inspired Tolito is just deadly.
Love 15 and love 3 in this first set. Enslen goes down the middle. And this time goes down the net. Love 30.
Tito and Tolito rolling.
Good recovery there by Gonzalez. High lob there, trying to buy some time, Enslen, but Slightly misdirected.
The wind pushed it out.
Yeah, wind, good point. And to the right of the commentary box here, we have the Amsterdam Dome with a Swedish flag flying high there, and a lot more movement today than yesterday. And you can see the wind moving in a northerly direction at quite some pace, so certainly affecting these high lobs from the players. Love 40.
4 break points for Tito and Tolito.
And the break is there.
Looks like we have another fast match here in the center court.
4 games to 0. And Tolito, ball in hand.
Now with the opportunity to make it 5-0.
And just about wrap up the first set. I mean, everything is possible in the game of paddle, but this is a mountain perhaps a little bit too high to climb for these two young boys. And here we go again. A little bit of magic. Tolito pulls out the paintbrush.
He also faked me. I thought he was smashing it.
It's just on another level, really. Controlling the net there, Aguirre and Alemande. And for those of you out there who play paddle, you'll know, controlling the net, the name of the game. Good exchanges here.
Wow. What a recovery
there. Change of direction. Tolito switches, cross-court sits, and goal.
This is just fantastic.
Incredible paddle there. And look at that. Tolito just crosses over to the other side of the court, picks the ball up at the net, sends it to the opposing corner. Low, soft. No chance for the opposition.
Tolito saying, empuja, empuja, push, push.
Push, push, and he also pushed ball into the net. First mistake by Tolito. Not characteristic, but he is human after all. And this time he goes down the middle, slightly lesser pace, and Enslin could do nothing but block it into the net.
That's in.
Good pick up there by Alemande, but just overcooking that lob into the back of the glass on the other side.
Yeah.
40-30.
Tolito and Tito have the wind off the back. So as long as you touch the ball, it's just flying to the glass.
There we go, 5-0. And Enslin and Gonzalez will go and chat to their coach right now. And we're going to be privy to that conversation while they scratch their heads and look for a way up the hill here. Love 5, they'll come back to serve.
Sí, escucha. Si la aceleras un poco más, claro, se te cae más. Ahí es importante empujar, no por fallar o no, sino por estamos con ventaja de resultados, pero lo que no tenemos que hacer es que se den cuenta que empezamos a errar, y empiecen a pincharla un poco más, sí, más para joder el juego. De momento están jugando bastante por abajo, y entonces no se están dando cuenta. Sí. Seguimos saliendo con la salida de pared por el medio, ¿eh? Sí.
Si es necesario que dé más rebote, pero achiquemos ahí. Sí. Achiquemos ahí. Vamos ahora con el viento a favor. Hay que tocarlo el globo ahora. Hay que tocarlo. ¿Está bien? ¿Estamos bien? Sí. Tranquilo. Tranquilo que estamos a velocidad. El tema es que la estamos tirando mucho afuera. ¿Viste ese punto que ganó Adrián, que ganó Tolito? Bueno, así tienen que ser los puntos. Si la gana así, le los aplaudimos. Pero no 70 errores forzados. Llevamos más de 10, 12 errores forzados, no forzados. Vamos muchachos, vamos al primer game. Vamos, aprovechemos el viento a favor, con el saque y con la devolución. Vamos.
That was very interesting from both sides. Tolito's and Tito's coach was saying, hey, let's not miss any bandejas because they're gonna notice that if they put a very high lob shot, we're gonna miss it because of the wind. And from the other side, also talking about the wind, we have the wind off the back, so let's use it for the serve and the first volley.
Interesting how even despite being 5-0 up, Aguirre and Alemande's coach is telling them to exercise caution and to respect their opposition.
Yeah, he was saying, let's not show the opponents that maybe if they play a higher lob shot, it's going to be harder for us to play the bandeja. And also talking about the bajada, the coach was saying, if we have a bajada, let's keep it doing it through the middle and not through the sides.
Very, very, very important. Strayer, I think he's listening, that coach was listening to our commentary, Gonzalo, because right in the beginning you were talking about shots down the middle, and here he is giving them advice about the bajada down the middle. I think the commentator has got his earplugs in and he's listening. The coach is listening to the commentary on one of our fantastic platforms, the A1 Padel YouTube channels with commentary in both Spanish and English, as well as the A1PadelGlobal.com website on the streaming tab. Don't forget to like the A1 Padel social media tags, both on Instagram and Twitter. Also some content available on Twitch and Facebook. Tolito there to the feet of Ensslin, and first set 6-0.
Easy for them, nothing for Ensslin and Gonzalez, and in just 25 minutes, including the warm-up, Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemandi have the first set in the pocket.
6-0. If it was you and I playing, we call this, in English, we call it a bagel.
A bagel.
A bagel.
A bagel.
You know, the little round bread with a hole in like a donut. So, but of course, this is a professional paddle, so no bagels on offer. What is on offer are refreshments and coaching at the turn of the set. And we're going to take a short break and be back with you momentarily. Some interesting stats there on your screen as we come back. 11 unforced errors for Ensslin and Gonzalez, as opposed to 3 by Aguirre and Alemande. And of course the winners, 10 for Alemande and Aguirre, only 1 for Gonzalez and Ensslin. Really important stats showing the vast gap between the two teams so far in this match. And the result echoes those sentiments. 6-love to in the first set for Alemande and Aguirre, and they're eager to get on with this as temperatures start to dip once more, and we have Alemande and Aguirre already back on court, and the two young gentlemen, Ensslin and Gonzalez, now in position.
They have to reset and restart. It doesn't matter if you lose 6-0 or 7-6. At the end of the day, it's just a set. You have to fight and get back to the match.
Ensslin going high there. Matias Gonzalez.
I'm seeing a very motivated Tolito Aguirre. He's running on the court, he's feeling it. He has this look that as an opponent you don't want really to see.
He looks determined, eh?
I jinx it.
It's okay. Determination, not always the last word. And 30 love. Love 30 rather, as Aguirre goes to serve.
That's out.
15-30.
As we welcome the sun here at the main court.
Indeed, the sun comes to say hello to us here on center court here in Halmstad. The sun, a precious commodity this last week in Halmstad. Keeps popping in to say hello, but runs away really quickly. But hopefully it'll stick around for a lot longer today as we go into the round of 16 matches. This, of course, if you've just joined us, the last match of the round of 32. And this will update the draw for the last 16 and the second round of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters.
And Enslin and Gonzalez breaking Tolito's and Tito's serve.
Excellent. As we said earlier on, and what you correctly said, Gonzalo, it was just a set. 6-love, yes, the first set, but just a set. And here they are, breaking Tolito right off the bat and about to serve with a slight early advantage. 1-0 up in the second set.
Really good way to start. And yes, you have to understand that it doesn't matter if you lose 6-0 or if you lose 7-6. You have to keep going, forget about it, go to the second one and give your best version.
And it doesn't get much better than breaking Tolito Aguirre's serve.
Correct. And after this match, the round of 16 will start with the local heroes, Anton Andersson and Albin Olsson, facing Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos, Paulo.
Wow, wow.
Good match.
Very good match. So the Swedish pairing won their first round match in a 3-setter, beating fancied opposition. And it's going to get even tougher for them as they face the number ones. But in saying that, the number ones also struggled in their first round match, eventually winning in a 3-setter, but struggled for rhythm, struggled for consistency, and struggled for flow.
Correct.
Gonzalez and Enslin taking a little strategic break there.
2 volleys straight to the net. They need to keep the serve and make it 2-0, because if they break the serve and then the opponents take it back immediately, it's going to be mentally hard.
How was that?
Through the middle.
But impressive is that that ball bounced between Alemande and Tolito. Tolito thought Tito had the ball. Tolito makes a last-minute call, offering the shot to Tolito, who has to run across and connects low and hard straight down the middle for an excellent finish.
That was a dagger.
There's the war cry from Tolito Aguirre as they claim the advantage back. On is even. On your screen there, we have MC Avla and Albin Olsson already on court getting ready for the next match.
Such a tall player, over 2 meters and playing on the right side.
Yeah, really unorthodox, and he gets down really low in some of those pickups.
No look. That was no look by Tolito Aguirre. Wow, fantasy paddle.
Just something else. What a treat. What a treat that we're able to watch this. And we're watching him in a good mood. As you said, when Tolito is on song, in a good mood, it's a spectacle to behold. See the wind there, visibly carrying that ball. Actually a very, very well executed little dink lob there from Alemandi, and the wind carrying, and we could, in a commentary box, we could really pick that up, the ball heading towards our direction, and you could see the pace on the ball picking up and carrying it all the way to the glass.
He saves it. It's going to be short. Still alive this point.
Oh, there goes the wind. Lucky. Drops just before the glass. And this time Ensslin unable to control that forehand volley and goes into the net.
And you can see how strong the wind is just by looking to the net.
Yeah, slightly leaning.
Yeah, exactly.
Players need to take advantage of that. So Mati Gonzalez and Ensslin right now, all their lobs will stop a little short, and they've got to be careful. If they leave it short, Tolito will punish. But at the same time, they're able to almost be forgiven for overheating slightly. So they should look to take advantage of this, whereas Tolito and Alemandi have got to be really careful with their lobs because they're going to be carrying into the back of the glass.
This is 40-15.
Tolito Aguirre in conversation with the match umpire. There seems to be a dispute with the score.
The referee was confused. He thought it was out. The ball was good. So it's not 30-50. Exactly, it's 40-15.
40-15, umpire called it. So please ignore the score on your screen. We'll adjust that momentarily. 40-15, the score. And a lot of errors here from Ensslin. Frustrated.
Too many mistakes. 2-1 for Tito and Tolito. They take back the break, and they take also the lead in this second set.
So as the players go down and we're going to take a break, we urge you that are watching this and listening to us on the YouTube platform, the A1 Padel channel, or on the A1PadelGlobal.com streaming tab, to make some comments, ask some questions, engage in conversation. Let us know about your opinion on the current match, as well as your admiration for Tolito Aguirre. We're going to make him feel special, keep him on the tour in a good mood so we can enjoy the artistry that is Lionel Tolito Aguirre.
Här på centerkort mot Maxi Sanchez och Andres Brito. Time.
Players back on court. And Hugo Ensslin on the serve. Players just received new balls from the umpire. Ball changes, of course, after 9 games, and later on the next 11. So a switch of balls, and these will be bouncing a little higher.
Whenever they open new balls, they usually hit them into the glass. That's to take off some pressure off the ball before using them. That's why you see the players hitting the ball when they open a new tube of balls.
Try to take some air out. Interesting there, that first serve. And a very good point I'd like to make for all the intermediate and beginner players and lower level players that are watching the stream is umpire called that a serve fault, claiming that Ensler that connected with the ball above his waistline. And this is starting to become a theme more and more as umpires get stricter and stricter on serving rules. We saw yesterday umpire Sergio Perez also called out one of the players for overstepping the line. So, you know, rules are rules, and we tend to be a little bit casual when we serve, but umpires are more aware to it and calling those faults.
More and more, yeah.
Ensler with the error into the net once again. A lot of errors there from Ensler. A lot of building a relationship with the net, as many of us do. Goes for the big one, mistimes it, edges it off the top of the court into the glass. Tito Alemande again talking to the umpire.
They take the serve again. So it's 3-1. And coming back to the new balls, Paulo, is there a more satisfying sound at the psst when you open the new balls?
No, that is the sound of joy. And you can see Alemande engaging with the umpire quite a lot. He's not happy about some of the calls. Great pick up there by Matias Gonzalez off the big hit by Aguirre.
Through the middle? Not this time.
Alemande connects the ball really solidly. He puts a lot of power into those shots. But unlike a lot of players that put the power and lose a little bit of control, he has controlled power almost on all his shots.
Good combination to have.
Very much so. The artist and the builder.
And Tolito said, "Qué bueno sos, how good you are, Tito." Because we're talking about Tolito now and how good he is, but to be the #1 in the rankings, you also need a teammate, a player on your right side to make it a team, actually. And Tito Alemande has been so good throughout his career, making great results, being so solid, and it's a good partnership they have between these two.
And Tolito, a veteran as he is at 42 years of age, is tremendously good shape. I mean, the man is super fit. I watched him train on Monday, and his routine alongside a few of the younger players who were on the court next to him, and they just couldn't keep up with him. He's incredibly fit and agile and puts a lot of effort and power into his work sessions, and testament is the performance. And as we praise him, he bounces that one straight out of the court with a run up to the net. 4 games to 1 as they go for some comfort, maybe, Gonzalez and Ensler with their coaches, and at the switch of the sets. Let's hear what they have to say.
Escúchame, Alemande se queda atrás. Y vos le salís una salida de pared con top hasta acá arriba y después nos cerramos la cancha en ataque. Ellos juegan de contragolpe, nos ganan con la salida de pared. Cada vez que sale de pared tenemos un problemón. Entonces, ¿para qué lo vamos a pasar de globo si después perdemos no bancamos la salida de pared? Si no escalonemos, no. Vamos, tiremos el resto, echemos el resto ahora. Vamos, echemos el resto ahora. Dale, no pasa nada. Sigamos luchando.
Y jugamos, y lo pasamos, y va Tolito y le cierra. Sí. Los flacos da igual donde esté Alemande. La tiran para arriba.
Sí. Sí, sí, sí.
Al tirar 3 para arriba, otra cosa que hagan bajadas ganadoras. No he hecho ninguna.
No está pasando.
Pero cuando tira con esto, yo prefiero estar muy detrás de la bola para poder verla. Si Huerto se mueve...
Sí, nos da el sol.
Vale. Bueno, mantenemos, seguimos por el medio. Seguimos por el medio. Vamos, vamos.
Enslin and Gonzalez talking about Tolito's bajada. They're suffering with that shot, so let's try not to play so many lob shots. Let's try to, you know, go from the back, but without lob shots. And in the other side, talking about the sun, it's kind of annoying from that side, so have an eye on that situation.
Yeah, Matias Gonzalez going here to Tolito. Trailing 1-4 in the second set after dropping the first by 6 games to 0.
Just out.
Just out. 30 love.
The wind.
The one carrying that ball into the back glass there off the lob by Alemandi.
But in the last point, Enslin and Gonzalez not really listening to the coach. He said, do not play lob shots to avoid the bajada, and they did immediately. Oh, ay, 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 ay. Tolito got a haircut there.
Very mistimed shot there from Hugo Enslin.
And for free.
And for free. A lot of inconsistency from Igor Enslin. Clearly a talented young man, but very erratic today. A lot of mistakes. And consistency, once again, proving to be key in these matches. It generates so much power from a standstill. It's quite remarkable. It's just one big swing.
He can also smash, yes.
Ball straight back to his side of the court at an angle. You can see just around the court in the precinct, lots of people starting to trickle in in preparation for the next match, where the local Anton Anderson and Albin Olsen will be taking on the tournament's #1 seeds and #1 rated players on the A1 Padel Global Tour, Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, and sure to have a lot of partisan support. The local wildcard entry are in this second round of 16 of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters.
Tolito sees Enslin running close to the net and finding his feet. They make it 5-2. They're now only one game away to be in the round of 16 in this Betsson Swedish Master.
And they will also be playing in the next round, assuming that they seal this second set against the other Swedish team, the #1 ranked Swedish team. That's Daniel Appelgren and Victor Stern. So lots of local support to look forward to in this round of 16 coming up. On court marshals, tidying up the court, taking the wet patches out. Very important that for the movement of the ball. And these young men on court have worked hard all week. They pair up not just as court marshals, but also as ball boys. So lots of work. They are paddle players themselves. They're volunteers from one of the local clubs and schools. And I was talking to one of them yesterday. They're loving being here. They're just loving watching all this paddle and watching all the players. They can't believe their luck.
I can only imagine full stands for that match. Tolito Aguirre, Tito Alemandi against the local heroes. That's going to be crazy. As we approach the end of the match, unless Gonzalez and Enslin has something to say before.
What do you think? What do you think they could say, Gonzalo?
I really don't believe they can do much more. But at least try to make the serve 5-3 and try the last shot. I mean, they break the serve before.
Yeah, they've been there before.
But if
Alemande wants to go back to the hotel. He wants to go for a massage. He wants to relax, save some energy for the next round. He wants to finish this quickly.
We bet no Coca-Colas today, Paolo.
We've had no Coca-Colas. No Coca-Colas on this match. On the next one, though, I'm going to be quietly rooting for a big upset. So we can talk about Coca-Cola then.
If you want, I'm going to say it's not going to end 6-2. It's going to be 6-3. What do you say?
6-2 is going to be.
Okay. We're playing for a Coca-Cola here.
Coca-Cola, love 30. Igor Ensslin about to go to Tito Alemande. Tolito with a lob. You can see there the change in direction of the ball. Compliments of Mr. Wind. And the wind is certainly picking up. Cloud covers starting to move around. 15-30.
Both flies.
There goes the bajada straight down the middle, as you mentioned earlier. And Ensslin could do not much there. Tempting the block straight into the net. And here comes Coca-Cola time, 15-40.
Coca-Cola match. Coca-Cola point, match point. 3 of them. Looking good for Tolito, Tito and Paulo.
We always play 3 against 2. Haha. Gonzalo is making a comeback here. 30-40. He's joined the Ensslin Gonzalez team. And Ensslin says Paulo was right. And Lionel, Tolito, Aguirre and Tito Alemande take the match. 6-love. 6-0 and 6-2 and progress effortlessly into the round of 16. That wraps up this round of 32 with these matches. Gonzalo, final words?
First step for the number 2 couple in the world. Easy match for them. 6-0, 6-2. They move on to the next round. They will be facing, indeed, the local heroes. Now time to take some rest, go to the hotel, chill, recovery, go to the physio as they move on, trying to get the first title of this season.
Yeah, indeed they are going to, and that was an impressive performance. We'll see how they go in the next round, but if this performance is anything to go by, dominating these youngsters, Ensslin and Gonzalez, they could go a very long way.
Also 25 minutes in this second set, same time than in the first one. 12 winners against 5 in the second set. And in the whole match, 22 against 6 winners, while Ensslin and Gonzalez made 21 mistakes against 10 only from Tolito and Tito. That was the difference, Paulo.
Yeah, that tells the tale. 50 minutes, quickly in and out, and really dominating, powerful performance. You can see we're going to cross over to center court where Claudia Navarro is going to be interviewing Tolito and Tito.
Pues ya tengo aquí a Tito y a Tolito, los ganadores de este partido. Tolito, ya habéis debutado en este Betsson Swedish Master. Háblame un poco de las sensaciones de este primer partido.
Bueno, muy buenas sensaciones. Creo que nos vamos muy feliz cuando jugamos así. Espero mantener este nivel todo el torneo y bueno, por fin debutamos.
Well, Tolito says that he's very happy for the level that they are showing in this match and they hope to maintain it all the tournament. Tito, mañana os enfrentáis ante la pareja local de aquí, Appelgren y Stern. No sé si has tenido oportunidad de verlos jugar. ¿Cómo afrontas el partido de mañana?
I don't know what happened tomorrow. I think in today, I think that today we playing very good balls and very happy to play in Sweden. Today we will sing in the tomorrow match. Thank you for all.
Thank you, Tito. Y hasta aquí los 16avos de final.
Claudio Navarro there with Tito Alamande and Tolito Aguirre. Tito Alamande improving his English substantially. Tito, of course, now resident in the United Arab Emirates in Dubai and embracing the English language, complementing his well-spoken Spanish there and just telling everyone how pleased he was with the level, and they're looking forward to the next round where they will face the Swedish number ones, who of course not only got through to the round of 16 yesterday, but also won the Swedish qualifier as an entry into this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters.
It was a pleasure to be here, Paulo. We finished the round of 32 now. We're gonna take a break and we'll be back with a round of 16.
Welcome back to the Betsson Swedish Masters, the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters here in Halmstad at Stora Torget in the beautiful southwestern town of Sweden, Halmstad. Beautiful location there. You can see there the Halmstad church just behind the, or to the left top side of your screen, and this beautiful arena placed in the middle of the Halmstad town square. Players have finished their warm-up routines, about to come back on court, and we have the very first match of the round of 16. Of course, rain delayed many of these matches on Monday, Tuesday, and yesterday, and in an attempt to catch up the games, we've had to lots of rescheduling, but almost on track, and we have players coming onto the court for the customary photo opportunity for media and organizers, and you will see there to the right of your screen Anton Andersson and Albin Olsen, the Swedish pairing who came into this tournament as organizer wildcards, rated 8th and 12th respectively on the Swedish ranking. These young gentlemen took on the pairing of Urzola and Giral in the first round, and after dropping the first set 7-5, came back with an emphatic win and took the next two sets by 6-3 and 6-3 to raucous applause from the local crowd out here that day. This was on Monday morning, where they were supporting their local players. And you'll see really impressive, hard-working partnership they have here. And you see on the right-hand side there, closest to your screen, Albin Olsen, a towering 1.97 m, and rather unorthodoxly playing on the right-hand side of the court as a drive player. You can see, despite his height, he has exceptional mobility and flexibility, able to get down really low for pickups. Anton Andersson, a real solid finisher, and you're going to see some real movement from both of these, both real athletes, but they're not going to have it their own way. Certainly the round favorites across from them, Maxi Sanchez, 19 years of age, touted as a potential #1 player on this A1 Padel Global Tour circuit. And Maxi Sanchez been around now for a couple of years on the tour with lots of success and growing into stature as a tour player. Great range of finishing shots, a beautiful, effortless kick smash off the right, and then to his right we have Andres Brito, the likable, very likable, smiling, energetic Andres Britos, Italian player with a big smile on his face. He plays the game as it should be played, in great sportsmanlike attitude. Here we have Anton Andersson's profile on screen, ranking 853. This, of course, because this is his first major tournament, having attempted to qualify last year in Hungary for the A1 Padel Open at that time. Unable to do so, gets into this tournament via the wild card, and here he is in the round of 16 of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Albin Olsen, also 853, 21 years of age, 2 meters and 2 centimeters, a towering figure on the right side of the court. Andres Britos there, a former #1 on the A1 Padel circuit, and now more modest 18 and 33 years of age, and one of the most likable players on circuits, and a genuine entertainer. You will see very artistic in his range of shots, and players going through their last motions of warm-up. Maxi Sanchez there, number 14, 19 years old, from Dero, Argentina, 1.86 m. You'll see big strength of his, that effortless kick smash from left to right, and you will probably see lots of that. The Swedish pairing, we spoke to them off camera earlier on today, were telling us about their match analysis using some software with their coach to get some analysis on their opposition, and telling us that they're going to be making the best of it. They know they're not favorites for this match, but they're going to really take these two, Britos and Sanchez, to task. They're going to do their best and just have some fun, really benefited from the experience of being on the big stage, and hoping that more Swedish players enter qualifying tournaments and join the main draw of these tournaments. Definitely a confidence booster for these two, and proof of how high the standard of Swedish paddle has risen in the last few years. If you've just joined us, my name is Paulo De Carmo, commentating in English on the A1 YouTube paddle stream, as well as the A1paddleglobal.com streaming tab. Later on, ESPN Latam and America will be taking this broadcast, as well as ESPN Africa, who for the very first time will be broadcasting across their affiliate network, and predominantly on the DSTV Bouquet channel 219, and ESPN Africa broadcasting paddle for the very first time, and fitting in with the vision of A1 Paddle Global Tour to spread the sport of paddle to all corners of the planet. Last big bang smash there from Anton Anderson, as players go off court to do final preparation, and they'll be back on court in the next couple of minutes, and we're going to get this first match of the round of 16 underway. Make sure that you make some comments, engage with your fellow viewers in the comment section of this channel, as well as click like and subscribe. Don't forget also to engage with our social media networks, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and TikTok. A1 Paddle now on TikTok. There in excellent spirits. The tournament MC Avla, getting the crowd warmed up as more and more people start to arrive to support the local Swedish players. Outside of this arena, the festival area with lots of seating and a big screen viewing area, also populated by lots of supporters. Andres Brito's going to get this underway, serving to Albin Olsen. And Britos to the feet of Anderson, 15 love.
15 love.
Tap into the ground there by Maxi Sanchez, out of the court. Wind conditions not ideal. The wind speed has picked up quite substantially since the previous match. And to the right of our screens here, we have a flagpole, and we can see how the flag is moving in a northerly direction, and how the wind has picked up. So players on court going away from your screen. In other words, the side where Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez are now sitting. The wind carrying towards their direction and slowing it down on the reverse. Beautiful exchange there at the net between the four players, and Olsen changing direction, getting in behind Maxi Sanchez there for the point. High lob there from Anderson, and the wind assisting that into the back of the glass. 40-15. Maxi Sanchez goes for the big one. That's the weapon. Maxi Sanchez very famous for that shot. Goes straight down the line, big swing into the back glass and straight back to his side of the court. Players going to change ends immediately. Anton Anderson will come back, ball in hand to serve, trailing love one.
We have a problem with the scoreboard, the umpires.
Mr. Alfonso.
15 love. Change of direction there by Anton Anderson. Change of pace, low and deep into the feet of Maxi Sanchez, 30 love. Anderson going deep to Maxi Sanchez there repeatedly. Maxi Sanchez leaves one short. Albin Olsen goes deep. Andre Britos not effectively clearing that line, and Anton Anderson into the ground and out of the court. One game apiece as Anderson and Olsen look to be involved and give something to think about in the match to Sanchez and Britos. Magical point. Crowd showing their appreciation there. And it's love 15. Another error there. Love 30 the score. Maxi Sanchez goes big. Doesn't quite get the desired effect, and Albin Olsen switching positions is able to get it back. 15-30 there. Olsen going high into the corner. Maxi Sanchez, another high lob now. Anton Anderson. Clever play by Anderson and Olsen, using the backstop of the wind in their direction. And you can see there how the lob stops. This time Maxi Sanchez allowing it to bounce and going for the corner of Anderson, and Anderson overcooks that one into the glass. Remember, the wind moving from south to north, which on your screen means from the end that Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos are in, so closest to your screen, moving in the direction further away to where the Swedish team is. So as the Swedish team lobs, the ball is slowing down, and as the Britos-Sanchez partnership lobs from the near side, the ball carries. And the wind does not show us signs of dissipating. You can see there on the top right-hand side of your screen, just to the right of the commentary box, you can see a white flag blowing in the wind. There on screen we have Daniel Appelgren and Victor Stern, the other Swedish pairing that won their match yesterday, also through to the second round, here to support their compatriots. And potentially, were both of these Swedish teams to progress to the next round, they would be meeting each other in the quarterfinals. Olsen to Britos repeatedly. This time Anderson cuts them down the middle, and Sanchez returns the favor, and Anderson unable to deal with it. Goes into the net, and at the switch, Anton Anderson will come back to serve 1-2 down in the first set.
Mr. Anderson to serve.
Big motivation there. Andres Britos saying to Maxi Sanchez, this is the way I want you playing. This is what I want. Really motivating Maxi Sanchez after that play. I'm sure he won't be repeating that after that return, but take nothing away from the serve by Anton Anderson. Really high quality serve deep into that quadrant right there. 15-all is the scoreline.
$15.30.
15-30. Anderson into the net there. 15-40 and 3 break opportunities here for Sanchez and Britos. Anderson goes down the middle, lob left short, Anderson goes straight down in the direction of Britos. Ball back to his side of the court. 30-40. Still do 2 break points on offer as Anderson goes to Maxi Sanchez.
Out. Second set.
Well handled there by Anderson. Or with a backhand, hooking that just beyond Britos. And break points averted. Golden point. Still an opportunity for a break here from Britos and Sanchez.
Out. Second set.
High lob there from Britos. A little bit of taka-taka exchange there at the net between Anderson and Maxi Sanchez. Sanchez goes for the side of the fence, looking for the bounce. Ball's left short, and Maxi Sanchez straight down the middle into the back of the glass and back to his side of the court. A banger point that was. And you can see there Anton Anderson looking for the run out, but the ball not taking any angle, coming straight back. And Andres Britos now serving 3-1 after that break. And will be looking to press forward this early advantage and take control of the set. Beautiful textbook backhand lob to the side of the court there from Maxi Sanchez. Anderson overhitting that one.
40-15.
Britos thought his serve was out. Umpire didn't call it. He now confirms it was out. So second serve. High into the air there by Sanchez. Anderson lining up. The kick doesn't quite get it right. Sanchez goes deep into the feet. And Anderson defending it well, forcing the error from Sanchez.
40-30.
40-30 the score now. Anderson having to be very careful with these lobs there because of the wind. Britos defending that 1-2 well. And beautiful return there by Olsen, straight down the middle. He goes for the big one. And Sanchez with a switch of position, saves it well. Beautiful rally here. We have a big puntaka on offer here. And this time, Olsen at full stretch, despite his height, is unable to get to a very, very well-directed shot from Andres Britos. And as players come off the bench, the score 4-1 to Sanchez and Britos as we go and talk to coaches on the side of the court.
Men det, egentligen vill jag bara styra ner en stjärn.
skönt. Men det blir stillastående så kommer vinden. Så de missar var ju...
Det sista som händer är att man stannar och så går de rakt.
Exakt.
Man vill de har motvind.
Ja.
Och det kommer ner nu.
Jag måste bara fortsätta röra fötterna där. Alltså inte sätta dem för tidigt. Röra fötterna igenom.
Voy a tratar de restarte por el paralelo. ¿Me entendés? Y luego sigo con el pedal. Juegue. Si resto cruzado, no dejes entrar la bola.
Dale.
Atento.
Vamos ahora, apretamos acá, seguimos firme acá abajo.
Estamos acá, arriesgamos el globo que estamos arriba, no importa.
Sí. Dale. Vamos a aprovechar, Volvemos con él.
Vamos.
Volvemos con él,
Players coming back on court, having taken instruction and analysis from their coaches, Britos and Maxi Sanchez. No coach courtside, so discussing the game amongst themselves. Andres Britos giving young Sanchez some advice with the down-the-line returns from both Anderson and Olsen. And Olsen and Anderson with their coach going through some notes, discussing some tactics and strategy as to how to get back into this game as Albin Olsen begins to serve at 1-4 in this first set. 15 love. Umpire calls that out, and 30 love the scoreline.
love.
40 love. Some good solid serving here from Olsen. The fake smash there from Anderson as both Sanchez and Britos approach the net. And Maxi Sanchez will now serve 4-2 up in this first set. High lob there from Anderson.
Very low.
Albin Olsen with a finish straight to the feet of Andres Britos, who goes aye, and aye it is, as Olsen powers through that shot. 30-15. This time Anderson into the net. 40-15.
40-15.
Anderson goes into the ground, doesn't quite get it off. Goes again. Maxi Sanchez well defended. Beautiful shot there from Maxi Sanchez. Cross court, getting the bounce just before the fence. And at the turnover, Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos leading this first set. 5 games to 2. And Anton Anderson will come back onto court, ball in hand for the serve. If you've just joined us, this is the very first match of the rain-delayed round of 16. Second round at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And we've had delays every day, rain interrupted most of this tournament, but eventually round 1 completed early this morning, and we're now on to round 2 of this Betsson Swedish Masters. First game, and we have on court Anton Anderson and Albin Olsen, the winners of the, or recipients rather, of the Swedish organizers wildcard. They won their first round match, having beaten the partnership of Urzola and Giral 5-7, 6-3, 6-3, and now in the second round facing a real tough challenge in the experienced Andres Britos and the very much promising Maxi Sanchez. Onto court, and Anderson will be serving 2-5.
Mr. Anderson to serve. First serve.
Olsen into the net there. Love 15.
Love 15.
Britos into the corner there with a backhand wrist flick. High into the air, wind stopping that ball, getting it to drop just before the net. And Maxi Sanchez with the bajada. Olsen moving closer to the net and can only block it into the top edge of the net. With me, Lorenzo Lecky Lopez. Welcome, Lorenzo.
Thank you, thank you.
You've been walking around center court with your camera, getting some of those beautiful shots for the A1 Padel social media and for the website. How's the atmosphere out there?
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I love being like on the court. I think I'm the most close to the people, to the players. You know, you can feel the ball and all the.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So the atmosphere.
It's really fast. It's really fast. You know.
Yeah. Atmosphere feeling good, and great match we have on our screens right now. Anton Anderson and Albin Olsen came into this tournament. They've often tried to qualify for the A1 Padel Global Tour tournaments and failed at qualifying stage. Were recipients of the organizers' wild card for this tournament, but haven't disappointed. Won their first round match in good style, and here they are putting up a fight against seasoned campaigners, Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos.
It's always really good when the wild card, the local pair, can win the first round. And now we are finally in the round of 16 after a lot of problems with rain. But yes, we are here and they just closed the first set.
Just closed the first set, 6 games to 2, Sanchez Britos. And as players go to the change of sets, you're going to see the Swedish players taking instruction from their coach, discussing tactics, looking for a way back. They did lose the first set in their first round match and came back really strongly in the second and third, putting those away in convincing style to find themselves here in this second round. Britos and Sanchez on their bench, looking very relaxed, rehydrating, looking in control, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they were not in the best moment of the season after kind of bad results in the last tournaments. But they play a great first round, and I think they are with a lot of confidence here in Sweden. 6-2 for them. Great start of match for the pair number 7, I think, right?
Yeah. In the first round, they beat the South African pairing that won the Africa qualifier, Jason Blakey, Milner, and Keegan Roy. So Britos and Sanchez, as I was saying, beat the South African pairing in the first round of the winners of the Africa qualifier, and they beat them 6-1 and 6-1. You can take a look there on screen, some stats, and you can see a fairly even match, despite 6-2. Similar number of winners, similar number of unforced errors. So the score not really reflecting the actual gameplay.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that the two pairs are 4-4, 4-on-4 in this match. So I think the players are like selecting the good moment to use the smash.
Yeah, and not a lot of smashes because the conditions are not very friendly towards that today. The wind really picked up, the ball heavy, so not ideal for big smashes, but players are selecting the right moments for them.
Yeah, it's also difficult for... We know that in Sweden they play faster, and in this condition with the court really slow, not the best condition for the Swedish guys.
Yeah, let's see there yet. Beautiful raised ball there by Albin, and Brito's unable to do anything with that. 30-15, the score. Maxi Sanchez goes for the big one, straight down the line and all the way back to his side of the court. 40-15. Slip there by Anton Anderson, and first blood of the second set for Britos and Sanchez, and quick changeover. Swedish players going to grab some towels and wipe some sweat off. Britos and Sanchez, no such requirements. Quick turnaround. They are eager, excited, and driven. They really want to end this and go back to the hotel and relax, get ready for the next round.
Of course, and we're gonna have new balls for the next game. Yeah, I think they're really seem to be really in control of this match. Confidence.
Yeah, new balls, Lorenzo. For listeners out there who are not so familiar with the impact of new balls in a match like this, most people at the intermediate or beginner level play with new balls in a game. But yeah, we change balls throughout the game, usually at 9 and 11. The implications of that, tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it's a bit faster the game. It's a bit more difficult to control the ball in the first 2-3 points. But of course, the pressure of the ball is not the same after one game or after 9 games. For us, when we play, it's not the same because they use the ball, they hit much with much more power, so you don't have to change ball in 9 games when you play at our level.
At our level. Well, not the lower level, our level. It's a special level. It's not lower and it's not higher. It's just special. Yeah. And here we go. Albin Olsen going for the big hit. Doesn't quite come off, but allows him to move into a controlling position at the net. And he's got both Britos. Wow, what a return. Wonderful. There. I was about to say that he's got Britos and Sanchez under pressure, and Andres Britos goes low and scoops that with a beautiful angle and just kills the point.
No pressure for Britos.
Britos really plays the game in a very relaxed mode. Yes. You can just see his body language. He's enjoying himself. He's always smiling. It's a pleasure to watch. Huh?
He's a showman, and it's always really funny to see him play. and also getting the crowd with him always. Now it's a bit difficult because he's playing against locals, but when we play other tournaments, it's always the crowd is with Britos.
Very popular player on the circuit, on the A1 Padel Global circuit, Andres Britos. Not just with the crowd, with his fellow players as well. Everybody, very likable guy. 40-15 the score here, Olsen to Britos.
It's getting more and more windy here. Soratok in Halmstad. Nice from Anderson.
This time the ball carries in the wind into the back of the glass. One game each in the second set.
One game all, second set.
As my colleague Lorenzo mentioned, the wind conditions starting to get stronger. You can see just to the right of the commentary box there, the white flag really waving around a lot more now. But the sun is out, so only the wind to contend with. And still very good conditions for the sport of paddle to be played in.
Yeah, we will have 5 games of the round of 16 today, and tomorrow the 3 other, and also the quarterfinals starting
tomorrow.
Yep.
And hopefully by the end of tomorrow, weather allowing, we'll be on track for the weekend's semi-finals and finals of this wonderful A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Betsson Swedish Masters, and if you're wondering about Betsson, the name sponsor for this wonderful tournament, and you can check them out on www.betsson.com. World leaders in sports betting solutions, and wonderful smash there by Maxi Sanchez. Great return and anticipation by Albin Olsen. Unfortunately, going over the net there,
yep.
And the point not going to count for them. Interestingly, we were talking about our sponsor, Betsson. Betsson has priced up betting markets for not only the sport of paddle, but this particular tournament. And if you're out there and you fancy a little flutter, pricing available, not only on this match, but every match for this tournament, as well as the tournament themselves. So go and check it out, www.betsson2s.com. 40-30 the scoreline here as Sanchez prepares to go to Anderson. Beautiful rally building up there, and Anderson goes to the feet of Britos, who tries to avoid it, but clips it with his shoe. And we have first golden point of the second set. Crowd that has now grown in numbers, really getting behind the local players, and as Maxi Sanchez goes to Olsen.
They are more patient in this second set. I think they are choosing the right moment to attack. Unlucky.
And that, Lorenzo, is called the commentator's curse.
Of course. I know.
And Olsen goes into the net, and big smiles on the faces of Sanchez and Britos, because they'll come back 2-0 up in the second set, and or 2-1 up, apologies, and that's going to allow them to have a slight advantage, which hopefully they can press and seal the second set.
I think the Turkish players are playing much better, so
they could yet make a challenge.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if they can win the set. I mean, they can. It's going to be really hard because we know the level of Britos and Maxi Sanchez. But they can challenge.
So, as Lorenzo mentioned earlier, the first match of the round of 16. We will have another 5 matches later today. Another four of this round of 16, and you can check out the schedule on there on a1paddleglobal.com, and you can just click on to the tournament tab and have a look at Halmstad and the schedule published there for your pleasure, and you can see the flow of matches for later today. You can see Britos walking onto court, closing his eyes, facing the sun, enjoying the sunshine. We haven't seen a lot of that in the last 4 days, and faces up to Anton Anderson. Anderson moving Andres Britos around just as the clock strikes 12 o'clock with the church bell tolling right to the left of our commentary box.
12 o'clock, and we already play 3 games, really fast games today.
Yeah, very much. This the 4th.
And after this, we will have the pair number 4 of the Betsson Swedish Master, Juani de Pascual, Gonza Alfonso against Rodri Lopez and Dani Blanco.
Juani and Gonzalo, very impressive in their first round match.
Yes.
Started off a little jittery, but then got into gear and were really impressive. They must be one of the favorites to win this tournament this time round.
I mean, we are in outdoor conditions, a bit similar to Cape Town, where they win the title, so they won the title.
Yeah, they did indeed. Very impressive performance by them at the Pace Cape Town Masters. And straight after that, they walked into another final in Brazil.
But then the results were not the best in the last tournaments. I think it's a team that plays much better in outdoor conditions.
Big talent, Juani de Pascual, and of course Gonzalo Alfonso, really one of the magical players on the tour. 40 love, yeah, and Anderson and Olsen matching Sanchez and Britos blow by blow. Through the middle there, Anderson goes, finds the gap.
Yeah, ball moving a lot with the
wind.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful!
Excellent shot there by Anton Anderson.
You know what
on
it
the
is?
Swivel. Yeah.
Taco, my friend.
We've got a name in English now for it. A banga. A banga point.
Okay, nice.
Fantastic. Puntaco indeed. Beautifully executed there. We should all press pause on that, rewind. Save the point. This is one for the textbook. Anton Anderson. 2 games apiece. Britos now on serve. Maxi Sanchez goes for the big finish there. Mistimes it. Goes into the net. You can see his face there. Disappointed with himself. Lorenzo, quite incredible. Albin Olsen. Oh, what a beautiful shot there by Anderson. Starting to control the game, Anderson. He's popping out of his skin. But as I was saying, Albin Olsen, amazing for a guy, 2 meters 2, playing on the right side of the court, and gets down really low. Very mobile player for such big height, eh?
Yeah, we were commenting this in the first game. I'm also commenting in Spanish, and I think it's the tallest guy in the right side in the world. I think playing padel, right-handed. And
look at that! Look how low he got on that. Very comfortably, he gets down.
I think he's training a lot to be in that physical conditions.
Both Swedish players very fit, real athletes. They get a lot of movement on the court. Britos goes high. You can see Anderson there trying to blow the ball out of the court. Oh, into the net. That's disappointing. Anton Anderson, he knows it. We know it. And his partner telling him, no worries. It'll come. 15-30.
But it's a great opportunity for the Swedish players. Great from Anton.
Into the glass there, forcing the control at the net. And potentially 3 break points on offer.
Three break points. I think Anton Anderson is playing at great level in this moment of the game. Man on fire.
Man on fire indeed, 15-40. Britos go slowly down the tee. Well returned by Olsen. Sky high goes Britos. Fortunate bounce there off the edge of the net. Lovely exchanges between the players. This time, Anderson unable to get it over the net. Still 2 break points, nothing to worry about. 30-40, the pressure certainly on Britos and Sanchez. And you can see the crowd really providing the support. First one into the net.
Golden points.
Golden points, still a break opportunity, but good comeback there from Britos and Sanchez, holding their nerve. Britos taking his time with that serve. And the return into the back of the glass. And Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez will be relieved to that. And you can see, even as he walks off the court there, Britos providing some applause for the Swedish pairing. And we'll be right back with you after this commercial break.
Tengo que bajarla a ir, boludo, si me queda la pelota acá. Por eso la tiro afuera, porque me quedo, ¿viste? Ay, por eso es preferible, digamos, que se vaya afuera larga. Sí, pero o que la bloquee a que... Por eso prefiero que me la bloquee, porque la tiré sin confianza. Claro. Vamos acá. Ahora, vamos a jugar pádel, no tiremos tan rápido para arriba. Lo aguantamos, después le tiramos el globito bien concentrado, no tan alto, lo tiramos bien para arriba. No, el pelado ha pegado ¿cuántas? Sí. El otro ha pegado una, pero porque el globo estaba al lado. Lo que pasa es que el otro me tiene más apretado a mí si le tiro el globo ahí al medio. Voy a tratar de jugarle yo el globo por el medio. Un poquito más del cuerpo. Así que el pelado vaya así, de última que se llega, ¿entendés? Porque el flaco de derecha me tira esta viborata que me tiene, me tiene acá. Por lo menos te hace tirar bien. Vamos ahora, Bien vos, lo laburás, cuando yo te canto mitad, no te canto. Si la bajás, cuando te queda con pared, se la bajás sin problema. Sí, con ese margen, que de última la va a bloquear y no la gana. Vamos a romper acá, este juego,
Yeah, we had some funny tactical advice from Andres Britos. They want to play more paddle, to play a bit more slower. not play that fast, because the fast play, it's better for the Swedish guys.
Good strategy, you think?
Yeah, I think so, obviously.
With the conditions?
They are ex-tennis players, I think, the Swedish players, so that's why they play that fast. In this condition, we need to play more paddle.
Start to force some of those errors at the net.
And of course, they don't really know the rivals, so they have to analyze a lot the play of Anderson and Olsson.
Another error there from Anderson, and very frustrated with himself. I think in his mind that's a bread and butter shot, and the error not what he was looking for.
Nice one, nice one.
Big kick there. Sanchez reaches it, but can't get it back into the court.
Nice one with a lot of effect. And this ball goes out for tres. You see Juani de Pascual, Juani de Pascual and Gonza Alfonso ready to play.
Juani de Pascual doesn't send it por tres, he does por seis.
Por six.
And the one carrying the lob there into the glass, 30 all. Got to be a little bit careful with that strategy of playing more paddle, because particularly from that side of the court,
Yes.
the lobs are not going to come off as often as expected.
But in this fast battle, the Swedish players
have got the advantage. Here we go. Another one. Sanchez into the glass. 40-30. Good exchanges there. Both Britos and Sanchez rooted to the back of the court. Big jewel on the play, yeah.
Yeah, wonderful from Maxi Sanchez.
Britos and Sanchez desperately trying to get over the heads of Anderson and Olsson and reclaim that net position. A lot of defending taking place here. This time Anderson goes for the kick, gets it out of the court. Beautiful point, beautifully executed, beautifully finished by Anton Anderson. And
waiting the best moment
a lot of patience there.
Yeah, wonderful.
Wonderful point, beautifully finished, textbook shot. 3 games apiece, and Maxi Sanchez to serve.
But in that kind of points, we can see the evolution of paddle in Sweden also, because more patient, and that's how they have to play to win that kind of games.
Indeed. Adapting well, though, to playing more paddle.
Yes.
Ball just clipping the top of the net there twice, once from Olsen, once from Sanchez. 15-love the score there. Into the net goes Maxi Sanchez. 15-all.
15-all.
No, they are really challenging the 7th pair of the tournament.
Big lob there from Olsen. Wind slowing it down. Beautiful exchange there. Anderson and Britos. And Olsen goes for the big cross court there. And unfortunately, straight into the tin.
Wonderful point. We've just seen. And the celebration, funny celebration of Andres Britos.
Yeah. Celebration indeed. They've had to fight hard to get that point and to resist the onslaught of Anderson and Olsen in the second set.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Andres Britos defending that off the ground and coming back to get the second return.
Oh my.
Beautiful, Andres Britos. How's that movement covering all corners of the court?
Beautiful difference from the Argentinians.
Excellent play. You can see Britos holding his hip there. I think that last dive left its mark. Tremendous athleticism there from Andres Britos. 40-15. Anderson this time says, stop diving around. I need some time to breathe. I'm sending it out the court so that we can breathe. 40-30 the scoreline.
Looking for the golden point. Anderson and Olsen.
Maxi Sanchez says, no gold for you. We're taking this. Goes big down the center, into the glass, and back to his side of the court. 4-3. Sanchez and Britos in the second set after winning the first 6-2. And players off court to think about what next.
We had a funny scene with Olsen.
MC Avla there, getting the crowd excited, raising some applause. And Olsen and Anderson already back on the court.
Mr. Anderson to serve.
Anton Anderson to serve. 3-4. Love.
Oh. 7-7.
Into the net there with that Vibra. Love 15. Britos becoming vocal. You can sense a small advantage here. 15 all. I see there the lob left short. Albin Olsen punishing that into the ground and out of the court.
Getting ready, Juani de Pascual and Gonzalo Alfonso.
Yeah, you can see them there in the warm-up area underneath the grandstand. They are just to the left of your screen. Just where the umpire's chair is, you're going to see a bright orange hoodie that belonging to Juani de Pascual.
You must see him.
Maxi Sanchez killing the shot away. Anton Anderson taking that in good spirit. Trying to hit it from behind. Good humor between the four players. Error there by Maxi Sanchez. 40-30 the scoreline.
They are holding on in this set. Looking for the 4-4.
And the error there from Anderson. And we're going to have another golden point.
The gold is here. So
and, you can see a lot of patience in that point from Britos and Sanchez. A lot of lobs. Playing paddle, as Andres Britos calls it. And Maxi Sanchez will be receiving this. Break opportunity. Out. Second serve. Anderson goes for the big one, out of the court. Maxi Sanchez reads it all the way, tries to flick it back in, but hits the fence. Good effort, not good enough, and the golden point goes the way of Anderson and Olsen, who take the second set into 4 games apiece after having dropped the first by 2 games to 6.
But yeah, I repeat, always choosing the right moment. Albin Olsen to smash.
Britos to serve. Real 10-second set this. On as even.
Doesn't seem to be summer now in Sweden.
No, it doesn't indeed. Big one there from Anderson.
Love the king.
Olsen goes for the big one. And a bit of confusion there between Britos and Sanchez at the net. Both going for the same ball. Maxi Sanchez slightly out of position there. And both rackets clashing. And the ball coming off. Andres Britos walking towards his towel. Taking a few moments to breathe deeply, recollect his thoughts. You know, lots of experience in Andres Britos. He's come back. He's saying to Maxi Sanchez, don't worry, but that's my ball. Don't come and take it, but it's all good. Love 30. $15-30.
Difficult moment for the pair number 7 of the tournament.
Indeed. Maxi Sanchez showing a bit of nerves there, you know. 2-3 mistakes in a row and feeling a little bit of the pressure. Lots of work here psychologically for Britos to calm him down and get him motivated again. Maxi Sanchez goes for the big kick smash, gets it out of the court, and Anderson reads it well enough, but unable to get it back into play. 30-40 the scoreline. Tense once again. Still 2 break points for Anderson and Olsen.
Really fast Olsen in this action, but cannot reach the ball.
Goes for the big one, Maxi Sanchez. And forces the golden point.
Another one.
Very important this. Still a break opportunity in play here for the Swedish pairing. And Britos using all his years of experience, all his skills, pulling the serve out of the locker, going slow and deep, and Albin Olsen into the net. 5-4. Britos and Sanchez after winning the first set 6-2.
Let's listen on the bench of the players.
Yo voy a buscar una tuya, te voy a gritar yo. Si vos venís allá, gritamos vos. Fuerte. Ahora, guacho, a buscarlo, Estamos al horno. Estamos 5-4 abajo. Ahora, Vamos, así que tenemos que buscarlo. 5-4 abajo. Vamos a levantarlo, dale. Vamos, activo acá. Vamos a levantarlo, dale.
Spela volym med den klockan. Mycket större än honom. Gå inte ifrån den. Nej, jag vet. Kör vi nu. Bra. Mycket bättre.
Ja, kom igen. Det här är vårt game. Ja, kom igen.
Kör vi denna. Vi fortsätter. Vi är där hela tiden.
Highly motivated there, the Swedish team. They look very positive, I have no idea what they said, but they sounded very positive.
Yeah, I only know Kumia is like, come on, but before a point, and Soya is like the satisfaction vamos after the point.
Indeed. So,
Kubia.
Highly motivated, the Swedish team. Coach giving them last pointers, and they come back on court. Crucial game in the set. Serving at 4-5, and this could either hand the set over or really turn it into an exciting challenge.
Yeah, and on the side of the Argentinians, they were talking about this ball when they just hit themselves and both arrived. And Britos was like, if I say me, it's for me.
Love 30 there. Indeed it is, and we saw in that last game that Maxi Sanchez was encroaching a lot more on the right.
Yeah.
There's two problems with that. One is the confusion it creates to the player on the right side. The second one is that it exposes the gaps on the left-hand side of the court to a large degree, and Britos will know that and will want to instill that discipline into Maxi Sanchez's game. High into the air there. Maxi Sanchez. Difficult shot that in the corner off the backhand. Goes in the air into the tin. Good comeback there. Great repositioning there by Anton Anderson after delivering that bandeja on the right side of the court, and sends a beautiful shot back low, slow to the back of the glass, and Sanchez unable to do anything with that. 30 all the scoreline.
That's an important mistake from Anderson because we have too much points.
Yep, indeed it is. Two match points. Game, set, and match points. And dominating position there at the net. Olsen moved up very close to the net there with Anton Anderson. Still a break point, still a break match point, but they forced the golden point.
Sanchez and Britos will need goal to win this match.
Olsen goes to Sanchez. Down the tee. Anderson tries to take the pace off. Sanchez goes for the lob, clips the back of the glass, and golden point goes the way of Anderson and Olsen. 5 games apiece, no quarter given, honors even, and Maxi Sanchez will now serve, and he'll be ruining that mistake. That mistake was an expensive one.
Yeah,
they could be getting dry and on their way back to a nice warm shower and a massage, and instead,
I agree.
They're about to serve again.
Really brave, Anderson and Olsen, saving too much points.
Another error there from Maxi Sanchez. Maxi Sanchez needs to step up and take some responsibility over this shot selection of his. This time he does what he does best. Big swing, big loop, smash to the back of the court.
Net,
15 on the scoreline. Second serve.
Can arrive, beautiful
shot by Britos.
Oh,
well handled there by Albert Olsen. Puntaco,
my friend.
What a beautiful play. The crowd has erupted completely. Players are really, and you can see Britos and Sanchez there really bowing down to a well played point by the Swedish pair. And Albin Olsen finished that in emphatic style. Really great point. One for the highlights reel.
What a level from the Swedish players.
Wonderful shot there. Albin Olsen really stepping up the last couple of games. He's taken a little bit more responsibility, attacking a little bit more, and it's showing in the game a different dimension to their play, whereas Anderson had taken control earlier on. Now Olsen also stepping up and giving Britos and Sanchez lots to think about.
You can see the deception of Britos lying on the floor. In the point before, there was Maxi Sanchez. Yeah, that was kind of diving here, Britos, maybe to have a bit more time between the points.
And in the meantime, 15-40 the scoreline. 3 break points for the Swedish pairing. And
half of the set is in one of these points.
Oh, that's short. Albin Olsen looks for the punish. And you cannot leave it short and not, or get an opportunity of a short one and not finish it. Because people like Andres Britos know exactly what to do when you don't finish. And 30-40. 1 opportunity lost. Still 2 match points. Break points available.
Yes, but that was an important one.
Maxi Sanchez lets that one drop first, bounces, then attacks it, and we have a golden point. Anton Anderson immediately raising his hand, wants to receive it. Into the glass goes Olsen, and here you can see he bows down. He's so disappointed with himself there. They fought back so hard in this set, and now they hit that one into the glass. Costly mistake, and as they go to the turn, Britos and Maxi Sanchez 6-5 up, but the Dutch pairing, the Swedish pairing will be coming back looking to force a tiebreaker.
Yeah, but I think two big mistakes from Albin Olsen. Really, it costs a lot.
And yet, just minutes ago, we were praising how he had stepped up to the game, was controlling, less mistakes, but there we go, the nature of the game.
Yeah.
Let's listen to the bench.
But it's
and
in
see
Swedish, I
what they
cannot
tell us.
really...
På den sidan, det är gynnsamt att komma ifrån din kost lite oftare i och med fjorden. Jag funkar jävligt bra detta sättet när du har tänkt så. Exakt. Håll krossen på ena sidan och komma till fram. Ja. Kom igen. Så enda poäng lyckas vi fram. Vi startar inte från här.
Tensión ahora. Tensión. Activamos tensión en cada tiro, dale. Vamos.
Whatever happens in this set, in this game right now, these Swedish players have got a lot to be proud of.
Yes.
They've really come out here and played out of their skin and showed the world that Swedish paddle's alive, well, and improving all the time.
But yeah, they're missing too much in this really important moment of the game. Let's see if they can save this game and we could go to the tiebreak.
High up in there from Maxi Sanchez. The beautiful bajada there from Olsen. Into the corner, bouncing low, into the double wall. 15 all.
You can see this wonderful bajada de pared. Great.
Goes for the big one. Maxi Sanchez equal to the task. Great recovery there by Olsen. And this time, Olsen, after the great recovery, goes for the bandeja and hits the top of the net.
Great point.
Great point. You can see here, big kick smash. Maxi Sanchez well in position, sends it back down the court.
Look at Anderson.
Able to
Look at
retrieve
the Anderson, bro. Wonderful.
Fantastic. Great athlete, Anderson is in peak physical condition and a great paddle player to boot. Maxi Sanchez feeling good about that. Changes direction, gets the ball in bind, Olsen. And three
more match points. That's the third, actually. Yes.
And Andres Brito says, no mas, thank you for coming. Thank you for fighting. It's been a pleasure, but we want this game. We want to go home. 2 sets, 6-2, 7-5 over the local wildcard entries in the second round. And Alvin Olsen and Anton Anderson, lots to be proud about in this valiant effort they put up here in the second round.
Game says the match for Brito Sanchez, but wonderful performance of Albin Olsen and Anderson. I think great players. We wish we could see them in other tournaments of A1 Paddle.
Yeah, very much so. We hope that this really gives them confidence to enter more tournaments, and for other Swedish players to look at this and say, well, we can do it, because, you know, speaking to them, this type of level is around all over the top 10 in Sweden. You can have a look at the stats there. Very close game, not big differences in terms of winners.
Unforced
errors
yep.
Is where perhaps the big difference is. 33% more forced errors from Anderson and Olsen as opposed to Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos.
And everything is set.
Yeah. And we're going to quickly cross over to Clara Navarro, who is on center court with the winners.
Bueno, ya tengo aquí conmigo a los protagonistas del partido, a Maxi y Andrés. Maxi, habéis empezado muy fuertes en este partido, se te ha visto muy concentrado, pero sí que es verdad que en el segundo set vuestros rivales han sabido leeros y se ha complicado un poco.
Sí, bueno, la verdad que sabíamos que era un partido difícil, los habíamos visto jugar en primera ronda y bueno, sabíamos que teníamos que estar concentrados, entrar desde el primer momento a full y bueno, creo que en el segundo set se nos complicó un poquito, ellos mejoraron mucho, nos pusieron las cosas difíciles, pudimos zafar ahí algunas bolitas de break y bueno, nos agarramos un poquito la pista para quebrar en el último, así que bueno, muy contento de estar en cuartos.
Well, Maxi says that he knew it was going to be a difficult match. In the second set, the rivals knew how to play against them, and they're very happy for the victory. Andrés, háblame tú también un poco del partido, porque además ha sido un partido que se ha marcado mucho por los puntos de oro.
Sí, bueno, hola Suecia, primero, felicitar in English. Hello Sweden, congratulations for this couple good match, and yes, the difference is golden point and nothing, so very happy for play here and see you tomorrow.
Bueno, Andrés dice que está muy contento por la victoria y que sí que es verdad que está marcado mucho por los puntos de oro. Pues enhorabuena por la victoria y ahora ya sí estáis en cuartos de final.
Thank you.
Yeah, and one more player on the A1 Padel Tour, polishing his English for your pleasure.
Funny Andres Britos, always try to speak in
great character to the game, brings a lot of joy to the sport of paddle, and as players get off the court, coming up next we have Rodrigo Lopez and Daniel Blanco taking on the hotly fancied Juane Di Pascual and Gonzalo Alfonso. Lorenzo, thank you for joining me on the chair, and we hope to have you come and visit me a little bit later on today or tomorrow, and we enjoy another beautiful game of paddle. Thank you for coming. It's been a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much, Paulo. Thank you.
And as we watch on the screen there, one of the points of the match, big kick smash there from Anton Anderson, really doing the paddle industry and sport in Sweden a great, big favor. And Welcome back. The A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters right here in Halmstad, Sweden. Halmstad, a beautiful picturesque town on the southwestern coast of Sweden. Traditionally a summer town where lots of international and local revelers come to spend their summer. And this year, 2023, hosting for the very first time the A1 Padel Global Tour in this Betsson Swedish Masters. Right now on court with the umpire Paolo Saraba, we have the players doing the customary photo and taking last-minute instruction from the umpires, really driving the message of proper serving below the waist, no crossing over of the lines, and then of course the traditional toss where the decision will be made as to who serves first and who receives from what end. Players switching sides, and they will start hitting around with the new balls, and umpire will call time shortly and the match will get underway. Match format as per A1 Padel Global Tour guidelines and rules. The best of 3 with tie breaks at 6-all, and importantly golden point decisions on to decide the deuce point. Players, you can see there warming up. Beautiful, beautiful church right next to this arena, and you can see there a round of 16 matches still to be played today. Sanchez Britos beating Anderson and Olsen, the Swedish pairing, 6-2, 7-5. We now have Lopez Blanco taking on Di Pasquale and Alfonso, and that'll be followed later by the exciting Maldonado de Astoreca pairing, the Giant Killers, taking on Tomas Cheddar and Sanchez. And then the later match will be Pascual and Peralta. And these, of course, the following 4 after that. The number 1s there, Dal Bianco and Maxi Ars, taking Redis Ferreira and Martin Abudon. And this then we'll move on to Friday's matches tomorrow morning, where we have Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos playing Pedro Perry and Vasco Pascual in the first match of that round. So round of 16 we have underway, and after rain delayed much of the games of the gameplay in this tournament, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Today, thus far, beautiful day, conditions ideal for paddle. A little bit of cloud cover around, but the sun is certainly shining down on the court. Only inconvenience is a breeze coming from south to north, and at some stages in the previous games earlier on today, the wind really changing its pace and increasing its speed. Right now, not too wild, but definitely a factor. Daniel Blanco there, Blanco on screen there, his statistics, 1.77 m from Coruña in Spain, and 27 years of age. On screen, Juan Di Pasquale, one of the shining lights of youth potential on this tour, now ranked number 9 and only 19 years of age. Recently changed from the left-hand side of the court to the right-hand side of the court this year after pairing up with Gonzalo Alfonso. Gonzalo Alfonso ranked number 5 on the A1 Padel ranking, and these two players, their first tournament together, the A1 Padel Pace Cape Town Masters earlier in the year, and they took that, followed that up with a final appearance at the Brazil Open, and really having a good season together. A few hiccups in the last couple of tournaments, but looked very comfortable in their first round match here, and now taking on slightly stronger opposition than in their first match as they go toe-to-toe with Danny Blanco. and his partner, Rodrigo Lopez. Players doing final rounds of warm-up. Interestingly, none of these teams have a courtside coach with them. That now becoming a feature of the A1 Padel Global Tour. Courtside coaches, very much a positive introduction to the tournament. We have yet another Spain versus Argentina matchup with Danny Blanco and Rodrigo Lopez hailing from Spain, and Juan Di Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso both from Argentina. Rodrigo Lopez, of course, earlier in the year started off really well, and in early June of this year he was a semi-finalist in the Fabrice Pastor Cup in Monaco, a 1,000 tournament, and has a lot of confidence in his game from that, and followed that up in the same pairing with Danny Blanco with the quarterfinal rounds at the Monaco Masters and the Ester Park Open. So a team certainly on the ascendance, these two young men, and but this is a different type of competition that they're facing here today, as they face up to the little master Gonzalo Alfonso and the aspirant king Juan Di Pasquale.
First set, Mr. Di Pasquale to serve.
Umpires call time, players back on court, and Juan Di Pasquale to take us away, serving to Daniel Blanco. If you've just joined us, this is the third match of the round of 16 of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And my name is Paulo de Carmo, and I'll be keeping you company with commentary in English on the A1 Padel YouTube distribution channel, as well as the A1PadelGlobal.com website under the streaming tab. You may also be listening to this commentary on ESPN Latam and ESPN America, and later on we will be joined by the viewers of ESPN Africa, now broadcasting the A1 Padel Tour in 55 countries and territories in sub-Saharan Africa. Welcome, Africa, to the world of paddle. Juan Di Pasquale, 30 love. A little bit on the long side, that one.
40 love.
There, Rodrigo Lopez gets that ball, but touches the net. Tries to go over the head of Gonzalo Alfonso. Gonzalo Alfonso drops the bandeja shorter and off the lift. Rodrigo Lopez goes into the net, and players will change ends quickly as De Pascual and Alfonso go 1-0 up.
Mr. Blanco to serve.
Out of the court there, big hit there from Rodrigo Lopez. Gonzalo Alfonso followed it out the court, but wasn't able to turn it around. High lob there from Gonzalo Alfonso. Well blocked at the feet. Goes high again. Tempting Rodrigo Lopez. Juan De Pascual gets behind Danny Blanco, who returns beautifully on the reverse there off the glass, and Gonza caught a little bit by surprise. Not able to hit it on the full. Ball wobbles into the net. Big banger there from Rodrigo Lopez.
40-15.
40-15. Alfonso takes the pace off that, tries the fake smash, and Rodrigo Lopez awake, wary of it. The wind blowing the ball 2-3 meters to the left of Gonzalo Alfonso there. You had to readjust that shot 2-3 times in midair while the ball was in midair, but once it within his reach, he was able to dispatch that into the ground and out of the court into the grandstands. 40-30, Blanco to Alfonso. Pascual over the head of Rodrigo Lopez. Does cross court with a lob. Alfonso leaves that one behind. There's the turnaround by Rodrigo Lopez. Well got retrieved. Touches the net, unfortunately. But remiss of us not to compliment Gonzalo Alfonso for reading that and getting it back into the court. Golden point it is. And Danny Blanco will be disappointed in himself from 40-15 up, allowing De Pascual and Alfonso to come back for the golden point. And the break. Early break is on as Lopez goes into the fence with the hook shot. And you can see there straight away, punching the air, Gonzalo Alfonso. He knows how important an early break is, and he's now serving at 2-love up. Big smash there. Gonzalo Alfonso straight back to his side of the court. 15 love. High into the air there by Rodrigo Lopez, and the wind drifting the ball all the way into the glass. 3 games to love, Di Pasquale and Alfonso, and Rodrigo Lopez will be coming back into serve at the turn of serve, and will be scratching his head looking for a solution to not let this game run away with them. Di Pasquale and Alfonso positively pleased with the start. 3 games to 0 for year as players take some refreshment and have a few chats about the goings-on and the strategy going forward. In the meantime, weather conditions are optimal other than the wind, which is starting to pick up more and more, blowing in a southerly south to north direction, and flags blowing in the wind. You can see there just past the tower of the church on the right hand side a yellow flag blowing in the wind, and blowing more and more.
Mr. Lopez to serve.
Rodrigo Lopez back on court, ball in hand, going to serve love 3 down. Di Pasquale punishing the short lob, as we've mentioned umpteen times during this broadcast, today, yesterday and the day before, and in all conditions, but more emphatically under these current conditions that we're playing under here at the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Players have got to be super aware of leaving lobs or returns short, because at this level they're going to be punished, and very emphatically. Here we go again, Danny Blanco with the lob, wind assisted into the back of the glass. It's going to be a strategic battle of the wits to see how the wind is going to blow the ball. There we see Danny Blanco just tossing the ball in the air, looking for direction of the wind. Di Pasquale in there. Of course, in the direction that Di Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso are playing, the wind stopping the ball almost, and the reverse, the direction of Blanco and Lopez are attacking at this point of the game. The wind carrying the ball a little further. So important to notice that as a spectator.
15-14.
And 15-40. 3 break points on offer here, and Di Pasquale and Alfonso will be looking to capitalize on this, extend their advantage. And you saw there the ball just dropping before the line. Rodrigo Lopez goes for the exact same thing. This time the wind goes against him and blows it out of the court. 4 games to love. Di Pasquale to serve, and real clear and comfortable advantage here for this favorite pairing in this match. defended there, Rodrigo Lopez. The lob from Pascual. Lopez goes high into the air. Danny Blanco the same. This time, better measured lobs. They stay in. And Juan de Pascual fakes the shot down the middle, twists his racket right at the net and sends it down into the corner to the left side of Rodrigo Lopez, who is unable to do anything whatsoever with the ball. Leaving that one short. But fortunate there from Gonza Alfonso, mistimed that shot and still stayed in. And karma kicks into play there as Juan de Pascual attempts the fancy around the net drop shot that doesn't quite come off. 15 all. A little long there.
Yeah! 30-15.
30-15.
$40-15.
40-15. And Juan de Pascual and Gonza Alfonso strongly in command and on the ascendancy, 5-0 up as players go to bench, take on some refreshments and to just generally think about the goings-on of the match so far. No coaches on courtside, but we'll hear what the players are saying to each other.
Venga, hay que intentar tirar el globo yo creo que antes, ¿eh?
¿Sí? Si tiramos todos los globos, no nos metimos ni en la pista el globo.
Yo no te he tirado uno fuera, solo uno, es el de mala usted del resto. Es verdad.
Pero hijo de bola, arriba, se mueve un montón.
No lo tenemos que sacar si o sí el globo.
También, obvio. Por ahora está funcionando igual, ¿eh? Vamos por ahí. En la que podamos.
Sí. Hablémonos mucho ahora porque se queda muchísimo.
Eso para mí es importante.
Vamos.
Por más que vayamos ganando, hay que hablarse mucho ahí.
Concentrado en defensa.
Sí.
Mr. Blanco to serve.
As players return to court, Daniel Blanco ball in hand to serve. Love 5 down. The main topic of conversation on those benches, the wind conditions, really becoming more and more important, and very frustrated with the wind is Danny Blanco and Rodrigo Lopez. 15 love, left short the lob. Danny Blanco goes slowly. And Gonza Alfonso able to retrieve it, but not able to get back for the second return from Danny Blanco. Big hit there. Out of the court there from Juan de Pascual after that interchange at the net between the four. This time, the wind helping Blanco and Lopez as Juan de Pascual goes into the back glass. Well blocked there, Juan de Pascual, and as the ball is returned and left slightly on the short side. Gonzalo Alfonso straight down the line. Gonzalo Alfonso goes for the big one, and from 40-15, the advantage once again given away by Danny Blanco, and allows De Pasquale and Alfonso to take the game to a golden point. 40 all, golden point, Blanco to Alfonso. And this time, the wind carries that high lob of Juan de Pasquale straight into the back of the glass, and Lopez and Blanco on the board. 5-1, Gonzalo Alfonso to serve. And just been told, we are live, ESPN Africa, 55 territories and countries. Welcome to the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters Africa, and welcome to the world of paddle. Of course, also broadcasting on the A1 Padel YouTube streaming options, as well as the A1PaddleGlobal.com website. Under the streaming tab, ESPN, the broadcast partner for this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master, broadcasting in ESPN Latin America, ESPN America, and as I mentioned, the very first time, ESPN Africa. First set of this second match of the second round of this tournament, and we have Gonzalo Alfonso leading with Juan de Pasquale, leading 5-1 over Lopez and Blanco, and Gonzalo Alfonso serving for the set, 30 love up. Here we go, Gonzalo Alfonso this time chooses not to go down the line, goes across through the cross-court gap there, and 40 love the scoreline. And that's game and set, 6-1, the way of Juan de Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso. For the benefit of our ESPN Africa viewers who have just joined us, we are right here in the beautiful beach town of Halmstad in the southwestern coast of Sweden. You can see a beautiful setting there, the Halmstad Church. This main arena set up in the center of the Halmstad Square, and lots of activity, people coming in and out of the stadium, having seats watching the games, and just outside to the right of your screen, an activity area, festival area, big screen, lots of seating and activities provided by the sponsors, the exhibitors and retail partners. Lots of fun for all involved. Of course, paddle, a family sport, so lots of children and families during this European summer holiday out here spending the day with us and watching some champagne paddle. Danny Blanco and Rodrigo Lopez eager to get going with the second set, first back on court, and Danny Blanco will take us away. You can see some stats there on your screen, and you can see the big difference, the unforced errors. Rodrigo Lopez and Danny Blanco, 8 unforced errors in that first set as opposed to 2 by Alfonso and De Pasquale. Fantastic block there by Rodrigo Lopez, and Gonzalo Alfonso insists, and as he backtracks, Rodrigo Lopez goes for the hook shot, clips the top of his racket and straight out of the court. Love 15 the score line. Rodrigo Lopez measuring that high in the air. Good preparation. Goes for the big smash there. Can't finish it. Juan Pascual able to get it. And Rodrigo Lopez off the glass into the other glass on the opposite side of the court. Frustrated with himself. He can do better. You can see there he goes for the big hit. And the ball, wind assisted, flies into the back of the other court. Game, De Pasquale and Alfonso, and they lead with an early break, 1-0 in this second set. Players switching quickly.
Mr. De Pasquale to serve.
Juan De Pasquale to serve. Danny Blanco receiving. Gonzalo Alfonso with the beautiful drop shot back over the net to east side of the court. Puntaco, or as my esteemed Spanish commentator colleagues say, or as we've coined the new phrase, a banger of a point. Right here at the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, where we've been treated to some fantasy paddle, not only champagne paddle, but a lot of fantasy paddle, and that shot, one of those. Certainly one for the highlights reel. Well defended there, Juan De Pasquale. Gonzo going for the big one, hooks it into the net, and he'll be disappointed with himself with that shot. 15 all.
That's person. 30-15.
Into the back of the glass, Gonzo Alfonso, uncharacteristic of him. Doesn't often make those sort of mistakes. 30 all. And Juan De Pasquale says, you made the one mistake, I'll make one exactly the same. Not ideal. 30-40, 2 break points. And an exciting opportunity for Blanco and Lopez to counter break and neutralize the advantage of the serving team. Alfonso looks for the gap, finds it, forces Lopez and Blanco to switch. And this time goes deep, allows the ball to bounce in order to negate the wind effect, and goes low and hard into the corner that Danny Blanco was defending after the switch of positions. Not ideal also for Danny Blanco to find himself on the left-hand side of the court, facing a big hitter like Gonzalo Alfonso into the corner, but it is what it is. This is what the gameplay dictated. And Gonzalo Alfonso trying to take the pace off that ball and goes into the top of the net. Golden point, and still a break opportunity here for Blanco and Lopez.
Mr. Lopez to serve with Euro.
One game apiece. And new balls have been introduced. New balls introduced at 9 and the subsequent 11 games. So new balls been brought onto the court. And Juan de Pascual with a high lob there. With the wind effect, straight into the glass. 15-love the scoreline. This time Gonzalo Alfonso's turn to send into the back glass. Players really struggling to adapt to the wind as the pace picks up. You can see there on your screen on the top right-hand side, a white flag banner just next to the commentary box, and you can see how that's blowing. And this is what the players are dealing with, especially at the higher altitudes. 40 love. $40-15. Juan de Pascual goes high, keeps it in the court. Some beautiful exchanges at the net between the four players. That one stays short. Well recovered there, Dani Blanco. And Juan de Pascual finds the gap in the corner, takes the pace off the ball and finishes the point. Good point, well executed. Beautiful exchanges, you can see there on screen. Dani Blanco between his legs. And the gap appears right here. Dani Blanco goes to the left as well. So both players on the left of the court. And as they look to cover the empty ground, De Pascual exploits the change in direction. Alfonso going high twice in a row, taking some chances with the wind, but paying off there. And we have another golden point and yet another potential break. Dani Blanco goes for power. Well defended there. Juan de Pascual says this is the power you need, and goes straight into the back glass, takes the break, and at the turn, Alfonso de Pascual will come back. 2-1 up in the second set with the ball in hand to serve. Advantage gained. Umpire calling time. Players back on court.
Mr. Alfonso to serve.
15-love the score there. Rodrigo Lopez finding his range there in the lob, but overreaching with the block. 30-love the score, as Gonzalo Alfonso will serve to Danny Blanco. Bajada off the glass there from Gonzalo Alfonso, straight down the middle. Danny Blanco with the backhand block, not clearing the net. And at 40-love, beautiful shot there from Rodrigo Lopez, but it nicked the fence on its way down, and game De Pasquale and Alfonso. 3-1, 1-3, Daniel Blanco serving, and right now the confidence must be high in the De Pasquale and Alfonso camp that they can serve out the set and the match and get an early departure to recharge for the next round of matches to be played tomorrow. Lopez with a high lob, and once again misjudging the wind factor, and the ball carrying into the back glass. 15-all, Blanco to De Pasquale, and excellent bandeja return there from Lopez, and Pasquale unable to get his racket up in time. 30-15 the scoreline. Here goes big Lopez, doesn't finish, and Gonzalo Alfonso twists, positions himself, swivels, and into the ground and out of the court. Gonzalo Alfonso, one of the best at positioning for those kick smashes that don't quite make it out of the court. Really good anticipator of the game. 30-all. And this time, Danny Blanco temporarily forgetting about the wind. The wind's certainly a factor here, and these players have got to be thinking about it in every shot. And the ones who adapt to it better are going to have an advantage over the other team. Goes big this time, Lopez, and Gonzalo Alfonso nearly touching it, but unable to do so. Fault. Beautiful backflip there by Juan De Pasquale, and 4-1, De Pasquale and Alfonso in the second set after winning the first 6-1, and we're going to go to bench and listen to what the players are telling one another.
Vamos, te caíste un toque de actitud, me parece. Lo siento, yo lo siento.
Es así, así. No paremos de hablar. Como vamos con el marcador 6-1-4-1, obviamente es normal, bajo las pulsaciones, me empiezo a desconcentrar. Tengo que seguir hablando y activar.
Yo no te voy a dejar hablar.
Dale.
Y al revés vos también me hablas.
Dale, dale, dale. ¿Me entendés lo que me pasa?
Sí, 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 te entiendo.
Dale, dale, dale.
Es lo más normal y lo más
difícil. Metemos el 40-30 y hostias, tío. ¿Sabes? Y hostias, luego hostias. Estamos pasando mal, ¿sabes? Nos está costando, tío. Si llevamos 40 nada, no tiramos una así, ¿sabes? Seguimos, tío. Porque, joder, ya el juego a mí por lo menos me está costando mucho. Vale, vale. Vale, no.
De Pascual to serve.
Again, the theme of the conversations between the players there, wind factors, particularly Danny Blanco and Lopez. Are they struggling with it? And Juan de Pascual will be looking to serve out the game. Return left, a little on the short side there by Danny Blanco. Gonzalo Alfonso perfectly positioned to tap that into the ground and out of the court. 15 love. This time, Juan de Pascual in full flow with that backhand volley straight into the back of the glass. 15 all. And Gonzalo Alfonso fakes the slice into the corner. Instead, drop shots that. And no answers there. 30-15 fault. High into the air there by Juan de Pascual. Danny Blanco lets the ball bounce, gets a bit more control. And this time, Gonzalo Alfonso's turn to go into the air. Pascual with a cheeky dink over the top. And this time, Gonzalo Alfonso approaches, attacks, and fires away. 40-15. As De Pascual and Alfonso look to wrap this up and head for the showers. Game. 5 games to 1. Second set after winning the first set convincingly by 6-1. And Rodrigo Lopez will now serve, trying to stay in the game. But Gonzalo Alfonso will be very confident that at the turn after the next game, he will be able to serve out the set and the match. Wind moving the ball there from left to right, or in your screens, right to left. And Juan de Pascual goes big, brings it all the way back to his side of the court. Juan de Pascual, the big difference in these two teams in this particular match has certainly been Alfonso and Pascual's ability to work with the wind and the bounce, the conditions, and as opposed to Danny Blanco and Rodrigo Lopez, who have really struggled, particularly with the high lobs, their own and receiving, and not really getting dealing with the heaviness of the ball as well. So leaving a lot of shots short, which both Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan de Pascual punished, just as you saw that previous point, and sending it out of the park. Here we go. He goes for the big one, Rodrigo Lopez. De Pascual almost reaches it on the return near the net. 15-30. Juan de Pascual goes for the kick. Incredible shot that, because technically that was really hard to do. He was hanging back, almost falling backwards, and was able to get enough power in that kick smash to get it out of the court quite effortlessly, with no answers there from Blanco or Lopez. 30-40 and 2 set and match break points available. And Juan de Pascual does tap that, but falls onto the net, touches the net, so we have a golden point. Good recovery here from Lopez and Blanco, from 3 match points down to force the golden point. Very important golden point, could determine the outcome of the match or extend it by at least another game. Gonzalo Alfonso goes high, Lopez into the side fence, and puts one more tick on the scoreboard, and they will play one more match. At the turn, 5-2, Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan de Pascual over Lopez and Blanco. This in the second set after winning the first 6-1, and Gonzalo Alfonso will refresh, recalibrate, come back on court and look to serve out the game, the set and the match.
Alfonso to serve. Long two.
Bien, Juanito.
15-0. Thirty, 15. Forty, 15. Game, second match, Alfonso de Pascual. This one, 6-2.
Gonna shake that thing, miss, and I better shake that thing, yeah, da-da-da-da, Jody and Rebecca, come on, get busy, just say that booty down top when the beat drop, just keep swinging it, get jiggy, get pumped up, percolate anything you want, because that's the say, if I don't take me, take more, see you get out from the rhythm of my ride, I'm the lyrics of my electricity, girl, nobody can tell you nothing, cause you don't know your destiny, yo, select the top, with us, tonight, with us, now, with us, with us, again, with us, now, with us,
Sí, ya estoy aquí con Gonza y con Juani. Juani, sí que es verdad que se veía un partido complicado porque es una pareja que ha venido dando mucha guerra, pero todo se ha dicho, habéis hecho un juego impecable.
Bueno, sí, sabíamos que era un partidazo. Quiero felicitar a ellos también por el partido. Creo que son una gran pareja. Las condiciones quizás no eran las más cómodas, había mucho viento, había que luchar mucho, había que estar muy concentrado. Pero bueno, felicitar una vez más a mi compañero, a todo el equipo, agradecer que tenemos, que la verdad que estoy muy contento con todo el equipo que tenemos, y saludar a un amigo, Valentín, que me pudo venir a ver. Estoy muy contento de que haya cada vez más gente de Pergamino, lejos de la ciudad, así que bueno, muy contento y mañana más.
Juani thought that the match was going to be very difficult, and also because of the weather conditions, it was very windy, but he's very happy with the victory. Gonza, siempre hablamos de que los primeros partidos son más complicados por el tema de adaptarse a las condiciones, pero hoy habéis demostrado un gran nivel y ahora ya estáis en cuartos de final.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. La verdad que sí, como dijo Juan, y las condiciones la verdad que estaban muy difíciles, hay bastante viento, pero bueno, la cancha está perfecta. Desde el partido que jugamos el martes le dije a Juan que estábamos cómodos en la cancha. Así que nada, muy contento, a seguir. Un saludo a todo el equipo, a toda mi familia que siempre me hace el apoyo, y a seguir.
Well, Gonza also knew that it was going to be difficult with the weather, but they are very comfortable inside the court and they are very happy and they're going to fight in the quarterfinals. Gracias, chicos, y enhorabuena por la victoria.
Here we have Clara Navarro interviewing the winners of this match, and Gonzalo Alfonso highlighting there how comfortable they were on the court as a team despite the weather conditions, and comfortable it is as they move into a comfortable spot in Friday's quarterfinal, where they will face the winner of the Christian Gutierrez-Jesus Ruiz match against the impressive Santiago Frugoni and Matias de Moral partnership. So potentially a tough match in the quarterfinals for them. And you can see some of the shot highlights on your screen over there. And beautiful play there, fantastic drop shot there from Gonzalo Alfonso, real master of the game of paddle when on song. And teamed up here with one of the promising young talents on circuit, young Juani de Pascual, 19 years of age. Already this partnership, a new one for the season of 2023, bearing fruit. Winners earlier in the year of the A1 Pace Space Cape Town Masters, and finalists in Brazil as well, having been runners-up over there. We're going to leave you with these images on screen of Center Court with a beautiful Hampstead Church in the background, and we'll be back with you with some updates shortly.
sale, nunca se guarda. No tiene panty bajo la falda. Es una friki, nada la calma. Le pego y se la rozo por la espalda. Y si me ve, se ve. Y no tiene panty, se ve. Y se le ve, se ve. Y no tiene panty, se ve. Bienvenidas al
Welcome back, Africa. And this is the third match of the second round of 16 here at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And we've had an exciting morning of matches with the weather having been inclement for the last 3 days, coming to the party and behaving in the utmost best way. And we were able to complete not only the round of 32 matches, but to begin the round of 16 in earnest. And some exciting matches have gone by this morning. Some really exciting paddle of the highest caliber. And just to give you some of those highlights before we start talking about this match, we had early on in the day, we had Santiago Frugoni and Matias de Moral in emphatic fashion dispatching the young talent of Vini Di Francesco and Alberto Garcia. Eduardo Torre, El Loco, and Diego Ramos justifying favoritism in their match over Alex Garrayo and Franco Ceretani, 6-2, 6-2. And then even more favorites, the number 2 seeded pairing for this tournament and in fact for the A1 Padel Global Tour, Daniel Aguirre, otherwise known as Tolito, and his partner Tito Alemandi taking their opposition down 6-love and 6-2. So really impressive. Then the previous winners of the A1 Padel Pace Cape Town Masters on court just a while ago, Juani Ignacio de Pascual, Juani de Pascual and Gonza Alfonso also emphatically taking out Daniel Blanco and Rodrigo Lopez 6-1 and 6-2. Good games, fast games, and despite the strange conditions that the players are playing in, some good points, some decisive finishes. Conditions now that we speak of, perfect for paddle, were it not for the ever prevalent high wind speeds, particularly at high, and with the ball being heavier and on a slower court due to the humidity in the air. Homestad, of course, very close to the sea and surrounded by a river, so lots of humidity, slower court on this platform, and the balls tend to not fly around as much. You wouldn't believe that if you see these young players practicing their smashes on court, but it's a fact. So these guys tend to lob a lot more, and lobs being affected by the wind. On court right now for this next match, we have Massimo Maldonado and Joaquin de Astoreca. And Massimo Maldonado and Joaquin, 19 and 20 respectively, both hailing from Argentina, and the giant killers of the tournament in the tournament of the match so far in the first round, taking out the number 3 seeded pairing of Federico Chiostri and Pablo Barrera. Big upset and very hard fought, taking that match 7-5, 5-7, and then winning the third 7-6 in a dramatic tiebreaker. These young men playing way above their level and creating one of the biggest upsets of the year on the A1 Padel Global Tour. Certainly the biggest one thus far in this tournament. The other side of the court, they will take on Thomas Cheddar, 24 years old from Spain, and Alfonso Sanchez, 25-year-old from Spain. They came through their first round match beating Pineda and Florenza 6-3 and 6-4. So pretty decisive, not a lot of energy expanded there as opposed to the Maldonado de Astoreca partnership. They're on court, and Massimo Maldonado will take us away. Astoreca there covering a lot of ground, digging down deep. Unfortunately, couldn't get down. These two young boys, Maldonado and Astoreka, beaming with confidence after that last win we just discussed. And they'll be looking to put in a really big performance here against the more experienced Cheddar and Sanchez pairing. $15 all.
15-all.
Joining me for this broadcast and possibly for a couple of games, my privilege to have in my commentator's box, Gonzalo Bina. Welcome, Gonzalo, and welcome back.
Hello again, Paulo. It's always a pleasure to be here with you.
Did you bring my Coca-Cola you lost on the earlier commentary?
Not yet.
Yeah.
I don't forget, though.
Yeah.
I will.
Gonzalo and I have a prediction game going here for the grand prize of a Coca-Cola in the game. So here we go. Exactly what we spoke about in my introduction there. The wind conditions, high lob there from Thomas Cheddar, and the wind just carrying it over. Wind moving in a northerly direction.
The wind is blowing, I think, Paulo, stronger than in any other day of the week.
Yeah, and getting stronger as the day goes by. So just for you viewers out there, what northerly direction means is the wind is moving towards the far side of your screen. So to currently where Maldonado and Astoreka are playing in the red and blue, the wind is blowing towards their direction. And what that means in real terms is that lobs or slower shots played in that direction are going to carry further, and shots played in the direction of the players in black closest to you are going to slow down in mid-air and move. And from the previous match, we noticed that the ball was moving from the right to left of your screen. In fact, causing a little trouble in some of the points in the previous match. Gonzalo, these two young men here in the blue and red, giant killing act in this first round match 2 days ago. You think they're tired or they beaming with confidence?
That's a good question. They played more than 3 hours in the last match. It wasn't only exhausting in the physical side, but also in the mental side. So we'll see how they react. I am expecting a really close match here. I think the two couples are more or less in the same level. They know they're fighting for a big prize. Being in a quarterfinals for them would be such a win, let's say. So they're fighting not to lose, also to win. But it's true that Alfonso Sanchez and Cheddar had a shorter match in the previous round.
Indeed, they did. Here we have Alfonso Sanchez serving.
I was very surprised by how Maldonado and Astoreka played in the last round. Such a good game, fighting all time. They lost the first set, and they went to the bench, found something different, came back, and turned around the situation.
They did indeed, and fought really hard. I mean, those two guys that they beat, they seasoned campaigners, hard players. Both of them previous #1 players on the tour under different partnerships. One 2 years ago, one 3 years ago. So these guys have been around. They're very respected on the tour and highly ranked. And these two little disruptors come onto the court and brought the game to them. And in the end, triumphed. And here they are in this last 16 match of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. 40 love the score there. No scoreboard on your screens, just dealing with a technical glitch. But we'll try to keep you up to date with the score.
We're looking for the third couple qualified for the quarterfinals. We have already Juani de Pascual and Gonz Alfonso. Great level, by the way. Fantastic performance.
Incredible level.
And then we have Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos, who took down the locals, Anton Anderson and Albil Olsson.
who put up a great fight. The local guys really, you know, they've gotten into the hearts of the crowd that has been attending. And I know I've been receiving lots of messages online. The Swedish pairing of Anderson and Olsen really, and in fact the other pair as well, have really warmed up to the crowd, and they've gotten their approval for sure.
And they had a couple opportunities. They were 5-0 in the second set, golden point, they missed it, and then at the end it was just a couple details.
Yeah.
But they had good options to take the second set.
They did themselves very proud, and of course the level of paddle in Sweden, they announced it to the world and said Swedish paddle is alive, well, and improving all the time.
One game all here.
One game apiece, as you said, going to be very close, and that's the indication at the beginning. If you've just joined us, my name is Paulo do Carmo, and I am kept company here by Gonzalo Ubiña as we take you through this third match of the last 16 on the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. You are watching us through a variety of streams, the A1 Padel YouTube English stream, the A1 Padel Global streaming platform on their website, as well as ESPN Latam, ESPN America, and for the very first time, ESPN Africa, broadcasting or introducing paddle to the African continent throughout 55 countries and territories, mostly available via the DSTV bouquet, channel 219, as well as their various affiliate channels.
Hello, Africa.
Hello, Africa.
I wanted to say it.
Indeed. Africa greets you back, Gonzalo.
Yeah. It was the first tournament of the season back there in South Africa.
A beautiful tournament. You were not there, but you need to be coming for the next one for sure.
Next season, for sure.
Next season. The opener now, the Cape Town Masters, the opener of the season on the A1 Padel Global Tour. Good approach there by Astoreka. Eye into the air, well measured. Being very careful of these wind conditions. And as I say, compliment his measurement of shots. He overreaches on one straight into the back glass.
Also pushed by the wind. It's not only about the lob shot, but also taking into account in any shot you play. It's really, really windy right now.
It is indeed. And you can see there how the wind stopped that ball, allowing Astoreka to face up to it and attack the ball aggressively. Oh,
lucky.
Fortunate bounce there off the top edge of the net. And we have a break.
They take the first break of the match. That's 2-1 for Cheda and Sanchez. They take the lead.
Yeah. And you'll see court marshals on court, wiping down the wetness on the court. That's very important as the ball skids off the glass into the ground at a fast pace. Paddle balls don't react very well when they mixed with glass and water. So these volunteer young boys, members of the local paddle club, and having the time of their lives, being ball boys and court marshals for the greatest 32 players in the world on this A1 Padel Global Tour event.
We have the future stars here.
The future stars.
Future Swedish stars.
The one of them was telling me yesterday, I was talking to him and he was telling me, we watched the shot together and he said to me, I can do that. So really, really exciting for them. They're having a good time and watching, what a privilege, watching every match of high quality paddle right here in their hometown. So a big privilege for them, as it is for us to have them here.
Exactly, because it's really nice to watch the players from TV and you know, from the streams and stuff, but being able to actually be here and watch them play live, it's a completely different story. Believe me, the speed, the movements they do, it's another sport, and you learn so much as a young player. Believe me, it's a privilege for these kids to be able to be here, learn, be with the players, talk to them, learn a lot, feel the atmosphere.
Very important. Here we go. Thomas Cheddar serving. That ball dropping just before the glass there. Massimo Maldonado with a ricochet there off the glass. And Alfonso Sanchez goes deep and hard.
The Astoreca went matrix.
Indeed he did, and rightfully so, because that ball was coming at big pace, straight into the glass. Love 15. So, early break here for Cheddar and Sanchez. Is Maldonado and Astoreca going to panic about this? I mean, they did lose the first set here on Tuesday, and they came back to win that emphatic match. They would have learned from that, and this is not going to worry them that they've dropped the game so early on.
They're going to fight for sure, but I'm seeing a Cheddar Sanchez very, very solid, to be honest, especially Cheddar on the right side. He's so far playing super good lob shots and quality shots. So it will also depend on how Cheddar and Sanchez keep playing during this match.
Yeah. Cheddar, very athletic player. You know, he's got a low center of gravity, moves around the court really well, gets down low, and then when he needs to turn on the power also has quite a lot of power on that right arm of his.
Diving for that one.
And this just shows how much they want it, that they're willing to dive all over the court and put their bodies on the line for these types of shots.
I had a flashback with Torre today, making such a move, the same one, diving for a ball and then winning the point. El Loco Torre, the crazy Torre, doing crazy things.
Doing crazy things. They looked very comfortable today. Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos in their match looked very, very comfortable, always in control, unfazed. I don't even think they raised a sweat.
Exactly, exactly.
They've also got to be right up there in the list of favorites for this tournament.
Now the Astoreca and Maldonado have 2 more opportunities to take the serve back. It looks so far that playing in this side where the Astoreca and Maldonado are is being easier than in the other one.
Yeah, because of the wind. So the wind is stopping their balls as opposed to carrying them. So they're able to hit a few more lobs and take a few more risks. But Sanchez is having none of that. Goes hard, deep into the quadrant, off the glass, and golden point. Still a chance for a break, for the counter break. And Maldonado's chosen to receive.
And they save it.
And they save the point. Sanchez using that beautiful bandeja of his to good effect down this line, yeah? Almost peaking on Astoreca, but really effective, that shot. And he does it over and over again in repeat mode until he breaks through.
Because he hits it really from the center to the side, and that makes it super spinny. And as of it touches the side wall, you never know if it's going to go straight or to the side.
Into the glass there by Astoreca.
And Cheddar saying, I'm playing for you. You win the points, I'm playing for you. I'm building the play.
Maldonado and Astoreka starting to get a little shifty. They can't afford to lose this one, because that'll really throw them back. And there we go, another error there by Astoreka into the top of the net. Love 30.
Cheda and Sanchez choosing to play the ball towards Astoreka, putting all of the pressure to Joaquin. They have detected that he is making mistakes and not letting Maldonado touch the ball. There they go again.
Yeah, they go again. This time, Astoreka resists the temptation of the bajada. And the fake smash there. Beautiful there from Sanchez.
Love 40.
Love 40. 4 break points, and Maldonado and Astoreka scratching their heads. You can see them there deep in conversation.
They're not finding any weak point in the other side.
That dropped just before the glass. And there, beautifully hit, almost like in a class, in a paddle class there. Maldonado goes for the bajada off the glass, takes the pace off it to the feet of Cheda, who just can do nothing with it.
Sometimes it's harder to receive a softball than a hard one, just because you need to be the one who puts the speed onto the return. Usually it goes onto the net.
Goes for
It's
the
out.
kick. Goes for the kick, Maldonado. And ball is out of the court.
That's why they've been avoiding Maldonado during the match.
Oh, badly timed. Took his eye off the ball there, just for that split second. And Maldonado and Astoreka have managed to bring this back to a winnable position. Golden point.
They desperately need it. If not, they're going to be 2 breaks down. It's going to be really tough.
And the second break is there.
They take the lead.
Take the lead, and a very commanding lead, very comfortable lead now. 4-1. They'll come back and serve, and if they just exercise some patience and some caution, they should be able to serve out the set and put the first tick on the board.
The job should be done. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back when the players return to play in this first set here at the Betsson Swedish Master.
Umpire Sergio Perez calling time, players back on court, and Alfonso Sanchez will be serving with comfort in his head at 4-1 in the first set.
Only 2 games away to have the first one in the pocket.
How important, Gonzalo, is this first set win? I would say it's very important, but throughout, since Monday, we've had 4 or 5 teams who have won after losing the first set.
It's vital.
Is it the regular thing?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a regular thing. If I had to guess, I would say that probably 60 to 70% of the times, if you win the first set, you take the dub. It's hard because if you lose the first one, you have to first find solutions and then being able to put them into practice on the court and bring it to 2 sets. So it's going to be for you a tough match. You have to win 2 sets.
You have to work really hard.
I don't know if you agree with me, but yeah,
I
usually...
do agree with you, but so what's been happening in this tournament is the abnormality. I do agree with you fully. I always believe that you should get on the board and get on the board as quick as possible.
The trend keeps going in this first set. But today, actually, Paulo, we had only 2-set matches. We didn't have any 3-set.
Yeah, today it's been a breeze, literally.
Everything has been really fast. Wow.
Wow, what a beautiful shot there from Alfonso Sanchez. And there's the approval, loud approval of his partner, Thomas Cheddar. Beautiful shot.
Sanchez has activated the GOAT mode. They're both playing really, really well today.
Yeah. Playing a lot better than he did in the first round match.
Yeah,
where,
for sure.
Where I think Thomas Cheddar stood out with his work rate. Alfonso Sanchez making a lot of mistakes in that first round match. And he seems to have worked on it in the last couple of days. He's playing out of his skin.
Definitely. And you can see it on the scoreboard. A 5-1 up, 2 breaks, giving no chance at all to Maldonado and De Astoreca.
Now, Gonzalo, if you are Astoreca and Maldonado, what do you do now? Do you say, okay, we won 5 down, let's just serve this out, let's forget about this first set and regroup for the second one? Or do you say, you know, it's only 1-5, we can get this back and just fight and fight and fight? Or what do you do?
I think they have to focus on this serve, try to make the 5-2, because if they get a new break on the serve, they're going to feel really weak. And also, they're going to see how Alfonso Sanchez and Cheddar start serving in the second one, which is also not very good. But especially, I feel like De Astoreca is the one that has to make a step forward. He's not finding anything, and the rivals are only playing towards that side. Like this, for example. This is a good way to start. Is De Astoreca the one who has to change the things, who has to find something new to do? Maldonado is touching almost no balls in this match. Look, again.
Yeah.
Only to that side. And again and again and again. And it's super frustrating when you see your opponents playing only to you. Mentally, you feel like, hey, I'm doing bad or what?
Sure. And there we have it. Again and again, going to De Astoreca. That's a beautiful shot there by Maldonado.
Because when Maldonado comes into play, this is what happens.
They clearly want to avoid that, hence the focus on De Astoreca. 30-15.
Even if it's only to make it 5-2, It will bring them a lot of confidence.
40-15. Deep, hard serve. Difficult to get back. And the guys on the other side of the court, Cheddar and Alfonso, must be saying to themselves, take it easy. We're the ones with the advantage. No need to panic. So what if they win another game? Because at the end of the day, 6-2 or 7-6.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you receive a bagel or if you win 7-6. It's
correct.
The same value.
Same value it is. And 2-5 is the score. And when we come back, Sanchez and Cheddar will be looking to serve out the set. And Maldonado and Astoreca will certainly be looking to put up a fight.
Mr. Cheddar to serve.
Back on court, Thomas Cheddar, ball in hand. Looking to serve out the set, 5-2 up in the first set.
First opportunity to close the first set.
Second serve.
There's that bandeja again.
It was out, I think.
Was out?
Yep. By an inch, but yes.
Love 15. Well, here he comes again. We can watch a replay one after the other as the focus continues to be. There's the beautiful.
Keeps going.
Into the air. There she comes again. This time, Maldonado into the ground and out of the court. Beautiful point there, Puntaco. Banger. Absolutely beautiful kick smash. And Astoreca out of the court, back in. Sanchez keeps it in play. And the ensuing play just on another level. Champagne Padel. Right here
I like that
in
one.
Halmstad at the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. There we go. There's a prime example of the wind. Lob high, too close to the fence, and the wind does its blowing job and sends it out.
Keep going.
It was nearly there. Bumped into the net post on the way out. Well anticipated.
30 all, 2 points away to take the first set.
Oh, critical error. 30-40.
It's always tough to close a set or a match. Feel an extra pressure on your hands, sometimes leading to mistakes. Keeps going.
Oh,
Another net.
Fortunate bounce there with a net, but Thomas Cheddar reads it well and into the body of Astoreka. Golden point, and Astoreka to receive. Brave man, eh?
Showing some personality, yes?
Yeah. He's been taking a lot of punishment and says, give me some more. Great retrieval there by Maldonado. That's the game. And first set to Cheddar and Sanchez. 6 games to 2. And a little bit more fight from Astoreka and Maldonado. I think when they come out for the second set, it's going to be a little bit closer than what this was.
Cheddar and Sanchez showed a really good level during this first set. It's true, but now Maldonado and the Astoreka are trying to fight back. In these couple of games, they showed a different level, trying to fight back, and they will need this last version of themselves if they want to bring the set and the match back. We're going to have a short break, and after that, we'll be back with the second set.
And we're back for this second set, and we've got Massimo Maldonado serving, and Maldonado and Astoreka will be looking to get back into the swing of things here after dropping the first set by 6 games to 2. If you've just joined us, this is Paulo do Carmo and Gonzalo Ubiña on the microphone for ESPN Africa, coming to you on channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet, as well as the various A1 Padel global streaming options, both on YouTube and on a1padelglobal.com. ESPN Africa, of course, broadcasting paddle for the very first time in their 55 territories and countries throughout sub-Saharan Africa, a landmark occasion for the broadcasting of paddle and ESPN Africa. 15 all. You can see the aggression in the body language there of Maldonado. He wants to get on with it. He didn't like losing this first set, and possibly not even losing, just losing the way they lost. That's surely playing on his mind. Very competitive young man, and he wants to change this.
And they have to stick to the attitude they had in the 2 last games of the first set.
Here we go. I think this is one of the first times we've seen them in a while, both at the net in a commanding, controlling position.
But Cheddar and Sanchez, they're looking more now for Maldonado, which I don't know if it's the best decision.
Maldonado goes for the big one. Chet anticipates, doesn't quite make it out the court and stays in. And 1-0 for Maldonado and Astareca as they change over.
3 winners for Maldonado in that game. I don't know if Chet and Sanchez should change the plan. If something's working, why change it?
Exactly. And they were almost freezing Maldonado out of the game in that first set. And as you say, it worked.
They put him out of the fridge, and this is what happened. 3 winners.
There we go. New balls being introduced. Court marshal delivering old balls to umpire Sergio Perez, and new balls in the hands of Alfonso Sanchez, who proceeds to bang some air out of the ball.
There they go again.
Back Astareca's way. This time, Astareca decides to attack rather than be attacked and forces the error from Sanchez as he blocks into the net.
The team needs him. He's a great player.
Goes over the head of Sanchez. Moves into a controlling position. Goes for the kick smash. Sanchez not able to get it out the court, and Astareca with a great anticipation.
Not the best decision there, Paulo. He was too far back. With this win, hard to touch well the ball. And to send it out of the court. It's a 30 love.
Always a big temptation for big hitters in the game of paddle to go for the big shots regardless of where they are on the court. But the further back they are, of course, the more difficult it is, because you lose your range, you lose your perception of depth more and more. And of course, you can be a good paddle player, but you're not going to defy physics and geometry.
Exactly.
And there's a perfect example of physics and geometry winning. The pace of the ball beating any type of defense.
That was a ball to attack, and he won the point. The last one wasn't, and he lost it.
Simple as that.
Decision making. It's really important in paddle. Foot fault. That's what you were talking in the previous match.
Yep.
The amount of serve faults the referees are detecting during this tournament.
I think it's, to me, it's a very welcome thing, because, and it's something that happens, it's prevalent, it happens all the time, it's often overlooked. And the problem for me with that is that the amateur players see the professionals doing this, and they do the same thing. And of course, in amateur paddle, there's no umpire, so people get away with it, or it turns into an argument. And paddle is a game based on sportsmanship, so they need to lead by example, these professionals on the court.
Such a good ball.
Excellent.
Great bajada, and this moment could be bigger than we think.
Yeah, crucial, golden point, potential break point. And psychologically, this could be very, very, very important.
The start of something new for the Argentinians.
Here we go. Sanchez to Astareca. First one into the net. Square bang into the middle of the ESPN logo on the top of the net.
That's it.
Great advertising.
Wow. Oh!
What a recovery there from Maldonado.
It's in again.
And Astareca, how was that for a shot? Just the right pace, piercing the defense of both Sanchez and Cheddar. And what do you know?
Crazy
they have a break. Crazy, crazy point. We can't call that a puntaka or a banger. That's just, there has to be another name for that.
Exactly. But doing a bajada, it's hard. Doing it from the backhand side, that's just skillful and delightful.
This could kick these young men into another gear, yeah.
But once again, Cheddar and Sanchez, I think they're changing the strategy. Look, do not let the man that you know he's hurting you and you're putting him too much into play during this second set.
I have a feeling that if Astareca and Maldonado take this game, go 3-0 up, we're going to have a third set.
We were expecting a really close match.
And we're going to get one.
Exactly.
There we go, Astareca doing what Astareca is supposed to do.
We said the Astareca needs to make a step forward. And he's not only doing one, I think he's doing 2 steps forward.
And he's going to get better because, you know, he's building his own self-confidence. He knows what he can do. He hasn't been doing it. He's been frustrated. And as he gets more and more of those right, he's going to build in confidence and he's going to do a lot more of them. Great for spectators, for sure. Beautiful, beautiful shot there. Sanchez with the second one like that.
Trying to reactivate the machine.
That one doesn't quite come off there for Maldonado. Goes straight into the back of the glass. And that after a smash from Astareca that also didn't quite go off.
I like to call that shots glass finders.
You could get any bounce on that.
Exactly.
Beautiful there. Sanchez is really impressing me. You know, I wasn't very familiar with his style of play, but in the first round match he impressed me, and he's impressing me even more. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's got a wide range of shots, well calculated. He can take the pace off them. He can increase the pace. He's got good control and direction. Really exciting player. I like him. I like him a lot, in fact.
The previous tournament in Castellón, he also made it to the round of 16, now trying to go to quarterfinals for the first time in this 2023 season.
Golden point we have.
And Maldonado saying, I don't care how, but we win this point. A lot of bounce.
And he was right. And so, you know, you can see the body language there. Maldonado, Astareca bouncing with confidence and joy. And you can see Thomas Cheddar walking away there, banging his hands on his sides, not happy with himself, and that's going to affect them psychologically. I would like to, if you want to win your Coca-Cola back, I say this is a 3-setter.
I mean, you want to steal some Coca-Colas from me, huh? You're not risking that much.
Okay, no Coca-Cola. We agree. This is going to be a 3-setter.
Yeah, we agree this time. So,
and of course, a 3-setter is what we like to see here on ESPN Africa, channel 219, at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. If you're wondering what Betsson is, that's Bet-S-O-N. You can just log on to www.betsson.com. World leaders in sports betting solutions, and new innovation from Betsson. Markets on paddle, so you can log on right now, and there's betting available on this match and every other match in this tournament, as well as the tournament itself. So if that interests you, www.betsson.com is your port of call. Alternatively, you can just go onto the social media platforms of A1 Padel Official on Instagram, TikTok, recently introduced Twitter, Facebook, or Twitch, and just go and like, subscribe, follow, and send us a shout out. Tell us how you're enjoying the broadcast and the fantastic paddle on show. Cheddar's frustration translating from the bench to the courts.
Like we're seeing the match in a mirror right now. Cheddar and Sanchez being Maldonado and De Astoreca in the first set.
Yes, indeed.
They're saving everything.
Great recovery there from Maldonado. Both Maldonado and Astoreca in great physical shape, great athleticism. They move around the court beautifully.
My opinion, it was out.
Umpire Sergio Perez agrees with you. 15-all. As we were saying, they move around the court really fast. They really dynamic.
They are, and they are only 19 years old for Maldonado and 20 for De Astoreca, so really young. They have a lot of improvement to do in the physical side. I cannot imagine this two players will do in the future.
They keep progressing like this, in 4 or 5 years' time, they could be right up there. Beautiful exchange in an attacking position at the net, catching Alfonso Sanchez and Thomas Cheddar a little bit flat-footed.
Super half volley.
That's going to get carried by the wind into the glass.
30-40.
Hard to play such high lob shots. They just fly. They fly
indeed.
forever.
Conference meeting right there between Cheddar and Sanchez, as 2 break points on offer here to Maldonado and Astoreca. And there's the error from Cheddar. You can see the frustration. Puts his racket in the air, about to hit the ball out of the park. Controls his emotions, and visibly frustrated, Thomas Cheddar.
Are we seeing the same players than in the first set, or did you change it, Paulo?
I think they swapped shirts at halftime there.
Most likely, yes.
But as you said, you brought it up, Gonzalo. The last two games of that last set, Maldonado and Astoreka were starting to emerge. They were playing differently. They were fighting, finding their rhythm, and they've come into the second set. Different players. I mean, and they've been dominant. 4-0 in the second set, and on serve.
And I also think that Chedan Sanchez changed the strategy, and that wasn't the best decision. Putting Maldonado too much into play. This combined with the Astoreka playing better explains this 4-0. Now, love for 30. Opportunity to take one back from Chedan Sanchez. The Astoreka, a player from Tandil, the city where Juan Martín del Potro was born. One of the greatest tennis players from Argentina in these last few years. So maybe he could be the Del Potro from Padel.
It could be indeed. Argentina, a country almost embarrassingly rich of sporting talent in all codes. But I suppose Spain too, eh? Lots of champions in lots of different sporting codes, and both countries certainly dominant in the last 54 years in the world of padel. Those things perhaps about to change with the globalization of the sport of padel, but for the last 54 years, it's been Spain versus Argentina.
But you're right, Paulo. We're seeing more and more players from Sweden, from South Africa, from Italy, Portugal, different countries all around the world. And I think in 5-10 years, it's not going to be surprising to see more than just two nationalities in the big stages and the semi-finals and finals of A1 Padel. So I'm really excited to see how the future comes up.
Indeed. Good for the sport, good for the level, and good for expansion.
We had also a South African couple in this tournament, also showing up in the first round. So, yeah, we're seeing more and more names in the big stage.
Yeah, in fact, something we can talk about, because we are broadcasting to Africa, ESPN Africa on channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet. In just 2 weeks' time, 4th, 5th, and 6th of August, there will be an A1 Padel Africa qualifier held in Dakar, Senegal, and the winning team of that tournament will get direct entry into the main draw of the A1 Padel Swiss Masters in Verbier, which will be 2 weeks after that, 15th to the 20th of August. So certainly the African continent with opportunities to get players onto the global stage.
Will I have the privilege to see you in Swiss?
I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. But I think it will be my privilege, and hopefully we can share the commentary box and spread the word of padel to viewers across all our broadcasting avenues.
Maldonado and the Astoreka 5-0 in this second set.
Incredible, eh?
Incredible. This is the magic of padel, right? How a team can go make a 6-2 and then in the next set being 0-5 down, just like nothing happened. It's just magic.
It is magic indeed. Every time I play padel and I lose 6-0, I can never win 6-0 the next one. Usually I lose again 6-0.
Happens the same to me. Happens the same to me.
But we, of course, are not Massimo Maldonado or Joaquin de Astoreka, and these young men know and have experienced what a fight back is all about earlier on in their first round, when they produced a giant killing act of sending Federico Chiostri and Pablo Barrera home from Sweden in an epic three-setter, 7-5, 5-7, 7-6.
And Paulo here, I'm gonna repeat what I said for the Astoreca and Maldonado in the first set. But for Sanchez and Cheda, they have to take this game as an opportunity to bring the game back, to gain some confidence. Not maybe believing that you can bring back the set and fight for it, but also right now thinking in the future, in the third set, to regain confidence and get back to the original plan.
$15 love. Maldonado's got such a presence. When he steps up and he double steps at the net, he looks double the size of what he is. And he's just, he's an impressive young man. He really just gets up there and he gets in your face. And of course, he's got the finishing to go with it. So
he was the key and the main reason to explain this 5-0 in the scoreboard. But I do believe that it's also Cheda and Sanchez's fault. If you see that a guy is playing so good, avoid him. And if you're gonna look that side, play a ball with some spice, some spicy on it. Do not let an easy ball in that lefty, because if not, you're dead. See, that corner pays off again.
40-15. And they look to get on the board. Alfonso Sanchez there, going to serve 40-15 up. Love 5 in the second set, looking to not get the big round 0 on the scoreboard. Oh, Maldonado lucky, left that short, didn't get punished.
Long rally. Great ball. Fantastic.
Down the middle and on the board. So.
And again, important to gain some confidence.
Very important. Joaquin de Estareca going to serve now, hoping to serve out the set. 5-1 up after dropping the first set 2-6. And that's exactly what Maldonado's telling his partner there. He's telling him, don't worry, it's just a game. We're still 5-1 up. No need to panic. Let's just wrap it up, regroup, and then come and put up a real fight in the third set. Great recovery there.
That was a great point, Paulo.
Very, very good. Hard fought. And again, once Astoreca is allowed to move up, already Maldonado's there. Maldonado's already an imposing figure. Then together, very difficult to get past them, and they can finish any point off.
When they go from the back to the net, they're very, very dangerous, as they're really fast. I think we have a problem with one of the balls.
Yeah.
Maybe a lack of pressure, and we need to change it.
I think one of the balls.
Yep.
Peculiar, this happened in an earlier game today where there was also a problem with one of the balls. In fact, they played with only 2 for a portion of the game because there was a problem with first one and then a second one.
Yeah, and if you take one ball off the court, you cannot replace it by a new one because it's going to be a complete different world.
Yep.
It's going to be a new ball with more pressure than the other 2. Usually they play with 4 balls.
Yes. Now, that's an interesting thing. So we know that when the match starts and the umpire, they open the tin of balls, do the toss, and there are 4 balls. They give 3 to the players, he keeps the spare. But in social or amateur paddle, balls other than the one brand are sold in packs of 3, never a 4.
It's true. It's curious. I don't know the reason.
I do know that one of the brands, I'm not going to say it on air, does sell sleeves of 4, but everybody else is 3s.
It's 3.
And yet every tournament in the world, international tournament, is with 4 balls. One of those things. Maldonado goes for the fake smash, doesn't get away with it, and Sanchez blocks into the net, not happy with himself. 40-15, Astoreka looking to seal the set. Beautiful shot there from Sanchez, right through the middle of both Astoreka and Maldonado, low into the glass, and no chance on the turnaround of Astoreka to get even close to it.
I'm seeing a better attitude from Che and Sanchez these couple games. Great ball.
Set. And we have a third decisive set on the cards. First set, Maldonado and Astoreka down to 6, coming back in the second to win emphatically by 6 games to 1. And hold on to your seats, go and recline on your chair, get your popcorn into the microwave, pop open the refrigerator, get comfortable because we've got an exciting third set coming up. We'll be back with you shortly.
Bra säsong än så länge. Vi har spelat 14 matcher och ligger på 5:e plats, och det har varit väldigt bra. Och du är ändå född och uppvuxen här. Vad säger du om själva anläggningen och allt som har smält upp här på Stora torg? Hur känns det att se det här som Halmstadbo? Nej, fantastiskt. Man har hört att New York och Hongkong här ska ha detta eventet, och så kommer det till Halmstad och blir det fantastiskt. Det är jättekul. Jonathan, en match på lördag mot IFK Värnamo. Hur är formen inför matchen? Det känns bra. Vi kommer från en match i måndags där vi har en 2-1 mot Norrköping. Så det känns som formen är bra, laget känns bra, sammansättat. Så en kul match med förhoppningsvis mycket. Jonathan, stort lycka till. En stor applåd till Jonathan Smedberg från Halmstad.
Back on court for this decisive third set. Sergio Perez, umpire, about to let it off. Foot fault once again to the 4. And very important, you know, the line is the line. Why players tend to overstep it is often not really comprehensible or logic. Those couple of inches are not going to make a difference. And the other foot fault's being called, of course, is serving too high above the waistline. And the game of paddle the ball has to be connected below the waistline. Sanchez there trying to motivate Thomas Cheddar. All to play for here in this decisive three-setter for both teams. If you've just joined us now, you're listening to Paulo de Carmo, and in the chair next to me, Gonzalo Ubiña, as we commentate this third match of the second round of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And we bring to you some insights on the world of paddle. And an insight you should hear is that is a puntako, strategic one rather than a flashy one. But great play, great strategy there. A lot of thinking going into those points as players are positioning a split over and over again. Another one for the highlights reel for sure.
I think, Paulo, we need to forget about the puntako and go with banger.
Banger is a good one,
yeah, it's the English cabin thing, I think.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, first blood in this decisive third set to Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez. 1-0 up, and the switch ends. And we're going to see...
The first set was 6-2, the second one 6-1. I think, Paulo, it's not going to be the case in this third set. I'm expecting
this will be tight.
Yeah.
I agree. This will be tight. And this will be close. Both teams want it. I think both teams over their little humps, and they'll be fighting for this. Strong double-handed backhand there from Astoreka. And again, difficult shot in the world of paddle. And he goes for the third one.
Wow.
Oh. Small margins, the game of paddle, all about small margins. And that was the smallest of margins. Ball into the corner of the glass, and love 15 the scoreline.
But sending a message, the Argentinians saying, if you want to win a point, you're going to have to do the impossible.
And we just witnessed the impossible. That big hit there from Astoreka off the glass, coming all the way back to his side of the court. The wind said, no way, Jose.
And it was
put
like
the
a
brakes
boomerang.
on, and that ball came straight back, allowed Thomas Cheddar in. Unfortunately for them, that didn't work out, but that particular aspect of the point was just incredible. A lot of lift there. I think Alfonso Sanchez has figured out that lobs from his side of the court are going to stop with the wind. So he's hitting them higher and higher and more cross court. And Maldonado with possibly his first error of that nature in the match so far.
And it's a 15-30. Critical situation for the Argentinians serve in this third set.
See how that ball stops, and Astoreka not able to finish it decisively.
Second time in a row he hit the fence instead of the glass with a smash.
This time, typical example, often power is not the answer. It takes the pace off that, goes slowly into the back glass, and the ball dies at the end.
Some miscommunication between Alfonso Sanchez and Cheddar. Paulo, Alfonso said, I go, and then he left it. Cheddar was like, no. then saying, it's so good. Let's go to the next one. I always say that if the 40-40 is a golden point, a 30-all it's a silver point.
Silver point, eh?
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, into the feet of Astoreka there, Sanchez.
30-40.
30-40. We've lost the silver.
Yeah.
And this, as you say, important point. They don't want to give up the break so early.
That was wide.
I suppose you never want to give up the break, but if you're going to do it, it's probably better if it's early in the game than later in the game. If you're the one giving it up, if you're the one gaining it, it's probably better if you get it early.
You have less margin to take it back. That was fast.
There is the break. Sanchez hit that with a lot of power, and straight to the body of Astoreka. All he could do was try to block it, and the rebound went straight into the net. Thomas Cheddar serving, 2-0 up. Rewriting the script once again.
And Paulo, if you had to choose an MVP so far in the game, who would it be?
I think I would have to go with Alfonso Sanchez. I think he's been solid, really solid. I know Maldonado his range of shots and his presence has been superb, but I think Sanchez's consistency would get the prize for me.
I agree with you. Sanchez has been playing really, really solid, really good. Not making any mistakes. This is like a worldwide law. You said something, you say something positive, and then the next action they miss it. Yeah, it's crazy. But it's always like this. I don't know why or how, but
again, a lot of power there from Sanchez, and this time Maldonado blocks it. The racket bounced off his wrist there with the power and just couldn't make it back.
Once again, the winner of this match will play against the winner of the match between Torre Ramos and Pascual Perry. The match will be played
also had a comfortable
tomorrow.
game in the first round. Pedro Perry and Vasco Pascual. Nice, straightforward game. Both very solid in their match. Not a lot of errors. Looked very relaxed, very concentrated. So that could also turn out to be a good game.
Game of patience. Sanchez once again.
Look at that.
3 in a row, a hat-trick.
He is the MVP for sure. So speaking of MVPs, does A1 Padel tournaments, do they have an MVP award at the end of the tournament?
Yes, they do, for the finals.
Only for the finals,
Yeah,
or for
the
the
MVP
covering
of the
the
final,
entire?
of the final.
Only of the final, okay. Doesn't cover the entire tournament.
We should. It's a good idea to do. Sometimes I call them man on fire instead of MVP.
Man on fire. That's a good name for the award. I think we should have the Gonzalo Paulo Man on Fire award.
And the banger.
For every match. And the banger award. Banger of the tournament. Beautiful kick smash goes out. Sanchez returns it, and Maldonado is caught by surprise. Banger! You were just talking about the banger, and the banger comes to us. And DJ MC Havla cranking up the sound with All I Need Is Love. All we need is paddle, actually.
And all Sanchez and Cheda need is a win today.
Indeed.
And I'm in the background watching Raúl Peralta, Diego Simon's teammate, ready to play the next match. Just after this one.
You can see him warming up there, just behind Massimo Maldonado in the warm-up area, and he's bouncing, enjoying the music.
I know these two players very well, Diego Simon and Raúl Peralta. I've been working with them in the academy, in the Padel Academy. They train. Also with Nacho Piotto, who made it to the final in Castellón. So it's not a surprise for me, even if they come from the quali. I know these two guys are working really hard. They are very talented. Diego Simon,
Diego Simon had an exceptional game yesterday.
He is explosive.
Really, really
Raúl
well.
Peralta runs all over the court.
He's got a lot of control for a player that uses so much power.
So I was happy for them. Obviously, excited to see the next match. They were playing against Alejandro Perez and Marc Mone, who also had a long match against Pablo Del Tel and Castañeira.
Yes, indeed. Back on court. Ball in hand, Astoreca. And Astoreca and Maldonado need solutions here. And they need to get on the board, trailing love 3 in this decisive third set.
Net first serve.
Goes for the big one. Doesn't get it off. But Maldonado drives. Cheddar with a high lob there. Taking chances in the direction of the wind with such a high lob. Goes again.
That could fly. Just in.
Perfect bajada there from Maldonado, and moves Cheddar out of position, and Maldonado closes it out.
Justin, that was kind of lucky because it was an easy ball to send it out of the court.
Overconfidence. Era built on overconfidence, that last one.
Sometimes following a winner, you have a mistake. Get too excited. That could
Into
fly
the glass.
also. Yep. Glass finder. An opportunity to make the first game in this third set for the Argentinians.
And to get on the board.
It's very important not to see that 0 on the scoreboard.
And they're on the board. And Alfonso Sanchez, ball in hand, 3-1 up. And as far as body languages go, yeah, Maldonado and Astoreca looking far more positive. Cheda and Sanchez a little subdued after that game loss there.
Third.
Despite the actual advantage. Another foot fault.
Yeah, the third one.
See, he's got this action where he lifts his back foot as he oversteps the line, and clearly getting his timing wrong and getting his foot over before he connects with the ball. love 15.
As the sun goes out again. He's always welcome.
Always welcome. You can feel the warmth immediately as...
yeah. Cheda saying mira la valla, which means look at the fence. So I wouldn't be surprised if he starts playing towards that side.
There we go. Into the net. His entire serving rhythm is upset now because of the foot faults. He's having to rethink his normal serve.
Oh, just in.
Overhit. Into the
Good moment
glass.
for the Argentinians, Paulo. They were 3 games down, now 3-1, 15-30. Can feel the tension. This is a big moment for these two teams. Quarterfinals would feel like a final for these 4 players.
Maldonado drives once, twice, 3 times and gets the point.
We have 3 break points.
3 break points. They need it. And Sanchez and Cheda certainly don't need it and don't want to give it away. So this is be interesting. Some miscommunication again there between Cheda and Sanchez. The error's forced, and 3-2. Maldonado will come back, serving at 2-3 down in the third and decisive set. And while the players take refreshments, we will also go and take a refreshment. We suggest you, at home, in your office, in your car, on your device, do exactly the same thing, because we have a humdinger of a third set to finish.
Mr. Maldonado to serve evil.
Back on court. A thriller, not in Manila, but in Halmstad. In front of us at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. 15 love. Massimo Maldonado looking to even things up. Love.
It's a big momentum now for the Argentinians. And they have to take any games they can, because I think the Spanish will react at some point.
I think Astoreka was surprised there that Cheddar managed to touch that and reacted too quickly, reflex, straight into the back glass.
I'm seeing good version of the Astoreka right now. He's playing good.
He's gradually improved from the beginning of this game till now. It's a different player.
Lovely.
Overexcitement, overexcitement. Beautiful exchange at the net there between the players. Taka-taka.
Taka-taka, yes. And when you're playing a taka-taka, in the moment that ball goes a little bit higher than expected, you're done.
It becomes a reflex rather than a shot.
They will punish you for sure.
Let it bounce. Good advice.
Again.
He's so good at that shot. He's so good. Alfonso Sanchez, ladies and gentlemen. Caption that. Potentially banger of the day. Certainly will make the nominations list.
That shot's a copyright for him.
Sure. Excellent. He's so good at it, and he gets it down low. He connects at just the right timing. Very, very good. A lot of guys do that, but they might try 10 of them and connect 5. He does 10, he connects 9.
Yeah.
Very consistent.
And this is a clutch moment. Very important. 2 break points, 2 opportunities to make it 4-2, extend the lead in the final stretch of this match.
Change of direction there from Astoreka.
Again, looking for the Astoreka one time after the other. Will they get a reward? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They take the break, make it 4-2.
And Thomas Cheddar will be looking to press his advantage and seal the set. Very frustrating for Maldonado and Astoreka after all that good work that they've put together in the last 8-9 games, and then now slowly slipping again.
Ah, that was fantastic to hear. Alfonso Sanchez was saying, come on, Tomas, give me a good serve. And then straight away, Tomas Cheddar goes and plays a winner with a serve.
High into the air. lot of control there. And it's Astoreka all the way for Sanchez. Forcing the error through repetition.
Very high level from Sanchez. Playing one ball better than the next one, worse than the next one, because he's always improving the quality of the point with that víboras to that corner. There he goes. 1 and then 2. 30-15. Taking a breath.
Awkward bounce that, and bye-bye. Well finished there. And all of a sudden, Alfonso Sanchez has got his chest out, chin up, and there's a new confidence in that body language. 40-15, 4-2 up in the third and final set.
I think we can both agree that the man on fire hasn't changed. It's still Sanchez.
Still Sanchez. I was prepared to stick with Sanchez even if they lost the match, but he's just getting better and better. 5-2 at the change of ends is the margin for Sanchez and Cheddar over Astoreka and Maldonado in this third and final set. This year at the A1 Betsson Swedish Masters in Halmstad, Sweden. If you've just joined us, Halmstad, Sweden, a town on the southwest coast of Sweden, typically a summer holiday town that I'm told triples in population during the summer months, with tourists and locals coming to town for their summer holiday. Beautiful setting out here, and our arena right smack bang in the middle of the Halmstad town square. Beautiful party atmosphere as people start to trickle in after their day's work, and as they get ready for the evening's festivities and activities. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back to you shortly. Joaquin de Astoreka on serve, 2-5. Needing desperately to find a way back into this game. And when things are going your way, they really go your way. Thomas Cheddar there with the cross-court volley, just clipping the upper side of the net and getting the point. Love 15.
Lucky break there.
Beautifully found gap through the middle of Sanchez and Cheddar as they opened up after that shot, and Astoreka found the gap. 15 all.
This is maybe where the lack of experience comes up.
Yep. At this stage of the game, should be playing
when you're tired.
A percentage game, and elementary error.
30 all.
Slowly does it, 30 all. It's all good, all good, he says.
Yep. Practicing your Spanish, Paulo.
I'm learning from you, Gonzalo. 40-30. But there is nothing to panic about. He's absolutely correct. No worries. 5-2 up. Even if they lose this game, it'll be 5-3, and they get to serve out the set. So if they can avoid any catastrophe and unnecessary mistakes, they should cruise into the end game here.
Wow.
Beautiful. Forcing the golden point.
Golden point.
Golden point, break point, match point.
Very important. The dynamic has just changed from taking it easy, lose the game, then serve it out. All of a sudden, wow, we can win it now.
1 point away from the quarterfinals.
Indeed. Maldonado deep.
They're in the net.
And then Cheddar comes across. Can't reach the middle fast enough. And game Maldonado. And Astareca. 5-3. MVP to serve. Man
and
on
the
fire.
Astoreca, exactly, man on fire. The Astoreca and Maldonado saying hashtag not with my serve. If you want a match, go and take it with yours. And Sanchez says, okay.
And that's exactly what
challenge accepted.
Correct. And as he hits that one into the ground and into the grandstand, great catch there by the man with the black cap.
Went down, 3 to go. As an amateur player, Paulo, what's more satisfying, to hit it over the fence on the 4 meters one, or a kick smash going out, in your opinion?
I think for most paddle players, the kick smash. For me, either of them, because I don't do any.
Maldonado's there.
Well constructed point that. Yeah, I think, you know, when I watch people playing on the court, I'm a right-sided player, so I never kick smash, and I don't have a good smash to speak of. But when I watch everybody else playing, and coaches and friends of mine or coaches, every student comes in, oh, can you teach me to kick smash? Everyone wants to kick it out of the court to over the side. So I think that's the most popular one.
I think it's harder than the other one.
As well. Astoreca.
Giving away 2 free points, which means now 3 match points for Cheda and Sanchez. It would be the second one, the first one with their serve.
There we go. One last high five there from Cheda.
To seal the deal.
And into the net goes Astoreca. Game, set, and match. And you can see the jubilation there of Thomas Cheda and Alfonso Sanchez into the quarterfinals of this A1 Betsson Swedish Masters right here in Halmstad. Terrific achievement by these two young men. The furthest they have been in a A1 paddle tournament.
It's a well-deserved win. These two guys have played fantastic today, especially Sanchez, man on fire.
Absolutely man on fire, uncontested. He took control from the beginning, consistent, led his partner, and continued with that throughout. Even in the set that they lost, he was the staple element in the team.
It's going to be the first time in this 2023 season in the quarterfinals, both for Cheda and Sanchez. You can see the happiness they have, and now they're going to be waiting for the opponents.
Yeah, this means a lot to them. Court marshals getting the court cleaned up. I'm sure shortly we'll have an interview with Clara Navarro and the winners. In the interim, court marshals getting the court ready for our next match, which will bring together your friends Diego Simon and Raul Peralta, who will be taking on Alejandro Perez and Mark Monet. Hello, Africa. Welcome back to this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And we just had an exciting three-setter with Massimo Maldonado and Joaquim de Astereca, the giant killers of this tournament, going down in 3 sets to Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez. Alfonso Sanchez and Thomas Cheddar straight into the quarterfinals, their highest achievement so far on the A1 Global Padel Tour. Coming up straight away, players already stretching on the side of the court, ready to get on court and warm up. We have Diego Simon and Raul Peralta taking on Alejandro Perez and Marc Monet. Diego Simon and Raul Peralta responsible for also a giant killing act just yesterday, but we'll tell you more about that shortly as players go on court to take the customary team photo with umpire and do the toss, inspect match balls, and discuss final guidelines and rules. One of the rules being really enforced at this tournament and at all A1 Padel Global Tours tournaments this year is the serve rule. Umpires calling foot faults when players are overstepping the line, and calling faults when players are serving above the waistline. Getting more and more strict on the serving guidelines, umpires and players needing to respect the rules. Players now going to their respective sides. And you can see Diego Pascual, or Diego Simon, rather, yesterday with Raul Peralta responsible for a 3-setter demolition and upset of Gustavo Nunes and Miguel Oliveira, the ever-popular and veteran of the Padel Tour. Miguel Oliveira playing with the youngest player on tour, Gustavo Nunes, at barely 16 years of age. The also rather youthful Diego Simon and Raul Peralta taking that and upsetting the apple cart, going down 3-6 in the first set, then coming back to win 7-6 in a tie-break at the second set, and then a big round 6-0 in the last and third set. That, of course, booked them the place in this last 16 round, and they absolutely on merit. On the other side of the court, they take on Alejandro Perez and Marc Monet, who also yesterday had quite a humdinger of a match, also a 3-setter, where they took on, Marc Monet took on his former partner, Pablo Del Tel, and Santiago Castañera, one of the promising young stars of this Padel Tour. That 3-setter went down 4-6, 6-3, 6-3. So all 4 players very much on merit, and if you didn't watch those games, watch out for big hitting from Marc Monet. Lots of movement on the court for a big guy. Marc Monet, the player on the top right-hand side of your screen in the blue and gray, and the athleticism of his partner in the blue, turquoise blue and white shorts, Alejandro Perez. Great defender, very solid, building points, and Marc Monet, the finishing partner. On the other side of the court, closest to your screen, in black, on the right-hand side, Raul Peralta, and to the left, Diego Simon, a player with bright prospects on the A1 Padel Tour. Diego Simon, you're going to see a lot of power in his finishing, and certainly a lot of control attached to that power. We're in for an exciting match here. 4 young players, And at stake, a spot in the quarterfinals of this A1 Padel Tour match, and the winner of this match will go through the quarterfinals to play the winner of the match between the #1 seeds Franco Del Bianco and Maximilian Arce, and Relis Ferreira and Martin Abud. That match coming up straight after this one. So by the end of today, both the winner of this game will know exactly who their opponents are in the quarterfinal match to take place tomorrow. Players busy with final preparations. Last warm-up, and umpire will call time, and they will walk out and dry out a little bit, get some last-minute rehydration, dry grips, do a little bit of toweling, and they'll come back, and we should be getting underway in the next 2 to 3 minutes in this last 16 match of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. If you've just joined us, I'm Paulo de Carmo, and of course broadcasting for you in English on the ESPN Africa channel, that on DSTV channel 219, as well as its affiliate distribution. Players trying out some lobs, testing the wind conditions. We can talk about those wind conditions. If you have a look on the top right-hand side of your screen, you'll see a little white gazebo. That's the commentator's box, and you can see me waving out there. And just to the right of that is a flag. You can watch that for movement of the wind, but I can tell you that wind conditions, and particularly at a higher height than that, are significant, and the wind blowing in a northerly direction, which on your screen is from closest to furthest. So lobs, as that one has just gone up from Alejandro Perez, will tend to stop and slow down, whereas the reverse, in other words, if Alejandro Perez lobs to the near side of your screen, the ball will tend to carry. Other than that, beautiful conditions, nice sunny day, cloud cover has dissipated, temperature sitting at a slightly breezy 19 degrees right now, Celsius that is, and the only other drawback or change in the conditions being the humidity in the air from the sea breeze, as Halmstad is quite near the sea, and the river water creating humidity and putting weight into the balls. So not a lot of big hitting, and certainly the conditions suiting longer rallies, more strategic play, and all of those elements add up to one important thing: better paddle to watch as a spectator or a neutral. So players now off court and taking in the last sip of water. Umpire has just called time. Players getting up, getting onto the court, and we'll get underway in the next minute. Match about to start. And Alejandro Perez with ball in hand to take us away.
Love.
15 love. This match, an all Spanish affair, all four players hailing from the Iberic Peninsula, Spain. Alejandro Perez from Huesca, Marc Monet from Barcelona, Diego Simon from Murcia, and Raul Peralta also from Murcia. First game to Alejandro Perez and Marc Monet, holding the serve, pretty straightforward. And at the switch, very quick switch in the first game. And
Mr. Simon,
Diego Simon will serve. Raul Peralta finding the gap there. Simon goes for the power straight down the line, and Perez attempts to get there, just falls short. And 15 love. Big high lob there from Marc Monet, stays in the court. Alejandro Perez looks to the sky, not happy with the sunlight, which is to his right. Simon with a big hit, all the way back to his court. And Marc Monet, despite his height advantage, cannot get anywhere close to that. 40 love, apologies. And Diego Simon this time into the net. 40-15. Eye into the air. Monet attempts to guide it slowly into the corner. This time he goes for the power, and he gets it back. 40-30 the score. A lot of power in that right arm of Marc Monet.
Use golden point.
Golden point. Diego Simon will be disappointed that he's let a 40 love lead in this game come to a golden point. Golden point, of course, the decider of deuce when it comes to A1 Padel Global Tour tournaments. Marc Monet failing to deal with the ball stopping. The wind-assisted dip of the ball there goes into the net, and Diego Simon and Raul Peralta survive that little scare. And one apiece, Marc Monet to serve. As we spoke about golden points, of course, if you've just joined us, tournament format, best of 3 sets, with tiebreakers played at 6 games all, and deuces decided on golden point. New balls introduced every 9 and subsequently 11 games, and the tournament format a round-robin knockout with a seeded random draw of 32. Diego Simon, change of direction, increase in power, using the double wall.
all.
15 all the score. Diego Simon into the net there with a double hand.
30-15.
Mark Monet there, powering it down to the side of Diego Simon. 40-15. Power again to the fore, and out of the court. Diego Simon anticipates it well, runs out, and hits it in, but on the wrong side of the court. Out of court play, of course, a regular feature in A1 Padel global tournaments, and it's no different here at the A1 Betsson Swedish Master. One of the exciting characteristics of Padel, out of court play. See on court there, the court marshals wiping down the glass. Players bump into the glass all the time during play, and perspiration makes the surface slippery and influences the ricochet of the ball. So we need to keep it dry at all times, and hence the court marshals coming along to do that. These court marshals, of course, volunteers from a local paddle club, junior players who are acting both as court marshals and ball boys, and loving every minute of this opportunity, being able to watch the best paddle players in the world live at such a close proximity. Players back on court, Mark Monet, Alejandro Perez, eager to get on with it, already in. And Peralta and Simon arriving now. Peralta to serve. 1-2 down in the first set. Diego Simon goes high, tries the bandeja into the corner, but goes into the net instead. Mark Monet into the back of the glass. 15 all. This time it's the turn of Alejandro Perez to hit the top of the net. And this time, Raul Peralta, all four players on the court have hit the net in 4 consecutive points. Quite a unique scenario that. 30 all. Raul Peralta goes for the fake smash there, drops the pace, sends it down the middle with both Perez and Monet advancing. Simon goes for the big one, deep into the glass and straight back to his side of the court. 2 games apiece.
2 games on first set.
And Alejandro Perez to serve. Marc Monet trying to just dink that over the net. And Diego Simon hits the post of the entrance there. 15 all. Marc Monet with a big hit out of the court. 30-15. Diego Simon trying to get over the head of Alejandro Perez, and as mentioned before, wind assisted in that direction, and the ball goes into the back of the glass. 40-15. And that's the game. And as the players go out, they'll be coming back with Diego Simon to serve 2-3 down in the first set. We're going to take a brief break while the players concur with one another. Just looking to check if there are any courtside coaches. Already a prominent feature on this tour, but none for these two teams. So we'll let them discuss their tactics and be back to you shortly. Players walking back on court. Diego Simon will be leading and taking the serve. 2-3 in this first set of this round of 16 match at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. 15 love. Well recovered there, Marc Monet, well blocked. Drive to the body. And after all that, Alejandro Perez goes for the big lob, and the wind carries that into the glass. 30 love.
love.
40 love. Big hit there from Diego Simon, straight down the middle. Marc Monet misjudges the height, and although in position is unable to clip it over the net. No breaks yet, no quarter given, 3 apiece, and Marc Monet serving. Volleys that straight into the back of the glass, love 15. Fortunate bounce there, off the top of the net from Diego Simon's shot. Marc Monet able to react, goes high into the lob, but straight into the back glass. And a Apologies all around for the misfortune. But Simon and Peralta will take the point anyway. This time Perez goes once, twice, 3 times to Simon, who is unable to do the 3rd time lucky. Marc Monet looking into the sun, misjudging the wind direction, and fluffs that one. 15-40, 3 break opportunities available here. Peralta 1, 2, 3, taka-taka, looks for the gap between the two, goes for the hook shot. Perez responds admirably, change of direction, and goes to the high of Monet, who Raul Peralta to serve. 4-3 up in this first set. Must be buoyed by the confidence of that break. In a very tight match so far, that break could be crucial. Diego Simon winds that one up and goes straight down to the body of Alejandro Perez, who cannot react fast enough. He goes again. This time hits it with the wrong part of the racket, and the ball skews out and against the glass. Chiquita there to the feet of Alejandro Perez. Didn't have the desired effect, and on the way back, Marc Monet changes direction, looks for the low bounce off the back wall, and Peralta, moving in the wrong direction, can get nowhere near it. See there how the ball slowed down as it dipped with the wind, causing a little confusion there from Peralta and Simon as to who was going to collect it. Some deep digs. And this time, ball into the glass. Not even the wind could stop that one. Marc Monet to the glass, and it's 5-3 for Simon and Peralta. Alejandro Perez will serve under sufferance, 3-5. And Simon and Peralta must now have gone from quietly confident to highly confident in terms of bagging this first set. 15 love. Great serve, deep, low, completely forcing Raul Peralta into a retreat position there, not enough space to swing the bat. 40-15, Perez to Peralta. Looks for the same serve, this time a little shorter, and as Perez looks to dink that over the net, ball takes a bounce off the edge of the net and drops on the other side and straight out the door. Fortunate point, but a point nevertheless. And at the turn, Simon and Peralta, Simon in particular, will be coming back to serve, or to attempt to serve out the set. 5-4 up in this first set. Players taking refreshment and analyzing where they are in the game, driving towards the win in the first set for Peralta and Simon, or looking for comeback solutions for Perez and Monet. Perez and Monet want their solutions, and they want them fast. So fast, in fact, that they are on court waiting for their opposition for a few seconds already. And you can see there Diego Simon banging balls into the glass, trying to take some air out of the new balls. New balls introduced after 9 games. And that's what we've got. 5 and 4 is 9. So new balls introduced, and we'll have a new set in another 11 games. High lob there from Perez into the glass. 15 love. This time Monet uses some restraint. Simon goes for the big smash. Monet able to get it and answers back with a high, super high lob. And this time is unable to do anything with the return from Diego Simon. Goes into the net. 30 love the scoreline. And as they say in the classics, the easiest are the most difficult. And Diego Simon with the almost basic shot there at the net, and snaps it at a little too fast and goes into the net. This time he does what he does best, puts the power on, loads it and fires straight into the back of the glass and back to his side of the court. 40-15 the score, and we have a set point. And Perez returns like he bounced off the top of the net. Peralta is able to read it, send it back, and Monet into the glass. Monet and Perez walking off court, a little dejected, looking down, shoulders slumped, and Peralta really punching the air there. One set up Peralta and Simon, and this is substantial for these young men as they lead now 1 set to love. First blood and psychological advantage in this best of 3 set. At stake, a spot in the quarterfinals of this A1 Betsson Swedish Masters.
Second set, Mr. Monet to serve. Out. Second set.
Love. Second set. Mark Monet serving. Peralta with the lob. Perez with the bandeja deep into the court, just edging the side tin. And getting an awkward bounce. Peralta can do nothing with that. And that's a phenomenal return there by Diego Simon, just dipping over the net straight into the tin after a bounce. And indefendable that. Mark Monet says, well, anything you can do, I can do better. Takes the weak return there from Peralta and smashes it straight ahead, low and strong, off the double glass. Mark Monet goes for power again, similar shot, just this time to the other quadrant, and 40-15 the scoreline.
Game, Padel Monet. First game, second set. Mr. Peralta to serve. Love.
Mark Monet returning there. Diego Simon going for the big one into the back of the glass. Leaves a little short, and Mark Monet says, no, that's mine. Catches it at the net, dips it into the ground and out of the court. Missed opportunity there for Diego Simon.
Out. Second set.
This time, Diego Simon corrects his previous error and gives no chance of a return. 30-15. Goes again for the power. And Mark Monet swivels, returns beautifully. And Diego Simon tries to change direction. Ball going a little bit haywire into the fence. And Raul Peralta with a hook shot there. Larulo. And into the net. 30-40. And Break point here for Perez and Monet. Players colliding, and Simon doesn't finish again with the smash, and in the ensuing exchanges goes with the backhand into the net, and Perez, Monet have the break. 2-0 up now in the second set, and Alejandro Perez with ball in hand to serve, looking to build the advantage in the set. Over the head of Perez. Changing positions there from Simon and Peralta. And the return there from Monet out. Love 15. Lob there from Peralta, just edging the glass. Peralta takes a stop, looks up at the umpire, and umpire confirms the out. The bajada from Monet, beautiful return by Simon, and Peralta goes for the power. Ball clips the top of the net, drops on the other side and rolls out the court. Big apologies there. These apologies are always well intended, but we take the points, right? So serve down the middle there from Perez. Diego Simon got stuck there in the corner, unable to really swing his bat at that. And this time Peralta puts power, goes to the body of Perez at the net, who blocks straight into the side fence. 30-40 is the score.
Out. Second serve.
And another potential break point here for a quick counter break. And Marc Monet is having none of that. Goes for the power, high to the body of Peralta, who blocks, but the ball doesn't get over. So golden point. We have still a break opportunity. Perez goes deep, a little too deep. Umpire calls that out. Tries to dink over the head of Perez. On full defensive mode there, Peralta and Simon. Monet more aggressive, quickly comes off the back and runs to the net. And Peralta's lob just nicks the edge of the glass on the other side. Marginal, but functional. And what that leads us to is a no break. And the game for Alejandro Perez and Marc Monet. calling time on the players. And Diego Simon there takes the balls. He's going to be serving.
Mr. Simon to serve.
Love 3 in the second set. Simon and Peralta will be looking to claw some games back into the set. They'll be of the opinion that the scoreline does not reflect the actual play. 3 break points in the previous game, unable to convert. And Peralta there goes into the top of the net. This time, Simon into the back of the glass. And Raul Peralta copies him and also goes into the back of the glass. 15-40 and another 3 break points available to Marc Monet and Alejandro Perez. And Diego Simon and Raul Peralta will be looking to avoid this at all costs. A drop in serve here will lead to a 4-0 lead, possibly unassailable in this second set. Diego Simon again to the body of Marc Monet, who's not happy with that. It's not the first time that's happened in the game. Marc Monet able to dodge that ball, but this is not dodge him, this is paddle. And as it would happen, the ball went out, and Marc Monet and Alejandro Perez now lead 4-love in the second set. 2 big exchanges there, 2 big power displays between Monet and Simon. $15-all. Alejandro Perez and Marc Monet, 29 and 28 years old, respectfully. They're not young players by any stretch of the imagination, and certainly older than the average age of the players on tour. And seniority, something that it tends to be important in matches like this, mostly because of the experience available to them in terms of big match temperament and psychological strength, coming back from difficult positions. And here they are, after losing the first set, 6-4, are now leading 4-0 in the second set. Diego Simon, 21, and Raul Peralta, 18 years of age. 2 really young players and big talents coming through the ranks at A1 Global Padel Tour. Diego Simon goes down the middle, leaves it a little short. Marc Monet perfectly positioned, waits for it at the net, punches it into the ground and out of the court. $30-40. Goes for the power again, Marc Monet. We did talk about this when players were warming up pre-match. Marc Monet and Diego Simon, the big, powerful hitters. Marc Monet using his height. And we have a golden point. Still a possibility to break here for Simon and Peralta. And break they do, as Marc Monet goes for the power and mistimes it and sends it straight into the net. Raul Peralta will come back and will serve at 1-4 in the second set. Marc Monet and Perez must be feeling rather comfortable that they're going to be playing a third and deciding set. Players back on court, Marc Monet and Alejandro Perez once again first back. They want to get on with this. They're not happy. They lost that first set. They don't think they should have lost that first set. Of course, Simon and Peralta have different opinions on that topic, but Monet and Perez certainly not happy with the result of the first set. They well ahead here now, 4-1 in the second, and will be looking to serve the set out and force a third and decisive one. Simon goes for power, straight down the middle. Well anticipated there, but by Marc Monet, just not enough time to get into position. And beautiful get there from Raul Peralta. Swivels gently, spins the ball over the net. And banger of a point. Off the fence there. And Alejandro Perez will now serve 4-2 up in the second set. Monet goes big, goes for power. Perez there trying to move Simon left and right, looking for the gap to open up. Leaves it a little short. Peralta goes for the attempted fake smash. Doesn't quite get it right, and the ensuing lob leads Diego Simon into temptation as he tries to take the pace off the ball and goes into the net. 30 love. Marc Monet getting a little carried away. Easy opportunity, misguides it into the fence. And Simon with the error. 40-15. This time the turn of Perez going into the back glass. 40-30 the scoreline. And Simon again. Simon has had 3 or 4 backhand reversal volleys there in a row, straight into the net. Something he needs to work on, and something that Perez is certainly trying to exploit. A definite weak point right there. 5-2. Perez and Monet in the second set after dropping the first by 6 games to 4. Diego Simon will come out and serve, looking to get one back, and assuming that happens and no breaks are given, then we'll have Marc Monet coming back to serve for the set, hoping to force a third and decisive set. If you've just joined us, this is Paulo de Carmo here for the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. coming to your screens or your devices or your streaming applications via ESPN Africa, broadcasting on channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet, as well as its affiliate networks, bringing paddle to 55 countries and territories in sub-Saharan Africa. The A1 Betsson Swedish Masters. And Betsson, of course, our name sponsor. Give them a visit, www.betsson.com. World leaders in sports betting, and in another innovative step, they are pricing up markets for this and every match on this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. So if you fancy a flutter, www.betsson.com is your port of call. 15 love as Diego Simon looks to put one more game on the scoreboard.
Second serve.
Fantastic return there. Raul Peralta on the swivel. And then takes the pace off, goes to the side, ball into the ground. And what a point. Big smiles across on the other commentary box with my Spanish commentators, who happen to have in their commentary box a close friend of both Simon and Peralta, their coach at the academy as well. I can see him from here, and I can see the broad smiles from left to right. Lots of pride in these two young chaps, 18 years of age and 21 years of age, the two of them. Marc Monet misses that real basic mistake, and you can see the body language, shaking his head, drops his shoulders, walks off the court, and goes to a towel, wipes the sweat off his brow, takes a deep breath, now walks back to collect balls. He will be serving, hoping to serve out the set. 5-3 up. Marc Monet's been around for quite some time on the circuit. He'll know what it takes to take a deep breath and concentrate and get back on track. And so he does. 15 love. Perez onto the top of the net. Ball bounces up and out of the court. 15 all. Ball rising off that pickup off the back there. And Marc Monet pumping it into the ground. Ball bounces out of court and into the grandstands. Fortunate bounce there off the edge of the court, off the tin, where the tin and the glass meet. Raul Peralta driving that at the net. Alejandro Perez only able to block that last shot, and the ricochet taking the ball straight into the glass. 40-30 this time. It's Raul Peralta's turn to go and wipe some sweat. Break in play certainly can have a psychological effect on the person who's serving, breaks their rhythm. Cautious rally between the two teams. No one wants to commit. Peralta, though, and Simon able to reclaim the net. Perez desperately trying to go over their head to move forward, and change from defensive to offensive, and unable to do so. And Diego Simon goes low and hard into the middle after splitting the two players, and golden point. Peralta off court once again, going for the towel. He's literally just tapping the towel with his hand, and as he walks past the umpire gives him a warning. He's wasting time, breaking the rhythm of the server. It's all little fun and games, and Diego Simon to receive on this golden point. And this time Monet goes for power. Simon able to get. Simon power, leaves it short, and this time Marc Monet punishes, takes space off, goes to the corner, and Diego Simon diving, gets the ball up and into the back glass. Second set, Monet Perez, and we are in for a decisive third set. 6-4, 3-6, and hold on to your chairs. Go and get even more comfortable than what you are. You're about to watch the third and decisive set in this match. Round of 16 at stake, a place in the quarterfinals of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters tournament.
Final set, Mr. Simon to serve.
Diego Simon to serve as we begin this third and final and decisive set in this last 16 match. Diego Simon to Alejandro Perez. Tight game this, despite the scoreline being 6-4, 3-6. And Diego Simon into the net there.
Love 15.
Love 15. We expect this to go to the wire. Simon goes for power, mistimes that. An easy retrieval for Monet. And Raul Peralta, as he moves forward, edges that slightly higher and into the back glass. Love 30. He goes big and out of the court, off the
15-30.
top fence. 15-30. Marc Monet, well left there. As Diego Simon scoops that return up straight into the side glass. And Marc Monet tempted to hit that down, but backed out of it at the last minute. And instead turned and watched it hit the back of the glass. 15-40, 3 break points, early break points in the offing. And Alejandro Perez goes for the lob over Peralta's head, who goes for the bajada. Should have probably left that as it was going out. Nevertheless, Perez goes big again, and Diego Simon with the bandeja into the net, and an early break for Marc Monet and Alejandro Perez. They'll switch sides, and Perez will come out, ball in hand, looking to serve to extend an early advantage.
Mr. Monet to serve with new balls.
New ball's been introduced, as we mentioned earlier on. New ball's introduced at game 9, and then 11 games after that. And it is exactly 11 games after that. So this is game 20, and Marc Monet serving with new balls. For the uninitiated, you'll have seen Marc Monet hitting a few shots against the glass with those new balls, just to take some air out of them. They've been playing with balls that have been losing air, so less bounce, and then these balls come full of pressure and upsets the rhythm of the play. Monet goes big, goes large, and goes fast and low. 30 love the scoreline. Back to the scoreline. And also for those watching who have never played Padel, these balls look like tennis balls, but they're not. 5 millimeters in circumference smaller than a tennis ball, and 2 psi less of air pressure within them, so as to make them heavier and more compatible with the flatter unstringed rackets that are used in the sport. 30-15. Fortunate bounce off the edge of the net. Diego Simon this time resists temptation, doesn't go for the big hit, instead goes slow and low to the corner of Alejandro Perez. 30 all. Marc Monet goes big on his smash, leaves it just a little short off that bounce, and Diego Simon, well positioned, picks it up at the net, bounces it into the floor and out of the court. 30-40, 2 break points available. Marc Monet there into the glass, and the counter break has taken place. 1 game apiece, and the initial break cancelled out here by Diego Simon and Raul Peralta. Raul Peralta serving. Deep serve into the quadrant, not leaving a lot of space for Alejandro Perez to swing that racket of his. And when he does, short swing into the net. Marc Monet once again. Overreaching and sending the ball to the back of the glass. He's come to have a chat with his partner, Alejandro Perez. He's picked up something, he wants to change. This time it's Perez's turn to send one into the glass. 40 love. And game. And as at the turn, Perez will return serving at 1-2 in this third and final set. We'll be back with you in just a short bit. Umpire calling time, and Mark Monet already on court, eager to get on with it, correct his errors. Quite a few errors from him in that last game. And his partner now, Alejandro Perez, also back on. He's going to be serving to Raul Peralta. Monet forcing the defense there of Peralta into the corner twice in a row. Peralta leaves the lift a little accessible, and Monet goes deep into the ground and out of the court. Once again, Monet finishes that point, this time resisting the power, going low with spin into the glass, as both Peralta and Simon were retreating from net position. Good interaction there, good reflexes from both Monet and Simon, but Monet's reflexes winning that little battle. Simon goes down the line, Perez reaches it, crosses it over, and Peralta, almost not ready, sends it into the glass. Quick game that was, and to a piece. No quarter given, no slack displayed. As we expected this third set to be, a real tight humdinger. It is the decider, and a lot at stake, a place in the quarterfinals to potentially play against the #1 seeds who come on court straight after this match to play another pairing. That one clipping the top edge of the net and bouncing into the fence. So love 30. Raul Peralta with the hook shot there, kicking up in the glass and climbing up to the edge of the court and bouncing all the way out of the court. Really fortunate there for Peralta. One for the Ripley's, believe it or not, book. Certainly not a common occurrence. He goes for the exact same shot this time, and Perez able to reach it, goes cross court, has Simon completely beat, but the ball goes into the bottom edge of the tin. Marc Monet, not a happy chappy. Is you can see body language, shoulders slouched. Recovers well there. Says, I'll have that, thank you, sir. This time, Perez with the court at his mercy goes into the tin. Marc Monet can't believe what has just happened. 2 points in a row they should have had in the bag, and they would have had this match, this game, and instead they are now 40-30 down. Goes for the kick, Diego Simon, and gets it out of the court, and game. And at the turnaround, Marc Monet will hopefully have prepped his shoulders up. He'll have a more positive outlook, and he'll be on court serving 2-3 down in this third and decisive set.
Receiving a medical timeout.
And we're back, and umpire's just called a medical timeout. Diego Simon lying on the floor next to his bench. The A1 Padel physiotherapist with him, as well as the medic, and looks like possibly a little bit of cramp. He's stretching his leg. Physiotherapist about to start working on him, and we'll keep you updated as to the going-ons. You can see a little bit of concern there. Sporting director for the A1 Padel Global Tour also approaching. And we see the physio there doing some work, getting out that little magic box of tricks, the magic spray, or the magic cream in this case, and doing a little bit of work on Diego Simon. In the meantime, I'll remind you that you are watching this wonderful A1 Global Padel Tour event, the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, on channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet, and that equals ESPN Africa. ESPN Africa sharing the sport of paddle throughout Africa, 55 countries and territories in sub-Saharan Africa, and now joins the ESPN America and Latin American stable as the propagators of the paddle sport in code throughout the world. If you're enjoying the show, you want to see more of this, let us know. Tag us on social media at ESPN Africa, at A1 Padel of Global Tour, at A1 Padel Official, and let us know what you think. Share your content and give us some likes, some subscribes, and some follows. Of course, A1 Padel social media presence is all over Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and recently added TikTok to that stable.
One minute. Mr. Money to serve.
Diego Simon back on court after the magical work of the A1 Padel physiotherapist. He looks bouncy enough, looks fit, looks strong. There's it. Simon there, goes for the bajada. Marc Monet anticipates, covers the ground, crosses the court, sends it back to his feet, and takes the point. I think perhaps Diego Simon a little surprised to see Marc Monet on that side of the court. Marc Monet once again is going to be targeting Diego Simon. He smells blood, despite the injury not having been a cut of any sort, and he's going to go for Diego Simon's side of the court. That one to his feet. Into the middle. There he goes, making Simon move. This time, Monet, a little bit too much power down the middle, straight at the back of the glass on the other side. Marc Monet from the floor, lifting it high into the back of the glass, 30-all. Monet and Perez will want to hold the serve, keep it on as even, not give it away. Crucial point of the set. Perez surprisingly not adopting the same strategy as Marc Monet and spreading his shots between both players. And we notice Simon clearly moving not as freely as he should be. And a beautiful bajada there from Alejandro Perez off the glass. And Raul Peralta not being able to do much about that. 40-30. Monet goes down the middle unsuccessfully. Goes for the big kick. And switch of directions there. Raul Peralta having to go from left to right, edge to edge of that court. And the status quo remains intact. 3 games all. Raul Peralta to serve. High lob there from Monet, with a little bit of wind assistance into the back glass. Mistimed fake smash there from Diego Simon. And one has got to wonder about the extent of the injury he's walking around with. Was only a short period of time that was employed by the physiotherapist there, and not a very intense medical treatment, only a few minutes, and we can see that he's not moving as fluidly as he was before. Of course, doesn't affect his shot range, but certainly his mobility. So must be playing on his mind, and certainly Monet and Perez should be looking to take advantage of this. Marc Monet, head down, continues. You can see, look, racket down by his knees. Only now he's picked it up. His lazy lifting of the racket there. His body language not extremely positive at the moment. As they come off, you can see there must be a disagreement between the partners. They walk away separately, and not a lot of communication going on that bench. On the other side, though, you can see Diego Simon and Raul Peralta completely engaged in tactical discussion and talking about the game. Whilst on the other side, for the first time now, Marc Monet turns to Alejandro Perez and starts explaining something he wants to do. Perhaps we're reading too much into the body language, but they'll come back on court with Perez serving 3-4 down in this third and decisive set. Monet, again, first back on court, this time carrying balls, passes them over to his partner, to Alejandro Perez, who will be serving to Raul Peralta. Peralta and Simon still in deep conversation. Goes for the kick smash, it didn't work out, and the exchanges continue. Raul Peralta getting in the way there of Diego Simon. Peralta goes for the hook. And Simon down into the grounded spin to Marc Monet. Love 15. And a lot of time wasting. I'm surprised the umpire has not called a warning. Simon and Peralta, first earlier with the towel where Peralta got a umpire's warning. Then obviously the physical problem. But now, between each point, deep conversation between the two and disrupting the flow of the opposition server. Love 30.
Net, first set.
Alejandro Perez with the bajada into the net. Love 40. 4 break points at a very crucial stage of the game. Goes for the power there, Marc Monet.
15-40.
Clips the top edge of the net, takes a lot of speed off the ball and hence the confusion between Peralta and Simon. Goes for the power again. This time, Peralta stuck at the back of the court, unable to react. 30-40. That seems to be the strategy here. Alejandro Perez with the setup, Marc Monet with the finish. And there they go again. Peralta and Simon talking, wasting time. And Alejandro Perez into the net. The break is on, and Diego Simon will now serve for the set and the match. 5-3, and they'll be looking to put this away with the confidence they've built up in this third set. Beautiful lob there by Alejandro Perez. Alejandro Perez struggling with the sun in his eyes. And And Raul Peralta spreading left and right, taking the pace off. Great range of shots that he has. Simon goes for the power. Back to his side of the court. Not the best of smashes we've seen from him today, but caught Alejandro Perez unaware. And 30-love the scoreline. Goes for the kick. And doesn't clear the fence, but certainly the fence comes back. And Marc Monet unable to get it. 40-love. Game, set, and match point. And Marc Monet's volley is short. And Diego Simon finishes it in emphatic style. Game, set, and match. Diego Simon and Raul Peralta, 6-4, 3-6, and 6-3. And these two very exciting young men, 21 and 18 years of age, have won this match against a far more experienced pairing of Marc Monet and Alejandro Perez. Big up for them, and they are moving straight into the quarterfinals, where they will meet the winners of the next match. And that match features none others than Maximiliano Arce and Franco Del Bianco, the #1 seeds for this tournament, as well as the #1 ranked players on the A1 paddle circuit. They, of course, are going to take on Relis Ferreira, also an exciting player from Argentina, and Martin Abut, the Paraguayan paddle star. So we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes with the match featuring the #1s, where we're looking for yet another quarter-finalist to play, of course, the winners of this match you've just witnessed, Diego Simon and Raul Peralta. I'm Paulo de Carme, and I'll see you in a jiffy. Ladies and gentlemen of Africa, welcome back to this wonderful transmission of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, right here from Halmstad on the southwest coast of Sweden. Beautiful conditions, beautiful weather, sunny skies after 3 days of intermittent rain that have played havoc with our schedule and put some of these games back. But back on track and with our last match of the day, match of the quarterfinal, apologies, last 16 of this tournament. On court, we save the best for last, and we have in the turquoise blue uniforms Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. Opposite them, Martin Abud and Relis Ferreira. Now, those are just names, but really, two extremely big names on that court there. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, the #1 rated players on the A1 Padel Global Tour. And also the #1 seeded players for this specific tournament, having got a little bit of a fright in their first round match, having to win in 3 sets against an unseeded pairing. They come into the second round looking to put all that doubt to rest. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco having won 5 of their tournaments this year already and coming off 4 in a row. In fact, not only are they that impressive, if we include the bottom end of last season, they have won 8 out of the last 11 tournaments in which they've participated. Really a dominating force currently on the A1 Padel Tour, Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. Different players, completely different characteristics. Maxi Arce playing on their right-hand position. He's on what is known as the drive position, building the points and almost, you could say, setting up his partner for the finish. Franco Del Bianco, a supreme finisher with a lot of defensive skills and really very delicate type of player. Franco Del Bianco, of course, only 21 years of age, and Maxi 26. There we have a profile of one of the opponents, Relis Ferreira from Argentina, Chaco, and 24 years of age, rated 29 on the ranking, 1.74 m, and he'll be the drive position on the opposing team. Next to him, in the red shorts and white, there on your screen, Martin Abud, ranked 24 on the official rankings, just 20 years of age, from Encarnacion, Paraguay, 1.85 m, a backhand player, you could call that, but playing on the left-hand side of the field, the finisher of the pairing. Here we have Franco Del Bianco, #1 rating. 20, apologies, I said he was 21 years of age. He's not, he's 23, from Quilmes, Argentina, 1.78 m. And next to him, you'll see now the player card come up for Maxi Arce. And you've got there 25 years of age from Salta, Argentina, 1.75 m, and a major force on the A1 Padel circuit, these two, and really on the world stage, these two players. So a mammoth task for young Relis and Martin Abud, but anything can happen, as we've seen. We saw a couple of giant killings yesterday, big upsets. A #3 ranked team was put out by a team not even in the ratings, who came through some qualifiers. So anything's possible, and we did see Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce almost struggle for a period of time against their lesser opponents yesterday, and having to refocus and win in 3 sets, which was something they weren't looking to do. Look around the crowd for us, and I'm joined once again by my esteemed colleague all the way from Munich, Germany, a seasoned paddle coach and his name is Gonzalo Ubiña. Welcome back, Gonzalo.
Hello, Paulo, and hello, everyone watching home. It's always a pleasure to be here, and even more if we are going to enjoy a padel with these two guys, the number ones on the court, Franco Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce. Paulo, I have a feeling today, I think Franco and Maxi are gonna show up. You barely see a bad match from them, but even less, you see two. So I think today, they will come today, show up, and we're gonna see the prime Franco Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce.
I tend to agree with you. I think yesterday was a bit of adaptation to the environment, to the conditions. The day before yesterday, rather. The ball was heavy. There was a lot of cloud cover, and there was threats of rain. And I think that might have created some adaptation problems for them on court. Today, different ball game. The sun has been shining all day. The court is nice and dry. We do have a little bit of wind, but they do have a lot of experience playing in outdoor courts, so they'll understand that. In fact, they were winners in Cape Town in 2022 under very, very heavy conditions. So they understand wind, and they'll be ready. I agree with you. This is going to be the Franco, Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce we are used to seeing.
And especially Dal Bianco. I think these conditions are much better for him than yesterday. He didn't have the best round of 32. And today is a good way to redeem himself for that performance. The sun still shining. The court is faster than yesterday. But in the other hand, we have Relis Ferreira and Martina Booth. They won by a double 6-2 yesterday. I mean, they're playing really well this season. Interesting match we're going to have, Paulo, that's for sure.
It is an interesting match. I agree. Young talents, up-and-coming talents. You can see on your screen there, that's the river just behind us. Literally 100 meters away from us, just behind the commentary box. Beautiful landscapes there of Halmstad, here on the southwest coast of Sweden. And how blessed are we to be enjoying the world's best paddle players in such a beautiful environment.
Absolutely. I had a pleasure to go for a walk through that river just for some hours, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Picturesque town, not a big town. I'm told that the population trebles during the summer months, traditionally a summer town, so only just around 100,000 residents throughout the year, but population trebles during the summer months as people come from all over the world and the rest of Sweden to enjoy their summer holidays in the beautiful area of Halmstad. Players finished warming up, and you can see here's the determination. Here's the Maxi and the Franco we know. First on court, ready and eager to get going.
Looking for the fourth couple to qualify to the next round. Already Diego Simón and Raúl Peralta waiting for an opponent coming from this match.
What an exciting match. You must be very proud.
Yeah, I have a close relation with these guys. I know them from the academy. I saw them grow, and now to see them succeed, it's actually a good feeling.
Yeah, and they played really well, so well deserved the win. Unfortunately, they may just have to face these two guys in the quarterfinals.
But also, I mean, they know it's going to be tough, but at the same time, you don't get the chance to face the number ones every day. It's a good experience.
Indeed, indeed. And we're being a bit presumptuous that they're going to face the number ones. We never know. Maybe there's a shock in the offing and they don't face the number ones. Either way, I tell you, we're facing the number ones for sure. Relis Ferreira and Martina Booth are facing them. And we're in the middle of a really exciting rally. And Franco Dal Bianco with the first mistake. And 15-all the scoreline.
We've seen so many bandejas today
going to the net.
Yeah, and that's because of the wind. A strong windy day today.
Wind moving the ball on its way down. Difficult to judge as you swing for the heights.
It's not only hard to put the lob shot, but also to play the bandeja because the ball moves a lot in the air. You have to be very well positioned. Look at this one.
Well, that was all wind.
That was all wind.
What would normally be a well-weighted lob there from Martin Wood, getting a little bit of a push from the wind and going straight into the glass. 30-15 the scoreline.
And Paulo, I really love the new Monte Carlo Sports brand with all the clothes. Just classy to go and play with that shirts.
Yeah, really great designs, and the fabric very good. I'm lucky that I have one of those shirts, actually exactly the same one that Maxi and Franco are using, and it's super comfortable. It absorbs the sweat really well, so you're always cool when you're playing. And I get quite a bit of a workout on a paddle court, and it really works well for me. So real high quality stuff, and of course this available here at the venue. There's a A1 Paddle merchandising store, and there will be one at every tournament around the world. The A1 Paddle Tour this year going to 21 cities in 14 countries. Quite a thing, as A1 Paddle continues to drive the expansion of paddle in all four corners of the planet. Big lob there from Radis. Again, the wind carrying it into the glass. And as they switch, it'll be interesting to see now how Maxi and Franco's lobs, how they measure those coming in that direction.
The body language, though, it's very, very different than yesterday. El Bianco and Arce just want to go to the quarterfinals with no problem. Keep the business going. And also now, at this time of the day, the sun also is a problem.
Yeah, particularly in
From
fact,
this side, look at us.
Yeah, indeed. So Redis Ferreira and Martin Abud right now are looking head on into the sun. So the sun for viewers out there is on the closer side of your screen, right behind the two players in turquoise blue. So the two players in white looking straight at the sun. But of course, at the switch around, the other players will look at the sun, so it evens out. And there goes the first one. Franco Del Bianco into the glass, the first lob. They'll have to think about this, but I suppose they will adjust, or they will attempt to anyway. Here we go, yes. A well-adjusted one from Maxi. That is certainly not well-adjusted. That is so misadjusted. I think...
This happened a lot of times.
Yes, it has, but particularly on Monday it happened. On the one match where it happened 5 times. I think Maxi is crossed with the seagulls that are flying around here. Being a seaside town, lots of seagulls around and next to the river. So I think Maxi was trying to go for one of those seagulls.
The sun again.
Sun again, and that fake smash misjudged there by Martin Abud into the net. 30 all the score.
Talking about the sun, only by being in the Spanish cabin and now in the English one, I can see the difference. Being on that side of the court, you get no sun. Here, at this time, you need the sunglasses. It's definitely a factor to take into account.
However, earlier on, we were cold and shady, and that side was sunny.
But fun fact that here in Sweden, you get sunlight until, I don't know, 11 almost?
11 o'clock at this time of the year.
And then at 2:30, 3 a.m., sun's up again.
Very long days, very short nights this time of the year in Sweden. Beautiful smash there straight out of the court, and coming back from 40-15 down to force the golden point. We have on our screen.
I want a mate now. I'm going to ask for one.
We're going to talk about this mate thing now because I think it's the energy drink of paddle players. Relis Ferreira into the ground, wins the golden point, and 1 apiece is the scoreline. I'll tell you, you gave me an interesting fact now about Sweden and daylight. I'm going to give you another interesting fact. So the tournament's called the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Betsson, a world leader in sports betting. And of course, what they are doing a little bit quicker or before everyone else who's in the sports betting business, they're pricing up tournaments and paddle games. And all these games are available on their website right now, that you can, if you have an account with them, you can have a bet on these games as well as the tournament itself. But I had a look just before the match started on their website, www.betsson.com, and Franco and Maxi are such strong favorites that their odds are 1.03 to 1. That means if you put 100 down, you're going to get 3
euros or
a 3% return.
Crowns. Yeah,
a 3% return. That is very strong, firm favorites to win this game. So, you know, in realistic terms, one would be, and these betting guys seem to know a few things about form, and it would be a little foolish to say that they don't have a chance to win. Is it going to be that easy to justify such favoritism? Not sure. Redis and Martin Abud already got one on the board.
Franco Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce looking really strong so far. That's a lovely ball. That's a lovely ball by Abud. Wow.
Fantastic shot there off the glass by Redis.
Keeps going.
And that great get back from Martin Abud, catching Maxi Arce there by surprise. 15-all. Banga point.
Yes. First one. Three of the players wearing a hat. That goes out. The recovery on the wrong side of the net.
Wrong side of the net.
40-30.
40-30.
And how beautiful that red carpet is.
And just like that.
2-1.
It's 2-1.
Back to the court. 2-1 for Dal Bianco and Arce.
Abud with a lob there, better measurement there. This time, high up, well weighted. And Maxi goes for his famous bajada. And the block from Redis Ferreira into the glass. Franco Dal Bianco high into the air. Martin Wood
Good
straight
reflexes.
into the back glass.
Yeah, good reflexes by Maxi.
Love 30. Love 40. 4 break points.
Yeah.
Maxi covering a lot of ground. He's doing the work.
First good opportunity.
Prior to them coming over, I was chatting to Maxi, and he was telling me he's working hard in the gym, so I didn't believe him. And I watched on his reels on Instagram, and Maxi was doing a lot of physical training between the last tournament and this tournament, and clearly it's benefiting him. You can see how mobile he is. He's on his toes, he's moving around very well, and they've got an early break, 3-1. Maxi set to serve.
Yeah, but the physical point, Paulo, now that you bring it up, it's actually a good thing to comment about. During these years, how professional the sport has become, and one of the reasons of that is the importance that the coaches and the players are giving to the physical part, the physical training. Now they do not only have paddle coaches, but they have fitness trainers. They have specific routines. They divide the days between on court and during the gym sessions, and you can see how well prepared the players are more and more.
Yeah, very important part. As the sport grows and prize money expands, it's becoming more and more competitive. I was speaking to somebody, in fact, to Fabrice Pastor, the president of Monte Carlo International Sports and of the A1 Global Paddle Tour. Yesterday I had him here on my chair when he arrived, and he was telling me that it has to be more professional, because as there's this expansion, he says, a few years ago, to 5-10 years ago, there was 1,000 players or 500 professional players in the world. Today, and every time there was a qualifier, there would be 100 entries or 50 entries. Now, the entries are in the thousands, in multiple hundreds, and there are thousands of professional paddle players. And so the standards are going up. The expansion of prize money and sponsorship and tournaments is growing, and players have got to look for that competitive edge. So we've got to advance. I saw also, you might be familiar with this, Gonzalo. I've been following some developments in AI in paddle, some virtual reality paddle training equipment, and statistical analysis tools that are provided for coaching and for coaches, for players. So really becoming an advanced sport in terms of preparation.
Exactly, and some coaches tell you maybe 55 or 60% of the shot you execute comes from the positioning, and to get a good position to impact the ball comes from that physical side, to be able to be fast and get 1 second before to the place you have to be to hit the ball. For example, in that bajada, Maxi Arce has to run back, be behind the ball, and then execute the shot.
Correct. And in doing that shot, find the gap between the two opposing players, or force the error at the net if they do attempt to block it, which is exactly what happened.
Very long point.
Incredible rally going on here. This time the high lob, well measured there by Redes Ferreira. Goes for the side wall, and Franco Del Bianco with the mistake into the net. 30-40, and 2 break points.
2 break points after Dal Bianco and Arce managed to break the serve. Now it's theirs who's in risk.
A fake smash there by Franco Dal Bianco, and well executed perfectly, and the golden point forced.
That was a world-class execution.
Looks like Redis Ferreira will be receiving.
That's a shotgun.
Wonderful exchanges there. Cross courts changing directions.
Oof.
Very close that. Incredible rally. How did he get that back? That's incredible. Goes for the fake smash and wins the golden point. Martin Abud, counter break. That's really exciting. This is what's exciting about Padel. Anyone can beat anyone. It's that simple. So if you're listening, if you're watching this broadcast on ESPN, channel 219 on your DSTV bouquet, and you have not played a game of paddle, look up your local social paddle club. They are spreading through Africa like wildfire. Book a court, give them a call, find a couple of friends, or ask the club to find you people to play with, and go and have a game of paddle. It'll be the most fun you have ever had with your clothes on. Go and enjoy a game of paddle.
Cuando ellos quedan escalonados, que Abud se queda adelantado, ahí cerrale un pasito más, para meterle presencia. Seguimos break arriba. Acuérdense lo que les hablé antes.
Una bolita de transición. Tranquilo, ¿vale? Bien, respira. Respiramos. Bien, Reli. Bien esa, Reli, la volcadita. Bien, Reli. No nos ganan una bandeja. No,
la bandeja la pasan nosotros. Pero hasta mañana podemos decir, donde nos quedó alta, le entramos.
Hablamos bien y me sale firme de pared siempre. Me sale firme de pared siempre. A Maxi aquí o al cuerpo del otro.
Vamos. La primera bola adentro. Vamos. Y desde ahí construimos. Vamos.
So Franco Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce saying, let's stop missing returns. And on the other side, Relis and Abud saying, hey, they're not hurting us with the bandeja. So we could be here for an hour. And once they put a bad bandeja with a good amount of rebound off the wall, let's push.
Good tactics, of course. In the previous game, none of the teams had a courtside coach. In this particular case, both teams with courtside coach. Martin Abud is playing extremely well. In the first round match, there were a lot of unforced errors from Martin. I haven't seen him do one in this match. I suppose when you play a better team, or a perceived better team, a higher level of team, your game raises. And I think that's exactly what's happening with these two guys here. They're playing the game of their lives.
That's gone.
That's gone. That's a big bad wolf shot. He blew and he blew and the ball hit the glass.
It was a balloon. This is 50-0. Looks like Relis Ferreira and Abud, as Paulo said, are raising their level. There's a quarterfinal spot in play here. Big prize. Dalbianco and Arce trying to make history and win 5 titles in a row. What a season so far for these two.
Relis Ferreira off balance there, goes into the net. 15-30.
If Dalbianco and Arce manage to break the serve, it would be the 3rd in a row in this match.
3rd break in a row in the match, huh?
Exactly. What?
Martin Abud is playing the game of his life. This time, Franco takes no prisoners, and Martin Abud still with a big effort out the court.
Really fighting physics there, Abud.
Really putting in a good shift.
To be honest, I still don't know how he hit that ball.
Really.
Paulo, sometimes I was saying this also in the Spanish cabin. I do not understand how these players manage to think on that point, you know.
So quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Why? What comes through your mind to turn, put the paddle over your legs and then twist around? Why? It's crazy.
Because a lot of this is not natural instinct. And they do it, indeed. This is why Franco Dalbianco and Maxi Arce are number ones. First, that awkward return from Maxi Arce. The ball stays in. Then Martin Abud applies the finishing touch. And just when it all looks over, there's Franco Dalbianco just to finish it again.
And they take again the lead, 4-2. Let's see if this time they manage to confirm the break. I think there's a problem with
his hand?
Yeah.
Martin's hand. So medical break. He comes to the side of the court. They're in conference with his coach, Coach Zeus. And the medic just arrived at his side.
And as he receives treatment, we're going to do a short break. And we'll be back very, very soon. Raulo after a short break.
Looks like all is good.
Yeah. It's 4-2 for
a little bit of strapping on his thumb. And 4-2 the scoreline. And that triple 3 breaks in a row you spoke about, we had them.
Now Dal Bianco and Arce trying to cut this trend. Make it 5-2. Would be a huge step to take the first set. Good Rulo. And then the smash.
Dal Bianco with a big hit.
When you combine placement plus power and you do it correctly, you take the point. And even more if your name's Franco Dal Bianco.
Indeed. It generates so much power that it's so difficult to block those shots because, and to take the power off them, they just rebound straight back into the glass.
Great angle. Correction, great 2 angles.
And there goes Martin Abud.
How to win it? How to win a point from the back side of the court?
Five games to 2, Dal Bianco and Arce. And Ferreira and Abud will be coming back. Martin Abud will be serving. And they'll be looking just to keep up and stay in the game.
Only 1 game away to winning this first set. That would be 50% of the job done to get in the quarterfinals.
Indeed. There are beloved court marshals on court again, cleaning up the sweat on the wet patches on the glass. And while the players take some refreshment, get final instructions from their coaches, I'll remind you once more that you are watching the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, and you're watching it for the very first time on the ESPN Africa Network, channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet, and as well as all the other ESPN affiliates throughout the world. ESPN Latam, ESPN America, and perhaps you are also watching the English stream on the A1 Padel YouTube channel or the A1PadelGlobal.com website.
We already have 4 couples in the quarterfinals. Diego Simón, Raúl Peralta, Tomás Cheda, Alfonso Sánchez, Juani de Pascual, Gonz Alfonso, and Maxi Sánchez and Andrés Britos. Here looking for the 5th. The 3 remaining matches will be played tomorrow in the morning.
Tomorrow morning, kickoff 9 a.m.
We will confirm it, but yeah, most likely around 9 a.m. We will continue with this round of 16 of the Betsson Swedish Master. Classy.
Aurelius with the error there into the top of the net. Disappointed with himself on that one. Sometimes you commit an error and you couldn't do anything about it. It just happened. And then other times you commit the error that you really didn't need to do, and that's the unforced one.
Exactly.
Those are the ones you need to avoid at all costs. And I think Aurelius feels that one was certainly unforced.
Maxi Arce.
Banger. That is incredible. He was falling backwards, overreaches, gets the kick, deep, short bounce onto the glass and out the court. Incredible. Really. Textbook stuff.
And to do that in a slow court from the line, that's just classy. Get out of here. 30-all, silver point.
Martin Abud.
Yep.
Today is unrecognizable. What a player this young man is pitched up with today. He's really brought out his A game. Reles Ferreira goes for the drop shot there and doesn't get the drop, gets it short instead. Golden point.
Which means set point.
Indeed. Not yet. Set, not yet, says Reles Ferreira. And Maxi Arce will now serve to try and wrap up the set. And 5-3 up in this first set.
And once again with the hashtag, not with my serve.
Martin Abud with the lob into the glass. We haven't seen one of those since right at the beginning. Short, surprisingly, Del Bianco didn't go for power. $30 love.
Once again, 2 points away from the first set.
Deep, deep serve there from Maxi.
The problem was that Rulo, he didn't touch that well.
Out the door goes Maxi Arce. 40-15. Set point. 3 set points.
First opportunity now they have with the serve.
And that's into the glass. And that's the first set. Maxi Arce, Franco Del Bianco. 6-3. And Martin Abud and Reles Ferreira will go back into the chair there in conversation with Coach Suze. And they'll be thinking, Coach Suze will be telling them, guys, you're doing really well. Hold your heads up high. You're taking the game to them. And yeah, you're losing, but keep doing what you're doing. You're not doing too badly.
Yeah, and from the number ones, nothing special, but good enough to take the first set. Cruise mode activated, and then just a couple breaks on the way. That was the difference. But as you said, Paulo, I think Reles and Abud are playing a good match. Solid. Being here at the main stage at the Betsson Swedish Masters, showing why they are here. And yes, they have to keep going, keep believing. Because with this kind of play, this style, they for sure can take one set from the number ones.
And for the viewers out there, we are in Sweden, in Halmstad. And I don't know if you can hear it, our viewers can hear it, but there's a background music. We have MC Avla in the house who's been pumping up some music to get the crowd going and making announcements. And it would be remiss for me not to tell you that the song playing in the background in Sweden, in Halmstad, is an ABBA song. Those most famous of Swedish people. ABBA. Gonzalo, I don't think you know ABBA. It's
yeah,
your mother and father know ABBA. You don't know ABBA.
I know ABBA, yeah. Sure.
Mamma Mia.
So Paulo do not only know about POW, but he knows about music.
I read it in a book. Players on court, they've also been reading a book. Martin Abud and Reles Ferreira were reading a book just now on how to beat Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. They didn't have enough time to read all the chapters, and therefore they lost the first set 6-3. And Reles Ferreira will now serve and take us away into the second set.
Yes, Paulo, and 19 winners for Del Bianco and Arce in the first set. Only 11 for Reles and Abud. That was the difference in a very, very tight first set.
That's the thing with paddle, right? So sometimes the score doesn't actually reflect the game that's being played.
Sometimes
Because
it's only a matter
breaks.
of golden points, few details, and sometimes, yeah, 6-1 could be very.
It could actually be very tight.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. 15 love.
Who was the man on fire in the first set?
Man on fire. Martin Abud.
I agree. He's been playing solid. Even if they lost the first set, I agree with you, Paule.
Wow. Imagine that got over the net. That would have been the return of the year.
If that happens, I leave you alone in the cabin commentating.
Go and wash your face with ice cold water to wake up, because it would have been a dream. Frank Maxi there in full flight with that return half volley into the corner.
This is 30-15. Looks like a very similar match in this first 3 points of the second set compared to the first one.
There's just not much you can do with that type of block.
Has so much power. Believe me, you do not want to be on the net. If Maxi Arce is there, my best advice would be just to move.
Wait for the ball to come back off the glass if it does.
Or to go to the church and pray.
We have one right next door here, the beautiful
Exactly.
Halmstad Church, right next to this well-built, spectacular paddle arena in the middle of the Halmstad town square. Martin Abud says, don't forget, I'm still here.
If they want to make a comeback, they really need not to give away more serves. And they take the first one.
And they take the first one. Really good serve that day, deep into the back line there. And Franco Del Bianco caught unawares, goes trying to dig it from under his feet. Can't get enough lift on it, goes into the net.
Also some mix of shadow and sun in the court, which is always not the best thing for the eye visual.
And even for the players sometimes creates a bit of confusion. Into the net there. This is real spectator paddle. Long rallies, highly skilled players, and I hope you at home, reclining on your favorite chair, are enjoying it as much as we are in the commentary box.
And it has to be a patience test for this guy. He's such a good player when smashing. And when you get a slow court and you have to play a bandeja after another, and you cannot smash, it's hard. It's hard to resist the temptation.
It is indeed. But every now and again, you do get a chance like that one. And as Franco Del Bianco showed us, and he can put it out of the court.
You release all the tension.
Church bells ringing, and it's 1900 hours local time here in Halmstad. Sun shining bright.
Yeah, straight into our eyes.
40 love.
Good thing we brought the sunglasses. Wow.
Okay, one apiece.
But that wheelie was something different. Back will boast off a wheelie shot. Well.
Oh, if that had come off. Relis Ferreira there approaching the net, turns his bat, fakes the shot to the right, goes left, and unfortunately for him, it clipped the top of the net. But had both Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco going the wrong way. This time, Martin Abud goes big, doesn't go home, but sends the ball out of the court.
That was a powerful smash.
15 love.
Down the line and over the fence. Good turn. Wow. Abracadabra. Showtime.
14.
You can just see how much Martin Abud wants this. He's going for every ball. He's still my MVP. Man on fire.
$15.30.
Great shot there, a little change in pace, increased power from Relis Ferreira, and despite the efforts of Arce and Del Bianco, neither could get a touch on. And into the corner behind Franco Del Bianco.
And getting no bounce off the back wall.
40-30. And game. 2 games to 1 at the turn. Franco Del Bianco will come back serving 1-2 down in the second set after having won the first set 6 games to 3. Players taking a drinks break, a chat with their coaches, and we're going to take a drinks break too. Martin Abud, first back on court, eager to get going. And so he should. One set down. However, 2-1 in front in this current set.
And we were watching Maxi Sanchez and Britos also drinking some mate, enjoying this match after qualifying to the quarterfinals early on.
It's a great feature of the sport, is the camaraderie between all the players on tour, how they support each other. There's quite a few of them in the crowd watching their friends. Some of them are already out, others are still in the tournament. They're watching what could be their potential future opposition, but they support each other, they watch each other's games and create a little bit of a vibe amongst themselves.
Yeah, these players, they just travel all around the world, playing every tournament together, spending a lot of time, so they become more than just comrades, but friends. 15-0.
15-0?
Yep.
What a point. What a point, Gonzalo.
You've heard the puntaco on the stadium.
I lost my breath there, that I was holding it for so long. Fantastic point. That recovery from Maxi Arce at the back there, and Relis's pick up here at the back through his legs, facing the wrong way. Truly outstanding play. Abud with an uncharacteristic mistake. I think that's the first time he's put the ball into the net in the whole game.
He's human.
Indeed. Playing out of his skin. 40-15. Del Bianco goes also into the net, but he gets a second chance.
And Paulo, from Arce and Del Bianco, do you think today it's a better version than the other day, or they're still not finding the correct pace in this tournament?
I think it's a better version than the other day, for sure. Are they yet tournament winners in my eyes? Not yet. They need to be picking this up another level.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think they can do better than this. I do also believe that they're playing better than the other day.
Game, Arsenal Bianco, 2 games all,
2 games apiece.
Ferreira to serve.
2-2, the Bishop score.
Long 15.
Relis Ferreira driving deep to Franco Del Bianco's side of the court. And Arce and Del Bianco trying to move these players around the court, trying to exploit the gaps. And this time, Del Bianco catches Abud in full flow, gets underneath him, and takes the point. Love 30.
What a block.
What a block. 1, 2, 3. And let's have that point. Redes Ferreira, not only with the first or the second block, but the third one, moving it just out of Maxias's reach, who had momentum on the other, in the other direction.
Even if Relis and Abud lose this match, they should be happy and extract some good conclusion out of this match.
Oh, they've got a lot to be proud of the way they've played here so far, and I agree with you. Even if they lose, you know, it's almost like you know, they won the B plate.
Now the number ones just accelerating a little, getting 3 opportunities to break the serve. As we said, Paulo, maybe Del Bianco and Arce not doing anything really special, but playing consistent Padel. No mistakes.
Yeah, doing the job. Sometimes that's all you need, is just get the job done.
Put the ball in play. That's a forehand.
There. Beautiful forehand there.
Now the sun is really a factor, especially from Relis Ferreira and Abud's side now.
High lob there. Abud goes to Del Bianco. You notice that they're going a lot more to Franco Del Bianco.
Yes, they are.
In the last few games.
No way.
Banga, banga, banga. What a point. The crowd erupts. And I hope back home you stood up and applauded. One of the best points of the tournament so far. Really exciting play. Redes Ferreira, what a return. Definitely one for the highlights reel.
En la línea blanca para adelante. No va globo y no terminamos de cerrar. A veces sí, a veces no. Lo que hicimos 3 o 4 veces mal en estos últimos 2 games fue que cuando cierra uno no cierra el otro. Nos falta que coordinados los dos cerremos. Cerremos los dos, muchachos. ¿Entendés? Cerremos, que tire pero le cerramos. ¿Estamos bien? Y en el duelo de volea ahí vamos contra Relis. A la volea de revés de Relis. ¿Está bien? Pero que sí.
Pero está bien que se ha quedado un poquito atrás porque es verdad que más que sale bien. Sale bien, está bien. No pasa nada.
Sí, pero vos lo quedas aquí, ¿no? Por ahí le hacen las manos y te queda atrás y subía último.
Cuidadito con tu volea esa de transición, la que tú te estabas pidiendo el globo, la que tú te pediste el globo, que se te fue una voleíta más y sigue subiendo. Vamos a proponer nosotros ahora. Vamos a proponer nosotros. Ven ahí. ¿Vale? Vamos a proponer nosotros. Rompemos aquí. Vamos. Tranquilo, vamos a proponer. Estamos mejor. Estamos mejor, estamos mejor, estamos mejor. Lo ponemos nosotros. Lo ponemos nosotros.
And Zeus telling his players to attack, to be them the ones to rule in the match, to set the conditions. And in the other hand, Arce and Del Bianco trying to fix some movement issues, to work as a team, to move together. The coach was finding some discoordination between them, one staying in the back and the other one going to the net. He was asking to move as a team all together.
Makes a lot of sense because for sure Martin Abud has found some gaps. Love 15.
Yeah, and a couple times Arce was staying in the back of the court, but Arce was running forward, so they want to avoid that.
Continue.
15 all. Arce to serve to Martin Abud. Into the fence there from Redis Ferreira. 30-15. Arce and Del Bianco will be looking to hold this and force the advantage, start to put the pressure on to get the second set and get the match out of the way.
And one's gone, just wide. In a very similar situation from the first set, where after breaking the serve, Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco lost the next game just straight away. They want to avoid the situation. That was a víbora, a snake, in that corner.
And he does them repeatedly, and he gets them really deep, eh?
That's a key, a good víbora.
There we have the Maxi Arce special. And
the best on tour.
2.
Yeah, Paulo, the best on tour. With the bajada, the best one.
And most players that are doing the bajada, they seem to have only one dimension, straight down the middle or whatever. He mixes it up. He gets them down the left, down the right, into the center. Definitely a player to watch and to learn from in terms of technique of the bajada.
No touch.
No touch. Good finish there from Redis from quite far back in the court. Redis again with power from the back of the court. This time Franco Del Bianco comes to meet it, and the block ricochets with a little too much power into the side fence.
Franco talking to himself. He was saying, Franco, come on, get in a good position.
$30-15 the score. 2-4 down in the second set after dropping the first 3-6. That is Martin Abud and Redis Ferreira taking on the #1 seeded pair in this tournament, Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce, who are looking to book their spot in the quarterfinals of this tournament and attempt to win the fifth tournament in a row of this 2023 season. Unprecedented by a A1 paddle player. 5 in a row. This is what they're aiming for.
That would be really special. If it's hard to win just a tournament, imagine 5 in a row. It's no coincidence.
I agree. No coincidence whatsoever. They put in the work, total dedication, and have the talent to back it up. Martin Abud is not giving up that easily.
We're enjoying a better version of Franco Del Bianco today. Even if it's not his 10 out of 10, definitely better than the other one.
Yeah, definitely better performance than on Monday by both Del Bianco and Arce. I think Arce has picked up his game a lot more than Del Bianco, but we'll have to see how they do in the quarterfinals if they get there. Because right now, Martin Abud is going with him toe-to-toe. Players taking on refreshments and last-minute instruction from their coaches. Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce will come out. Franco Del Bianco with ball in hand to serve. 4-3 up in the second set after winning the first set 6-3. And they'll be looking to put the pressure on and get this set finished, book their spot in the quarterfinals, and get out of court and rest and relax. Martin Abud and Redis Ferreira, not really interested in that rhetoric from commentator Paulo de Carmo. They would rather come back, create the upset, and take this to a third set. Certainly playing well enough to warrant such a comeback. So we'll have to see how Franco Del Bianco proceeds. Umpire Paulo Saraba calls foot fault there from Franco Del Bianco. Changes direction, and Abud with one of the few mistakes he's made in this game going into the net.
Oh.
Majestic, eh? How beautiful is that shot from Franco Del Bianco? Just taking the pace of it delicately over the net, into the fence. Abud, of course, equal to the task, but the second one on its way back, creating the error.
And now the Rulo. He's just playing so well in this final stretch of the match. As Paulo, now we have an hour and 15 minutes of this match.
40 love. And Reddy's, like he's done so many times in this match, trying to come off the side glass and can't get it high enough. First one he's missed in the entire match. He's gotten another 3 or 4 in. And Relis Ferreira a little disappointed with himself there. He's about to serve. 3-5 down in the second set.
They have no more lives in the backpack. It's now or never.
And as Redis goes to Franco Del Bianco, who leaves it short. Apologies to Maxi Arce, who leaves it short. Martin Abud goes down the middle. He himself leaves it short, and Franco Del Bianco says, guys, this is how you do it.
Look at this, yes.
Bangs it into the ground, out of the court. Yet another banger in the Franco Del Bianco notebook.
1 point down, 3 to go to seal the deal and be in the quarterfinals of this Betsson Swedish Master.
Maxi Arce overhitting that into the back glass. Puts his hand over his mouth in amazement. He can't believe he did that. 15 all. No touch.
30-15.
30-15.
Ferreira and Abud want to breathe, to live another day. Another game in this case.
Goes for the kick. Doesn't quite make it out of the court. There's Reddy's off the glass once more. And this time the fake smash. And Martin Abud. Martin Abud's going to need some real recovery in the massage therapist's bed later after this match. He's been running around, banging into the glass. He hurt his finger. He's really putting in a mammoth effort here. I've got to take my hat off for him. He's certainly my man on fire for this match, uncontested.
A1 Pal Physios, you better get ready. Great volley there to the corner, making it 40-30.
Trying to spoil the swan song for Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. And spoil they do. Relis finishing the point, moving up to the net. In fact, that move reminded me so much of Maxi Arce. Maxi Arce does exactly that. So he got them with his own medicine. And as they go to the break, to the turnaround, Maxi Arce will come back to try and serve the set out at 5-4 up in the second set.
Vete también, Eli, vete si es que no es que tú haces así, la bloquea, picha, que la bloquea, te lo digo yo, está bien, si puedo, porque estáis jugando muy bien por abajo, vamos a tirársela arriba, al medio, me da igual que sea de los dos, y me voy como un loco y me pego y la bloqueo. ¿Qué?
Luego al medio.
Claro que luego al medio, hazme caso, cojones. Claro, no abro el ángulo.
¿Está bien? Le sacamos la bola de la derecha. ¿Está bien? Salvo que no quede otra. Si quedan escalonados y tenés que abrir, abrís. Si no las... ¿Eh? Está bien, por eso, para que no se venga, vamos a tratar de jugar con los primeros, Maxi. Juguemos con los primeros, concentrate, picarle un par de veces más la bola. ¿Está bien? Pero es voleale al revés, lo mismo vos, voleale al revés o a Abud. La bola va del revés de Relly sobre Abud con las voleas. Las bandejas libres. Las bandejas libres. Vamos, 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 vamos. ¿Escuchaste, Maxi? Vamos.
Back on court. You can see there Martin Abud and Relis Ferreira excited. They won that last game in emphatic style, and they want to get back into the court, try and create a break, stay in this game. We're not letting Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco off that easily. Into the glass there with that lob, Relis Ferreira. Gonzalo, coaches?
And this is great to see, because the coach was saying, Maxi, please, I'm asking you for good first serves. And then off the first one, he wins the point. On the other hand, Zeus was saying, let's try something different. It's the final stretch of the match. Play the lob shot to the middle, and let's go to the net and try to block.
Good advice.
No time to do that.
There goes Martin Abud again into the pole of the net for the second time in the match.
5 match points for the number ones.
And the crowd knows it. Crowd giving them a big round of applause. And Del Bianco goes sideways. Doesn't finish. A fake smash. Doesn't finish yet. And Relis Ferreira says, not yet. I want to play some more. I'm banging this one into the ground and out of the court. We are not yet finished. Stop clapping, crowd. One more point. Crowd again on their feet. And that's game, set, and match. Maxi Arce, Franco Del Bianco, 6-3, 6-4, and they did not have this their own way. Made to work, Martin Abud, hands off to him. For sure, our man on fire, played out of his skin, and Relis Ferreira. In fact, both players played the game of their careers right here against the number ones.
Another day at the office for the number ones as they move on to the quarterfinals here in Sweden. Solid performance, showing a better version compared to the one from the other day. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, usual business. They want the 5th title of the season.
Waiting for them in the quarterfinals is the pairing of Diego Simon and Raul Peralta. I want to commentate that with you, Gonzalo.
That's a fairy tale story. They come from the quali and now they get to play against the number ones in the quarterfinals of the main draw.
What a good story. Testament to this qualifying system. These multi-zonal qualifiers that the A1 Padel Tour has introduced all over the world, North America, South America, Europe and Africa, where players can win their place in the main draw of the Masters tournament. And then here they are, these guys in the quarterfinals. Really, it's very possible. So wonderful. Tomorrow morning we'll see another set of players that won a qualifier playing in one of the last 3 matches of this round of 16. We're going to see the Swedish pairing, Daniel Appelgren and Victor Stein. They
pues así es, aquí estoy con los número 1, Maxi y Franco. Maxi, victoria, volvéis a estar en unos cuartos de final y además este era un partido complicado porque Relis y Abud venían pisando fuerte.
Sí, súper felices por este triunfo. La verdad que las condiciones estaban difíciles, nos mentalizamos mucho para poder ganar hoy. Bueno, los felicito a los chicos que vienen haciendo un gran año, son una pareja muy difícil. Así que nada, de nuestra parte súper felices y agradecidos de poder jugar acá.
Well, he wants to congratulate the rivals, Relis and Martin, because they have done a really good match. And they're also very happy for the victory, even if they knew that the conditions today were a little bit difficult. Franco, mañana cuartos. Ante una pareja nueva que es Simón y Peralta, ¿cómo lo ves?
Bueno,
muy contento del triunfo que tuvimos hoy. Ayer no tuve un gran día y se notó en la cancha.
Hoy has sonreído más por eso.
Bueno, esto va para Oscar y Nico, que dicen que no sonrío. Pero sí, la pasamos bien ahora dentro de la cancha. Esperemos disfrutar mucho más. Mañana cuartos contra una nueva pareja. No sabemos cómo juegan, pero bueno, vamos a hacer el esfuerzo y las ganas de competir siempre.
Well, Franco is also happy for the victory. He's been smiling more inside the court. Tomorrow they're going to be against a new team, so let's see how it goes. Gracias, chicos, y hasta aquí la jornada de hoy.
That was Claudia Navarro, the A1 Padel interviewer on center court with the winners, Franco Del Bianco, Maxi Arce, who booked their spot in the quarterfinals of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Gonzalo, last words?
Yeah, great journey, and yeah, we invite people to join us tomorrow. We have 3 more quarterfinals matches. No,
3 more matches of the last 16,
looking
and then
for
we proceed onto all the matches of the quarterfinals.
Exactly. So join us.
9 a.m. local time.
Yeah, pleasure always to be here with you.
Likewise, Gonzalo.
See you tomorrow.
Signing off, this is Paulo Ricama for ESPN Africa on your channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet. And we hope we kept you entertained throughout the day and look forward to spending some more quality time with you. In the meantime, we love paddle.